Remember that story I did about 3 months ago, Silent Ponyville? Well, here's Silent Ponyville 2. And Silent Ponyville will always be in my head as one of the longest stories I have ever read, clocking in at a large number of words, 30,195, including all of its endings. That story took me 3 hours. And here's Silent Ponyville 2, clocking in at 52,706 words, including all the endings. This is going to take incredibly long. I know that for sure. All the chapters are... yeah, they are actually bigger. It has more chapters, they are longer, so this is going to take extremely long. Hereby I also warn you, this story is extremely long. So, if you want to listen to it, you might want to take your time. I'm guessing this, I don't know how long this story will be, but I'm guessing it's going to be an estimate of about 3 or 4 hours. So, I'm really taking my time for this one. So, let's get going. Silent Ponyville 2. The tags: romance, sad, dark, and crossover. So let's start with the description. It's been a month since Fluttershy and Rainbow Dash started dating. Everything was going fine until Fluttershy started experiencing horrific nightmares that started keeping her up at night. Looking for answers, Rainbow Dash, Fluttershy, and Pinkie Pie seek out Twilight. But when the three mares find themselves within the world of Silent Ponyville, will things turn out for the better, or will things end in tragedy? And there is also a sequel to that, but that will have to wait until it's completed. I'm very excited for that. So, let's start off with Silent Ponyville 2, Chapter 1. Author's note: this story takes place 1 month after Too Shy for a Rainbow. It explains why Fluttershy and Rainbow Dash are a couple, and adds context to this story. However, if you can simply accept that they're dating, it's not a required read. Warning: story is grimdark. Read at your own discretion. Chapter 1. How does it make that sound? A young filly stared, hypnotized by the gentle music caressing her ears. The small box before her let out a harmony that reminded her of angels. The warm body next to her grew closer, nuzzling up against her. I don't know the details myself. An older mare's soothing voice swept through her ears as if the voice itself was trying to hug her. Her voice was soft yet delicate. But it's just like an instrument. Every piece is finely tuned so that when a chord is struck, it plays a gentle note. But it only plays one song, the young filly mused as she continued to stare, comforted by the warmth of the other with her. And it seems a little sad. She leaned her head against the bigger body, resting against it. Aww. Yes, I suppose it does sound a little sad. The older mare smiled warmly, her long mane falling in the filly's face. The little filly giggled a little as the hair tickled her face, before moving it out of the way to smile at the music box. But this music box is very special to me, the older mare sighed happily. I like it, the filly smiled happily, closing her eyes as she listened, the melody softly flowing through her ears. She couldn't help but think it was beautiful. Please, never forget that I love you. The older mare's voice grew quiet with those words. I know, Mother. I love you too. The filly nuzzled against her mother happily. The older mare grew quiet as the filly nuzzled against her mother. There was a silence that filled the air, only being filled by the gentle and calming music from the box. Mother? The young filly broke the silence, but it soon returned. The chimes of the music seemed to slow down, drawing out each individual note. Mother, she called again, lifting her head up to try and look at her mother. The older mare had suddenly grown quiet. Oh, this is starting to get creepy already. Mother, say something, the filly pleaded, pushing against her mother with her hoofs, trying to get her attention. The mare's body felt like it was growing colder, wobbling a bit before falling over. Oh no. The older mare lay on the floor, her hair looking like cobwebs on the ground, her coat growing dull, her unmoving form framed against the darkness of the ground. "Mother!" the young filly cried, pushing her hooves against her mother as the music box continued to slow down, each note ringing in her head that something was wrong. The filly moved her hands away from her mother and stared at her hoofs. Her blood-covered hoofs. The body of the mare was withering away, blood escaping from underneath her body. "Mother! Mother! Mother!" the filly cried as tears began to stream down her eyes, shaking her mother's body to wake up, to tell her everything was all right. The music from the box died. The body of the filly's mother turned to dust, as it vanished in the wind, leaving nothing but the blood that had been spilled. The filly shook and cried, tears drenching her cheeks. She touched the blood stain on the floor, trying to feel any remaining heat that told her that her mother was still there. The blood was cold, no sign of life to it. The music box started to play music once more, but it no longer played the sad but beautiful song. The music box hissed a horrifying sound, as if bees suddenly filled the box. The filly looked up into the darkness, terror filling her core. Red eyes gleamed as a presence made itself known. It towered over the filly as it drew closer, its body cloaked in darkness. The darkness itself flickered and flowed off its body, its mouth opening, revealing a gaping hole of white filled with jagged black. The presence of the creature crushed the filly. She couldn't move, she couldn't breathe. She was paralyzed by the very thing that stood before her. With a single swift movement, the creature closed the distance. Its teeth sunk into the filly's neck, lifting her up and holding her as if a prize. Tears continued to stream down the filly's face as the blood slipped down her body. The creature growled before dropping the filly on top of the dust of her mother. The filly could do nothing but stare into the darkness of the world. Even that darkness was soon fading into a separate darkness. The filly's vision was filled with the beast, its jagged white mouth turned into a grin as it once more drew its teeth at the filly's face. Well, that was interesting. Okay, that starts out extremely grimdark. I like it. Fluttershy awoke with a scream. She panted heavily as she sat, staring at her pillow in the darkness. The covers hanging on her shoulders, her body soaked in sweat. The cool night air filled her burning, aching lungs. She put a hoof to her face, feeling the fresh tears that had been streaming down from her face. She hiccuped softly as she tried to rub them away, still feeling fresh ones wanting freedom as well. Something rustled under the covers next to her as she froze, turning as she heard the moan of something waking up. "Ah, another one," Rainbow Dash groaned, sitting up from her spot on the bed, rubbing her eyes. "How many is that now?" "At least 10. She let out a yawn, obviously still not being used to being woken up in the middle of the night constantly. I'm sorry," Fluttershy hiccuped, squeezing her eyes shut as she desperately tried to hold back her tears, her body shaking. I keep waking you up. I shouldn't have asked you to try and comfort me. Fluttershy stuttered her words, lumps forming in her throat as tears escaped her shut eyelids. "Ugh!" Rainbow put a hoof to her face. She shifted on the bed, before wrapping a hoof comfortingly around her mare friend's shoulders. Fluttershy leaned into Rainbow's chest and sobbed softly on her. "Come on, Fluttershy, you should know by now that making me sleep isn't as important as you feeling better," Rainbow said quietly, lowering her head closer to Fluttershy's. Fluttershy didn't reply, only continuing with her soft sobs. "So me spending the last few nights here hasn't helped your nightmares. That's no big deal. It just shows us how serious this is," Rainbow said, trying her best to offer comforting words, something she wasn't too used to. Fluttershy could only let out a whimper in response. The nightmares terrified her. She was barely able to fall asleep anymore, knowing they were waiting for her inside of her own mind. She didn't want to sleep anymore. She wanted to stay up and be rid of the dreams, but her body was exhausted. It demanded sleep, but her mind screamed to stay awake. The conflict inside her only brought out more tears. Rainbow looked out into the darkness of Fluttershy's room as she tried desperately to think of something to do or say. only I was smarter, Rainbow Dash thought to herself. It was as if a light bulb had been turned on in Rainbow's mind. Fluttershy, in the morning, let's go see Twilight. I'm sure she can help us with these nightmares. I mean, she's got all kinds of books. I'm sure she'll have something that can help with this. Rainbow spoke eagerly but softly, making sure Fluttershy heard her. Do you really think she can help? Fluttershy asked, managing to wipe her face as her sobs softened. Yeah, of course she can, Rainbow said confidently, nuzzling up against Fluttershy. She's Twilight. Even if she can't find an answer, she can ask Celestia. Of course, just go to Celestia. Just go to the most powerful pony in Equestria to ask, about nightmares. We'll get rid of these nightmares before you know it. Thank you. Fluttershy smiled softly, the tears finally stopping. Hey, what's a mere friend for? Rainbow grinned, kissing Fluttershy's forehead. I still don't feel like sleeping, though, Fluttershy said, staring at the pillow of her bed. It was still deep in the middle of the night. Rainbow said and thought. She wasn't sure what to say to that. She looked up at the ceiling as she thought about it. She then let off a small shrug unintentionally as a thought rolled through her mind. I guess it's now or never then. Huh? Oh shit. Here comes the sex. Huh? Fluttershy said confused as she felt herself being pushed down onto the bed. She looked up at Rainbow Dash as she lay on her back, Rainbow climbing on top of Fluttershy before kissing Fluttershy deeply. Oh, hello. Don't worry, I'll take your mind off of those nightmares so you can finish resting, Rainbow grinned, blushing deeply. Fluttershy blushed in return, surprised but accepting as she closed her eyes, their lips meeting once more. Sex. So much sex happened that night. I'm just kidding. Shouldn't you clear the clouds? Fluttershy asked, yawning as her and Rainbow walked through the town. The warm sun only slightly obscured by a few clouds lingering around the sky. This is more important, Rainbow said, rubbing Fluttershy's head lightly. I can clear the clouds in a snap. Let's get you feeling better first, Rainbow grinned. I suppose. Fluttershy rubbed her eyes, still trying to get rid of sleepiness. She had started to develop bags under her eyes from the lack of sleep, but nothing severe. Suppose nothing. It's more important, Rainbow said, trying once more to build Fluttershy's confidence. Just focus on getting better. Everything else can wait till then. Let's see, who's this? Getting better? Is Fluttershy sick? Rainbow Dash and Fluttershy stopped as they looked behind them, seeing Pinkie Pie standing behind them with a basket in hoof filled with letters. For those of you that don't know, the last time on Ponyville was about Pinkie Pie. As you know, her kind of going a bit insane. But yeah, mostly revolved around Twilight. Wait, no. It was Twilight that was looking into her memory in her dreams, and Pinkie Pie was the one roaming around. Let me see, where was I? Oh, hey Pinkie Pie, Rainbow said, turning to smile at her pink friend. And no, she's not really sick. She's just been having some really bad nightmares lately. So we're going to see Twilight if she can help. The silence was almost deafening despite its brevity. The basket in Pinkie's hoof fell, hitting the ground with what seemed like a loud thud, the letters spilling out before it. Nightmares? Pinkie stuttered, a look of shock on her face. I think this is actually what she remembers it. I'm guessing, I think this is actually following up on that. I'm not sure, but, Pinkie, you dropped your basket, Rainbow said, pointing to it. No time for that, Pinkie said quickly, rushing to Fluttershy's side. She looked Fluttershy over, causing the yellow Pegasus to flinch a little, before Pinkie looked into her face. How bad are these nightmares? How long has she been having them? They're awful, Fluttershy squeaked, answering through intimidated by Pinky's actions. My head's becoming a bit uncomfortable. Let me see if I can do it like this. I don't know how this sounds, but we'll just have to roll with it. Let's see, like this. Where was I? I've been waking up crying for the last week and a half now. I thought Rainbow Dash could help make them go away, but they still haven't stopped. So Rainbow suggested we go see Twilight. Oh, shit. Yeah, this is definitely a follow-up. She's like, oh, she has the same thing. Oh, we gotta stop this shit. Like, the last time on Ponyville was great. Don't get me wrong. Pinky stared, mouth agape at Fluttershy. Fluttershy began to sweat a little, not understanding what was going on, though, through the pink pony's head. Pinkie Pie then looked serious for a moment, before turning her head from Fluttershy, as if she was in serious mental contemplation. I see, going to see Twilight is a natural assumption to make, Pinkie mumbled to herself. Pinkie Pie, what's going on? You're acting even stranger than you normally do. Rainbow looked at Pinkie Pie, confused by her actions. It's nothing, Pinkie lied, stepping back from Fluttershy. Yeah, it's definitely the follow-up. Lied, stepping back from Fluttershy. But I'm going to Twilight's with you. It sounded more like a demand than an offer. Oh no, it's okay, Pink. I'm going with you. Pinkie interrupted Fluttershy, not backing down. Oh, okay. Fluttershy meekly agreed as Pinkie Pie then nodded, taking the lead in heading to Twilight's house. Rainbow Dash looked at one of the scattered letters on the ground, picking it up and looking at the pink envelope curiously. What's gotten into Pinkie Pie? Fluttershy asked, looking at Rainbow Dash confused about what just happened. I don't know, but she just put off inviting us to a party for it. Rainbow showed the envelope to her. Wow, this is serious, Fluttershy said in a bit of a shock. Hey, come on, we need to get to Twilight's house, like, right now. Pinkie Pie called out to the two mirrors after realizing they hadn't immediately followed. I think it's best if we do what she says for now, Rainbow said, not wanting the chance thinking what else serious Pinkie Pie might do. Right. Fluttershy agreed as the two of them quickly followed after Pinkie Pie. Oh, hey, Pinkie Pie. Oh, I see. Yeah, definitely. Now it's confirmed. I'm sure now. Oh, hi, Pinkie Pie. Twilight, we got a serious problem. Pinkie barged into Twilight's house without giving the purple unicorn a chance to pose a greeting. And I mean a problem as big as the last time I visited you with a problem. Huh? Do you mean the nightmares are back? Twilight asked, a little confused, looking Pinkie over. But Jermaine is fine. Oh no, the problem isn't with me this time, Pinkie said, pointing out the door she had just so casually walked through. Twilight turned her head to see a Rainbow Dash quickly walking in as well. Jeez, Pinkie, was running here really important? Rainbow huffed as she moved past Twilight. This is a big deal, sure, but Fluttershy is not good at high-speed pursuits. Oh, but there was a need to rush, Dashy. Trust me on this one. We need to fix this ASAP. Pinkie tried to get Rainbow to understand. Is Dash having the problem? Twilight asked, looking curiously at her rainbow-haired friend. No, it's not her, Pinkie said, pointing to the door once more. Twilight turned once more to see Fluttershy slowly making her way in as well. Sorry for the interruption, Twilight. I hope we aren't disturbing you from anything important, Fluttershy apologized. No, it's no trouble, Fluttershy. I was just catching up on some studying. Twilight smiled comfortingly. But is something troubling you, Fluttershy? Oh, well, yes, actually. That's why we came to see you, Fluttershy said, scraping her hoof against the ground. I've been having trouble sleeping, and was hoping you could help. Trouble sleeping now then. Rainbow said, moving to stand next to Fluttershy. Fluttershy's been having some nasty nightmares that's been keeping her up. She's unable to sleep and she dreads having to go to bed. We were hoping you could help us out, Twilight. Dash explained in more detail. Yes, quite. Well, I do happen to have one more spell I know that works. What? Twilight's words became muffled as Pinkie was jammed into her mouth. No, we're not using that spell, Pinkie explained. Blech, why not? Pinkie asked. Twilight, meh. Twilight asked after removing the hoof from her mouth. 'Cause we're not, Pinkie said, closing her eyes, as if not wanting to budge. We have to find some other way to help Fluttershy. But the spell worked so well last time. Why shouldn't I use it now? Twilight was very confused. Pinkie Pie had explained to her that the spell had let her come to terms with the tragedy of her sister's passing, but she hadn't explained what exactly happened during the spell that led to the revelation. All Twilight had seen during the delve was what appeared to be a warped picture sitting amidst a foggy backdrop. As she had tried to study the picture, it kept changing before her, till the mind delve disconnected itself in a flash of light. Trust me, Twilight, using it on Fluttershy will end badly, so we're going to need to help her without it, Pinkie explained. I'll pour some more drinking. I'm afraid I'm going to run out. But it'd be so much easier to just use the spell. It only takes a few minutes and I'll have helped her with the nightmares. Doesn't that make sense? Twilight tried to battle Pinkie with her logic, an already losing battle. Yeah, you're not going to win against Pinkie Pie in terms of logic. There's just no way. Let's see, how far are we? We're already at 22 minutes and we're not even past the first chapter. Jesus. My God, what have I started? Even if it does, it's still not happening, Pinkie retorted back. Fluttershy and Rainbow looked at each other very confused as Pinkie Pie and Twilight went back and forth. They had no idea what their friends were talking about. So, what exactly are we doing to help Fluttershy then? Rainbow finally asked, interrupting the back and forth between the two bickering ponies. Fine, I'll go get my copy of Dreams, a physiological understanding, Twilight said, walking away from the pink mare who sat there looking victorious. Thank you, Twilight. I assure you this will be the best for everyone. Pinkie then bounced over to Fluttershy, putting her hoof around her shoulders while offering a comforting smile. Don't worry, Fluttershy. I'll promise we'll make your bad dreams go away. You really think this will work? Fluttershy looked at Pinkie for hope. If any pony can help make things better, it's Twilight. I'm sure of it. Pinkie smiled happily. Well, she made it better the last time. Wasn't that... didn't go that good, you know. As you might know, the story was pretty, grimdark. You know, bad shit happened. Let's just keep it that way. My keyboard is dirty. Should go clean it up. Alright, Twilight said, returning with a floating copy of the book, opening it up and flipping through several places. The first thing I should do is see what kind of dreams you're having. Since we won't be jumping straight to the mind delve spell, there's other solutions listed here that might work depending on the severity of your dreams. Twilight explained before placing the book down on the table in the center of the house. Oh, how will you know that? Fluttershy asked curiously. Uh-oh. Yeah, she's gonna do something that is probably going to pretty much scare the crap out of her. There's a spell in this book that will let me see the dreams you've been having. I'll be able to judge for myself how severe they are. Twilight said, walking over to Fluttershy. But, Fluttershy began to protest. Don't worry, Fluttershy. Twilight knows what she's doing, right? Rainbow asked while trying to comfort the worried Pegasus. Yeah, she knows what she's doing, but... Ah, yeah. Of course. Now this will only take a moment. Twilight smiled, not waiting for Fluttershy to give another response, before gently sweeping hair away from her forehead and tapping her glowing horn against the Fluttershy's forehead. What's up with the large spaces between these paragraphs? What's up with that? I don't want to fly, I don't want to fly, I don't want to fly. The word screamed again and again, bouncing in her skull, driving her mad. Her wings were beating as fast and as strong as they could, despite every ounce of her being telling her to stop them. Her whole body was crying out for relief, pain filling her back and legs. Her wings were bent, horribly misshapen, and not even looking like they should lift her, but they carried her through the sky. Tears swept across her face, every flap sent pain shooting through her back, scratching away at her mind, eroding her sanity. A loud roar pierced her ears and shook her whole being. Her head painfully but slowly turned to look behind her, as a giant figure appeared from behind the clouds, billowing smoke as it soared at high speed straight for her. Her legs flailed, feeling as if every movement snapped a bone and tore her muscles. The large beast opened its jaws before its gigantic teeth sunk straight down into her flesh. A very large space between the paragraphs. I don't even know. Oh, Jesus. She wanted to scream, but no voice came to her. She wanted to close her eyes, but her body would not obey her. She wanted to shut down and die, but her body did not comply. The swirls of torture screams filled every inch of her. Twisted faces and horrified cries screamed out to her. One word repeated itself endlessly in her mind. Pain. Pain, 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 and pain, and even more pain, and pain, and... Yeah, that goes on for about 30 to 40 times, so I'm not going to read that. There was nothing to decipher, only the red horror that swirled around her. It bellowed and cried, it screeched and it hollered, but its suffering would not end, neither would hers. Everything assaulted her mind. She felt pain as every fiber of her being was being destroyed by the horror before her. Incredibly large space between the paragraphs. I don't know if that's done on intention or if that's accidental. I think that's done on purpose, looking at what's coming now. Position change. Her knife came down. It struck its target. She brought the knife back up. She swung it down. Her target hit again. Her actions repeated again and again. One fluid motion after the other, her knife struck the body before her. She was coated already, coated in the warm liquid she had caused to splatter all over. Each fresh strike sent another burst of the warm liquid against her body. A smile was on her face, one that had been there for a long time as she had started. She made fresh holes and fresh liquid with each strike. Plunging the knife in and out of the pony before her seemed to bring satisfaction. They deserved this. She deserved to be the one to do this to them. This is how it was supposed to be. She plunged the knife down one last time, panting as she looked excitedly at her work. The punctured body didn't move or twitch. It just lay before her. The body would never move again. She tossed the knife to the side and leaned forward, nuzzling the body as she smiled. This was love. I'm no love expert, but I'm pretty sure that is not love. Okay. And it's raining. How coincidental! Alright. Twilight stepped back as the memories of the dream filled her mind. She grimaced as her stomach did a flip. Backflip! A knot forming in her throat. They were horrific dreams. Dreams filled with pain, suffering, insanity, and loss. These weren't just simple nightmares. No, she had seen dreams like this before. Yeah, Silent Ponyville 1. If you haven't read it, go read it now. Or listen to my reading of it. It's been 3 months or something. Twilight stood... Oh, wait, no. Are you okay, Twilight? Fluttershy asked nervously, not sure what to expect Twilight's reaction to be. Yeah, I'm fine. Twilight finally managed to say after swallowing the knot in her throat. "You're awfully pale for being okay," Rainbow said, looking at Twilight worriedly. She didn't think the nightmares would have been so bad to make Twilight lose a shade of color. Well, you didn't go stumbling back into the bookcase this time. Were they not as bad? Pinkie asked, tilting her head curiously. Oh, they're very bad. Twilight rubbed her head a little. But they're bad in a different way. I don't think I can make an accurate comparison, at the very least. They felt the same in intensity. So what do I do? Fluttershy asked meekly. Hold on, I need to consult the book, Twilight said, shaking her head lightly, before levitating it over to herself, flipping through some pages and reading a few passages. There's a lot of spells in here for more minor nightmares. Soothing remedies, relaxation methods, normal and magical physiological evaluations, but... Twilight sighed, looking at Pinkie. With what I just saw, there's only one spell in here strong enough to find out what's happening in Fluttershy's mind. Are you absolutely sure there's no other spell in that book? Pinkie asked, desperate not to have turned to that answer. I'm sure, Pinkie. The Mind Delve spell is going to be our best solution. Uh-oh. Yeah, about that. Why are you so against using that spell, Pinkie? Rainbow asked, looking strangely at her Earth Pony friend. You said it helped you before. Why shouldn't we use it on Fluttershy? Yeah, it's been pretty bad. Pinkie was silent. She thought about it for a moment before looking seriously at Twilight. Twilight, read to me the spell's description. Twilight flipped back to the exact page of the spell and began to read. The Mind Delve spell is used in cases where the nightmare or physiological problems are not so easily discernible. This often means that the problem is rooted deep within the patient's subconscious and cannot be obtained through normal psychological methods without spending a very long time treating the patient. This spell allows the user to shorten the necessary time needed in order to bring the patient to a full recovery. Each patient the spell is used under experiences different results, as the subconscious is molded by the patient who owns it. No two patients will likely experience the same recovery under the use of the spell. Pinkie thought about those words carefully. Something seemed to spinning wheels the head in there. What? Spinning the wheels in her head. Okay, Pinkie finally said, breaking from thought. We can use the Mind Delve spell on Fluttershy. Under one condition, though. What? Twilight asked, blinking a little confused. You have to find a way to put me into Fluttershy's mind when you do it. You want to go into my mind? Fluttershy asked, very surprised. Yes. Wait. Yes, I won't let you go through this alone, Fluttershy. I'm going to be there with you to help your problem. To help you with your problem. Pinkie said, turning her head slightly, shifting her mind so Fluttershy could see it better. Ah. I wear this red ribbon as a testament that my friends are dear to me. That means if they're in trouble, then I'm going to help them. And I'm going to see you through this, Fluttershy. So holy shit. So that you can not only feel better, so that you don't have to be alone while doing it, Pinkie smiled. Well, then I'm going in too, Rainbow said, stepping closer to Fluttershy. I can't just let my mare friend do something like this without me. I'm going to be there for her till the very end, Rainbow grinned, nuzzling against Fluttershy. Fluttershy blushed as she smiled. As she smiled softly. Thank you, both of you. Oh boy. Twilight put a hoof to her face. I don't even know how to do that, Twilight said as she walked off towards the bookshelf. You guys are going to have to give me a moment. There's nothing in dreams, a physiological understanding that explains how to link minds together. She said as she began to levitate books off the shelf, checking each title before pushing them off to the side. There was a distinct sound of her mumbling something about how she couldn't have sent Spike on a shopping trip that day. Spike, go get me some groceries. This could take a while, Rainbow said, looking at the two other mares. Let's play some games to pass the time, Pinkie chimed in happily. That sounds fun. King me! Pinkie grinned happily, having victoriously jumped several of Dash's pieces before arriving at the opposite end of the checkers board. Man, Pinkie, how are you so good at this? Rainbow furrowed her brow as she looked at the board. She was clearly losing, for the 5th time now. Pinkie had just obtained her 3rd king. Years of practice, Dashy. Pinkie chuckled as she awaited her opponent's next move. I think you've both been doing very well, Fluttershy smiled, having enjoyed watching the matches. Okay, so Twilight suddenly declared very loudly, putting the book she had been studying vigorously down. I think I've got something. By using a mixture of various spells, I should be able to get all of you to share in Fluttershy's mind delve. I don't know how well it'll work. At the moment, it's all theory. But I've made theories work before. I can do it again. Twilight nodded, walking towards her friends. Oh, good. I was getting tired of this game anyway. Rainbow said, standing up, waving a hoof at the board. Only 'cause you were losing, Pinkie chuckled before hopping up as well, before turning to Twilight and looking a little serious. Are you absolutely sure you can get this to work, Twilight? Absolutely. When you ever known me to mess up a spell once, I was confident in how it worked? Wait, what? When you have ever known me to mess up a spell once, I was confident in how it worked? Okay. Pinkie put a hoof on to her chin as she looked off to the side, mumbling under her breath. Well, not in continuity. What was that? Twilight asked, not having heard her well. Nothing. Pinkie smiled before turning to look at Fluttershy. Are you ready for this, Fluttershy? I guess I'm as ready as I'll ever be, she said, walking next to Pinkie. We'll have you feeling better in no time. Just you wait. Rainbow Dash smiled, standing next to Fluttershy as well, smiling her confident smile. All right then, here goes. Twilight's horn lit up, glowing brightly as she concentrated. She walked up to her 3 friends who stood before her, before gently tapping her horn against each of their foreheads. A thin blue line attached to her horn that stretched from their foreheads with each tap. The light surrounding her horn grew brighter as she stepped forward, before tapping her horn against Fluttershy's forehead. Ah. Let's see, how long is this still taking? Ah, it's still taking so long! Mother of God! Let's see, where was I? In that instant, the world felt like it slipped from underneath Fluttershy's hoofs. Everything felt hazy as her body almost felt numb. She couldn't keep track of her surroundings, though she felt like she was falling. The only indication she felt like was moving was a sensation of wind rolling around her. She tumbled and fell through hazy fog in her mind, unable to comprehend anything. She let out a sharp gasp as air finally returned to her lungs. To her lung? What? That's supposed to be lungs. She panted for a moment before her eyes fluttered open. She got her bearings slowly as the world began to come into view for her. She was still inside of Twilight's house. However, it was now missing that particular purple unicorn. Twilight, what's the big idea? That spell... It was Rainbow's voice she heard next. She turned her head and saw her mare friend already standing up, looking for Twilight. Wait, where'd she go? I don't think I could ever get used to that. It was Pinky's turn to speak up. Rainbow and Fluttershy looked behind them to see her groggily standing up. But I'm glad to see she got it to work. She smiled, seeing her two friends. What's going on, Pinky? Where's Twilight? Rainbow asked, looking around, confused at their missing unicorn friend. That's normal. She's not going to be here with us, Pinky said, looking around quickly. She got up and ran to a nearby window, looking out of it. She grew quiet as she stared out the window. Pinkie Pie? Fluttershy asked, looking at her friend oddly. Is this what you went through when Twilight helped you? There was silence for a moment. Rainbow and Fluttershy looked at each other a little confused before Pinkie finally spoke back up. Yes. She turned away from the window, looking at her two friends with a serious look. It's almost exactly the same as I went through, and is exactly the reason why I said I had to come, Pinky said, galloping across the library to a shelf, before pulling a map out from it. It still seems like it's gonna be about the same. We're going through all this again, guys. I wonder what's gonna happen. What do you mean? Fluttershy asked as Pinkie Pie brought the map over to the table. Fluttershy and Rainbow walking up to look at it. And there's a cat sneezing behind me. Cat, shut up. We're going to need this to keep track of where we are, Pinky explained, pointing to the map of Ponyville that she unfurled before them. Pinky looked up from the map, seeing a bag lay on the table as well. Fluttershy, you should be the one to take that bag, Pinky explained, pointing to it. Why? Fluttershy asked, confused, grabbing the bag and pulling it closer, opening it. Trust me, we're going to need it. Is there some kind of instrument inside of it? Pinky asked, seeing Fluttershy look inside. Aw, shit. Almost as if an answer to Pinky's words, a soft, almost haunting melody began to slowly play from the bag. Fluttershy carefully reached in, pulling out an old music box that was playing the soft tune. Fluttershy stared at the music box in shock. This is the music box my mother owned. What's it doing here? Rainbow asked, looking at it curiously. I don't know. I lost it a long time ago. How did it get here? Fluttershy wondered quietly. The music slowly faded to a stop as she continued to stare at the music box. Pinkie Pie rolled up the map of Ponyville before placing it in the bag. Come on, let's head out, Pinkie said, smiling at Fluttershy before heading out for the front door. Head out? Where are we going? Rainbow looked confused at her pink friend. We're going to Fluttershy's cottage. If we're going to find any answers, I think that's the first place we need to check, Pinkie explained as she opened the door. Answers to the nightmares? Rainbow thought in confusion. What does this strange place have to do with them? Why are we even here? Oh, she knows what she's doing. What they're doing here. Fluttershy gently put the music box back in the bag as she listened to Rainbow Dash's questions. She closed the bag, which had a clasp of a blue and pink butterfly. She gently lifted the bag up and placed it on her back to carry with her. I can't say for sure what this place is. I think we're inside Fluttershy's mind, but at the same time, it feels too solid to just be our imaginations. Pinky scuffled the floor softly as she explained. The only thing I know for sure is that we need to be ready for anything. Pinky opened the front door, stepping outside. Let's follow her, Fluttershy said, smiling at Rainbow. She seems to know what she's talking about. We should follow her until we get our bearings. Oh, all right. I suppose that makes sense, Rainbow said before following after Pinkie Pie. Fluttershy followed the same, stepping out the front door of Twilight's house. Hey, what's with this weather? Rainbow cried in confusion. Fluttershy stood in shock. Ponyville had fallen into a thick fog. No building could be seen past a few feet in front of their eyes. Oh, yes. All right. Next chapter. And we are at 45 minutes. There are 7 chapters. Mother of God, what have I done? Rainbow desperately waved her hoof, but no matter what she did, she... Wait a second, I'm trying to pour my drink back in. I'm definitely gonna run out. Damn it. Rainbow desperately waved her hoof, but no matter what she did, she couldn't seem to grab a hold of the fog. She reared up her hind legs and kicked as hard as she could, but her legs only hit air. Ugh, what's wrong with this fog? I can't touch it, Rainbow huffed, stomping a hoof on the ground. I'm not sure. It was like this for me too, Pinkie said, looking up at the sky. I originally tried to escape from here by using my balloon fly out, but it had too many holes in it. I don't know what's beyond the fog bank. Well, I'm about to find out. If nothing else, I should be able to be rid of this fog, Rainbow said, spreading her wings before racing up into the sky, disappearing from sight quickly. Do you think it's safe? Fluttershy asked, looking at Pinkie curiously. Well, if anyone can handle herself, it's Rainbow Dash. I'm sure she'll manage to have this place cleared up in 10 seconds flat. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Yeah, now shit's gonna go down. Pinkie's words were interrupted by an ear-shattering roar that bounced and echoed through the town. It felt like the very earth itself was shaking at the roar. Pinkie and Fluttershy and Pinkie instantly looked up into the sky at the direction of the roar, as Rainbow came barreling through the fog at them. The music box in Fluttershy's bag began to hiss with a sound similar to bees being stuck in the box. Hide now! She yelled loudly before swooping down to grab the hoofs of their friends before giving them a chance to register her words. She half dragged them behind the library, where all they heard was a tremendous thud shaking the ground, as if something gigantic had just landed quickly. What's going? Pinkie tried to ask, only to have Rainbow quickly shove her hooves into her mouth, giving a loud shh. Look round the corner, carefully, Rainbow whispered harshly before looking around the tree herself. Pinkie and Fluttershy carefully looked around the corner themselves. Uh-oh. Fluttershy's eyes widened as she felt as if her heart could stop at the sight before them. A gigantic black dragon had landed in front of Twilight's house. It growled softly as black smoke billowed from its nose. It gave a snort, shooting out a large part of the smoke into the air as it swiveled its head around, looking for the pony that had just escaped from its sight. It stepped forward, carefully examined the building and areas on the street. It gave another snort of frustration, as its wing opened to give them a good flap, lifting its body into the sky and causing everything to rattle and shake with the force of the wind. With a few more quick flaps, it flew into the fog-filled sky, disappearing from sight. The buzzing of the music box faded away with the dragon. The 3 mares stood frozen, waiting until they could no longer hear the beating of its wings, before letting out a long collective sigh. What's the dragon doing here? I don't know, Pinkie asked, stepping out from behind the tree, looking up at where it had flown off. I don't know, but it seemed to know exactly where I was at the moment I started flying, Rainbow said, looking at her wings. I can't go up into the sky and clear this weather away if it knows where we are when I fly, Rainbow groaned. Meaning I can't fly at all, and then we're going to have to deal with this fog. It's all right, Pinkie smiled reassuringly. The fog's not so bad. Once we get inside, we'll be able to see just fine. If you say so. All right, let's go, Fluttershy, Rainbow said, turning to look at the ball of pink that was curled up, shivering on the floor. Fluttershy? She asked worriedly, quickly running over to her mare friend. dragon that chases you when you fly? Fluttershy started in fear, whimpering and shivering, curled up in a ball behind the tree. She was scared out of her wits. Hey, come on. It's all right. He's gone now, Rainbow said, leaning down, nuzzling Fluttershy gently. He's gone and he won't hurt you, I promise. Actually, he probably will. Fluttershy began to calm down, feeling the comfort of Rainbow Dash. She stopped shivering, leaning up and nuzzling Rainbow Dash back. It's just one dragon. We'll get to your house, find out what's causing these nightmares, and we'll be out of here in no time, okay? Rainbow said, reassuring to her mare friend. Well, Pinkie said, looking conflicted. I don't want to lie to you two, but that might not all we face. Wait, so you mean there's more? Rainbow said, looking up surprised at Pinkie. Well, when this happened to me before, I encountered many monsters. Pinkie hung her head solemnly, not wanting to have to say this. It's why I didn't want Fluttershy coming in here alone. I was afraid she'd have to face monsters like I did, and couldn't stand the idea of her having to face them alone. Fluttershy shrunk back into her ball at Pinkie's words. I didn't think to tell us this when we were discussing the spells? Rainbow almost yelled, but holding herself back. Hey, I tried to get a different spell to be used. I did everything I could to make sure we didn't have to resort to this. And when we did, I refused to let her do this alone. Pinkie protested Dash's accusations. You still could have told us there'd be monsters. Rainbow felt her hair standing out on end. We could have been more prepared. We could have prepared for facing them or running away. We could have brought our elements. Rainbow growled in frustration, closing her eyes. We could have done something so as not to put our lives in danger. Rainbow panted heavily. She was angry. She couldn't remember being so angry before. Yeah, this is nothing like you. You mad, Pinkie? You mad, Rainbow? You mad? Holy shit. I'm sorry. Pinkie lowered her head, her ears folding back. Rainbow opened her eyes and looked at Pinkie. Pinkie looked like she was on the verge of tears. Rainbow opened her mouth to say something, but closed it again. She was still mad, but she couldn't stay mad at her friend this way. Rainbow turned her head to look at Fluttershy, who had covered her head with her hooves, shaken. Rainbow was sure she could hear Fluttershy's soft sobs. Damn it! Oh, there goes my feelings. Rainbow sighed softly, walking up to Fluttershy, lying down on the ground before her, lowering her head and nuzzling her mare friend gently. Fluttershy hiccuped softly, trying to breathe, her mind still reeling from everything. Fluttershy, listen to me, please. Rainbow said, closing her eyes, speaking to her from her heart. This isn't the best situation we could find ourselves in, but I need you to know that no matter what happens or what we face, you're going to be okay. Fluttershy began to calm down again, sniffing as she took a deep breath, feeling the comfort of her mare friend. She slowly uncurled from her ball, moving closer to Rainbow, wrapping her head around Rainbow's neck, as Rainbow nuzzled against Fluttershy's neck. I need you to be strong now, all right? Fluttershy looked up into Rainbow's eyes, seeing the comfort and warmth they offered. She heard her words as they echoed in her mind. She gulped down the nervous tensions that had built in her throat, before nodding slowly. Burp. That's my girl. Rainbow kissed her forehead. There's a weird feeling in my throat. I hate it. Rainbow kissed her forehead. She helped Fluttershy on her hooves. Now give me a smile, alright? It took a moment, but Fluttershy managed to bring her courage forward and put a smile on her face. Rainbow smiled back before turning to face Pinkie Pie, who was still had the apologetic look on her face. Sorry if I mispronounced stuff. Hey, look, it's alright, Pinkie Pie. Rainbow put a smile on her face for her friend. I know you meant well. You wouldn't put us in danger on purpose. But since we're already here, we might as well just deal with it. You're still right, Dash. Pinkie turned her head away from Dash, still with the look of hurt on her face. I really was a stupid McStupid pants. Pinkie let out a soft sigh before putting a smile on her face. But I'll do my best to make up for this and get us out of here as quickly as possible. So let's head for Fluttershy's house. Right, Rainbow nodded, smiling. The three mares walking off into the fog. Interesting. The only monster that I've encountered so far is the dragon, which I presumably is the largest, kind of like the boss or something. It seemed like a long walk to reach the outskirts of Fluttershy's cottage. The town had been deathly quiet. There was a moment or two where they had frozen, thinking they had heard the wing beats of the dragon, but it faded as quickly as it came. Ponyville had become a ghost town. The only three inhabitants seemed to be three of them as they made their way out of town, following the path along the park, past the trees, quickly approaching the house where Fluttershy lived. And how far are we right now? We're already at 56 minutes, and I'm barely halfway the second chapter. Mother of fucking God. Well, let's keep going, I guess. The air had felt thick between them. None of them had spoken since they had started walking. The only sounds they heard were their hoofsteps and the occasional breeze that seemed to blow through the town. Here we are, Pinkie said as they approached the bridge before Fluttershy's house, the three of them just barely managing to make out the shape of her house in the fog. Do you think my animals are okay? Fluttershy asked as she looked around, trying to spot any critters. I don't think there's any around, Rainbow said, looking around herself before crossing the bridge. I'm not really sure what determines what you do and don't find in this world. Honestly, I figured we should come to Fluttershy's house first because home was the first place I went. So since this is Fluttershy's mind, it made sense to me. When I was in my mind, the path to Fluttershy's house was blocked off. Pinkie explained as she walked up to the front door of the cottage, checking for any locks that might be on the door. I see. Well, I'm actually glad my animals aren't here then. Fluttershy smiled, walking up to Pinkie. I'd hate for them to be put in danger. Oh shit. That's the pillow I'm sitting on. Don't know if you hear that, if you just heard that, but that was my pillow. So it wouldn't surprise me if we're gonna find some dead animals in there. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me, or maybe a dead angel, because Gummy was dead as well. He was fucked up. I don't know. Pinkie opened the front door, and the three of them entered Fluttershy's house. And pour some more drinking. To Pinkie's surprise, the house was intact. Everything that should be there was. Nothing was run down or broken. There wasn't even any dust, as if the house had just been sitting in time. What's the matter, Pinkie? You look surprised. Rainbow chuckled as she walked further into the house. I guess I am, a little. Pinkie chuckled a little awkwardly as she closed the door behind them. So, what exactly are we looking for? Rainbow asked, looking around at the house. Oh, shit. Oh, they're gonna go to the kitchen, aren't they? I'm not sure. I guess anything that seems odd or out of place, something you wouldn't expect, or just a clue as to what exactly is going on, Pinkie explained as she began to look around at various shelves in Fluttershy's home. Oh, Well, I guess I would know best then, Fluttershy tapping a hoof to her chin as she carefully glanced around the room. Oh boy. As Pinkie Pie and Rainbow Dash carefully looked around the living room, Fluttershy couldn't help but feel a connection to the kitchen. She's gonna make a sandwich. Woman, make me a sandwich! She stepped out of the living room, soon entering the familiar space of her kitchen. She looked around carefully, trying to spot what was giving her the feeling something was in there. It was then that her eyes fell on the fridge. Attached by a small butterfly magnet was a piece of paper, marked with what looked like crayon. Fluttershy blinked, not having seen the paper before. She slowly walked up to it, getting a better look at it. It looked like a child's drawing, drawn with several colors of crayon. It was of a simple house with a sun. Outside the house was a happy pony attending to a garden. Below the three words, there were words written in a red crayon. When I grow up, I will have, without the E, a house and lots of pets. I love helping animals. I keep a K key to let me know I will have a house. There was a small bulge under the paper, as if the paper was hiding something. Fluttershy carefully lifted the paper and looked at the back of it. Seeing a key taped to the back of it, she carefully peeled the key away, looking at it. The key was also in the shape of a butterfly. Hey, how come this door is locked? Fluttershy's ears perked up as she quickly walked back into the living room. She saw Rainbow Dash struggling to try and open the door to her closet, which was locked tight. Does it have a lock on it? Pinkie asked, turning from her side of the room to look at the door. Yes, it does, Rainbow said, looking at the door. It's got the shape of a butterfly over a keyhole. Oh, well, I just found a key with a butterfly on it, Fluttershy said, holding up the key. Then it probably opens that door, Pinkie said, thinking about it. Though, maybe I should open the door. Why is that? Fluttershy asked, a little confused. Well, I just don't want anything popping out and hurting you, Pinkie thought, before looking at Fluttershy's saddlebag. But I guess your music box isn't letting out any noise, so I think it should be safe. My music box? Fluttershy blinked, turning her head to look at the saddlebag. Yes, do you remember when the music box started making noise when the dragon attacked? The music box will let you know when something that is trying to hurt you gets close. So just be careful, all right? Pinkie explained, choosing her words carefully. I see. All right, I'll be careful. Fluttershy nodded, walking up to the door. Rainbow backed up a little from the door, watching as Fluttershy unlocked the door. Oh boy. Watching as Fluttershy unlocked the door. She slowly opened the door to her closet, looking inside the lightly lit room. What? There's a room in the closet? What? She stepped inside slowly, noticing that the things she would normally have placed inside were missing, and in their place was a grandfather clock, with words written on the side of the wall. My hands are frozen, but they weren't always this way. I used to reach for the sky and wave over the crowd, while my friend to my right offered me his snack. What the fuck? What the fuck? That is really weird. What's in there? Fluttershy heard Rainbow Dash ask from behind her. I think it's a puzzle, Fluttershy said, thinking about the words and looking at the clock. I think I know the answer, though, she said, carefully lifting up her hoof to the face of the clock. She turned the long hand to face up midnight, while moving the small hand to face 3. Fluttershy heard a loud click, as if something was unlatched by her actions. She looked at the clock, waiting to see what it would do. when suddenly it began to rush up and out of her vision. Fluttershy let out a cry as she lost her bearings, falling into the giant hole that opened up beneath her. It's a trap! Fluttershy! Rainbow Dash yelled, before the hatch that had opened closed. Wind rushed past her ears, falling into the darkness. She screamed and cried. She had to open her wings and stop her fall, but they were stuck, glued to her sides. Her hooves flailed as she tried to grab something. Anything. She descended into the bottomless darkness. Well, that went extremely well. Not? Haha. So, I really don't get the riddle. I don't know. What? I hate it when I can't solve puzzles. I don't get it! We're at 1 hour and 5 minutes. Holy shit! It's taking so long. Rainbow Dash? Pinkie Pie? Fluttershy called out, trying to reach around for something. Only silence returned her call. She felt her saddleback in her hoof and remembered something she'd seen inside of it. She carefully opened it up before reaching in. She moved the music box slightly to the side before grabbing hold of a lantern in her teeth, pulling it out and turning on the light. Oh shit. She was in a blank room. The walls seemed to be made of cement, worn away by age. The sound of water dripping echoed off the walls. She looked up at the ceiling. A metal grate was sitting in the way of her trying to fly back up the long shaft she had fallen through. How did I get through the grate? She asked herself, not sure exactly what just happened. And why am I not hurt if I fell from such a great distance? She looked at her body, not seeing any damage or feeling any pain. It was as if landing on the hard cement after falling a great height hadn't hurt her. I need to get out of here. I need to meet back up with Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie. Fluttershy thought to herself, quickly looking around for an exit. She saw a metal door along the wall behind her. Okay, I just need to get my bearings, find out where I am, and... Oh, yeah. No. This is going to end up really badly. Fluttershy opened the metal door, revealing to a long hallway, water covering the floor and a small dip in the ground. After a small dip in the ground, the walls looked like they were molding over. The channels seemed to stretch and turn. I have no idea where I am. She had never seen this place before. Why is it flooded with water? She asked as she slowly began to step into it. It wasn't very deep. It only came up to her ankles, but it was enough that the tips of her hair would drag in it. The cool water sent a shiver up her spine, but she headed forward. This is going to end up really badly. The only sound she could hear was the splashing of her steps as she went down the long hall. The quiet hallways seemed to echo her splashing loudly. The darkness of the hallways being lit only by the light of her lantern sent a chill up her spine. She really hoped she could get out of this hallway soon. I thought I saw something behind me. Creepy, right? She rounded a corner along the hallway and found herself facing an intersection. The paths branched out to her left and right. Crossroads. If you don't know what I'm referencing, that's a song by Avenged Sevenfold. Look it up if you want to listen to it. Now, which way am I supposed to go? Fluttershy furrowed her brow in frustration and fear. She didn't want to get lost. Not here. Not with the idea that monsters could be anywhere. Oh shit. Her music began to hiss, letting out the sound of bees buzzing. She grimaced at herself for having jinxed it. The next sound she heard was the slow splashing of steps being taken in the water. Each step seemed to slosh around as it got closer. She looked down both paths. She couldn't tell which way the sound was coming from, and running back would only lead to a dead end. Her attention snapped to the left route when her eyes caught the creature emerging in the light. Her eyes widened as she stared at what was threading through the water. Fucking planes! Jesus Christ! I'm gonna shut my windows here. Well, they're not exactly open. There's little ventilation holes in them that I can shut off. Not helping that much. Fuck. Oh yeah, it was a mannequin. A moving mannequin with no head. Oh, I knew it! Damn mannequins. Those things are so fucking creepy, like, seriously. Its body looked like it was made out of cloth, rotted with age and wear. It had several large seams sewing along it, as if it had been put together and torn apart many times. It had several pale, sickly colors and looked like it had trouble walking. Fluttershy took a step back from the creature. The buzzing of the music box grew louder as it came closer. It reared its front legs up and smashed them down into the water, growing closer to Fluttershy. Her legs acted on their own, her galloping fast down the right path, getting as far away from the monster as she could. The water kicked up and sprayed across her body as she ran as fast as she could through the hallway. The water was slowing her down, but she could outrun that creature. Burp. Wait, what? Oh, shit. She looked behind her as the buzzing of her box grew to a quiet stop. Stop. Jesus. The mannequin couldn't keep up with her. She was in the clear. She slowed down a little, breathing softly as she turned to look in front of her, stopping just short of running into a wall. She had come to another split in the road. She looked down the right path, not seeing anything unusual. Oh no. Suddenly her music roared with its buzzing. I presume that's music box? As her head snapped to the left, right before her body was hit by two hind legs, sending her flying down the right path. She hit the water with a huge splash as she skidded along the ground. She winced in pain as her skin burned and her chest ached. The lantern had landed just next to her head with a splash in the water, cutting the light from the area. Oh, shit. Oh, no. She groaned in pain, feeling a welt beginning to form on her chest as she groggily reached out for the light. She managed to grab the handle, lifting the lantern from the water. She could hear the steps of what had attacked her shifting through the water, getting closer slowly. She frantically moved to turn the lantern back on. It gave a few clicks without turning on, making Fluttershy grimace to each click. She desperately turned the knob again and again, praying for it to light up. The flame came to life, illuminating the mannequin whose front hooves now stood raised over her. The legs came down, striking her body. Fluttershy wanted to scream, but the handle of the lantern in her mouth just caused her to bite down. The hoofs of the mannequin against her skin as it dragged its hooves. Pain soared through Fluttershy's mind as she winced her eyes shut, biting down onto the lantern so hard that she began to bleed a little. Aww. Tears rolling down her eyes as she couldn't stop her attacker. I need to be strong right now, alright? Yes. Her eyes shot open as she whipped her head around to look back at the mannequin, it raising its hooves once more to come down hard on her. Forcing every ounce of strength into her hooves, Fluttershy swirled her body around before kicking the mannequin with her hind legs. The mannequin stumbled a tiny bit, forcing itself to put its hooves back on the ground. Fluttershy internally cursed herself for being so weak, but was able to get back to her hooves. She turned and began to run again, escaping from the tormented creature. She felt like her lungs were burning. Each hoof step seemed to only intensify the pain in her chest, but she had to keep going. Run, Forrest, run! She rounded another corner, seeing another split before her. the buzz of the music box returning. She swiftly moved her head back and forward, seeing the mannequin trying to head for her, trying to attack her. She wouldn't let it this time. She turned down the left path and ran away from it. She looked up ahead of her and saw an opening. She rushed forward, putting all of her might for this one point of escape. She jumped out of the water, landing on dry land as she reached out for the door and opened it, escaping before shutting it. Fluttershy panted heavily, leaning against the cold steel door. She felt like her chest was on fire, burning from behind, tossed and slammed. She could feel blood trickling down the side over from where the creature had cut into her, as she felt where she had been hit slowly starting to swell. She could only let out gasping groans and pants of pain as she tried to breathe, her lungs feeling like they might burst with each breath of air. There were monsters, just as Pinkie Pie had said there were. Her music box had warned her of the creatures, too. But when she had been struck, she couldn't find the strength to stand up. She had been willing to lay there and take it. She would have let the mannequin do whatever it had intended to her. But a voice struck out in her mind. It was Rainbow's voice. She had told her to be strong. Fluttershy put the lantern down for a moment, wiping the blood from her mouth with her wet hoof. She was soaked. The water had drenched her completely. She needed to dry off, and she needed to put something on her wounds. She looked at the room she had just entered. It was a room similar to the one she had fallen into. There was a ladder in the middle of it, leading up into a hole, with a faint light shining above it. Fluttershy adjusted her aching jaw, gently spitting out some blood that had been pooling in it. She then gingerly picked up the lantern and turned it off, placing it back into the bag. She rubbed her jaw gently. I need a better way to get light. She thought to herself for a moment. She couldn't keep holding the lantern with her mouth if she was going to keep biting down on it. Fluttershy slowly walked over to the ladder, beginning to climb it up one hoof at a time. How does a pony climb a ladder? Seems like something rather difficult for me, but guys, maybe I'm being a little bit over realistic over here. This is cartoon ponies we're talking about, So don't go all angry over it in the comments. The ladder seemed to stretch far into the hole. Fluttershy could barely see to the top of the ladder, though she could still see it. A faint light was shining down the hole, illuminating her path. The water in her remaining coat felt like it was holding her down, but it was slowly dripping off her body. With a few final grunts, she managed to pull herself to the top of the ladder, pulling herself to the wooden floor and let herself lay on it, panting as she breathed. Her eyes felt a little heavy, but she couldn't let herself lose consciousness yet, not till she at least tended to her wounds. I'm rapidly running out of syrup to drink. Fuck. She was in a house. She couldn't tell whose house it was, but it must have been a house in Ponyville. It was small, but it was cozy. She grunted as she slowly got to her feet, moving to where she could see a bathroom in the house. She pulled 2 towels that were hanging on the wall and placed them against her body. She winced as the cotton landed on the scratches on her back, but bore the pain for a moment. She rubbed the towels against her hair and coat, getting as much water as she could off her. When she felt she was dry enough, she looked at the wounds in the mirror. The scratches on her back were deeper than she had thought, but weren't too serious. What worried her more was the deep blue mark that had appeared on the side of her chest from where she had been kicked. Her teeth were a little red as well, but it only seemed to be minor bleeding. It stopped on its own. Yeah, those things tend to heal relatively quickly. She looked through the bathroom drawers and found a bottle of antiseptic and a few bandages. With very careful hooves, she cleaned her wounds, grimacing and gritting her teeth as the alcohol burned. Once it was clean, she carefully placed the bandages against the wounds and wrapped it a few times around her body. A few tears escaped her eyes as she grimaced in pain, but she had to make sure the bandages were on securely. She panted once the whole procedure was over. She wobbly stood on her hooves and inspected the bandages. They'd go for now, but she needed a serious medical evaluation once she could find a doctor. Her eyes grew heavy as she slowly wandered out of the bathroom. She couldn't go outside like this. If she was attacked, she wouldn't have the strength to run away. Fluttershy wandered up to the nearest couch and gently slid her back off, placing it next to the couch before getting on top and curling up. Rainbow Dash, Pinkie Pie, where are you two? Fluttershy thought as she began to close her eyes, a few more tears escaping. Please, I need you two with me. I need you to be strong now, alright? Oh, alright. I promise I will be. Fluttershy said, holding back her lonely sobs. She had to be strong. She told Dash that she would be. Fluttershy slowly but surely fell asleep. And it's only 1 hour and 20 minutes, but it feels like it's been forever! Forever! It seems pretty interesting so far. At least she attacked her enemy, which Pinkie Pie did not. Not that that's a bad thing. See, how long is this chapter? It is, holy fucking shit, this is long. Sometimes I hate that I have to read these stories, but still they keep me interested. And that's the last of my drink. I still got 1 cup left. Fluttershy snapped awake when the loud explosion rocked the house. A vase that had been placed next to the couch came crashing to the ground, shattering in pieces. What was that? She asked, moving quickly to get off the couch. She instantly regretted the fast movement, twisting her body in a way it didn't approve as her chest roared at her in pain. She collapsed on the floor, panting as her chest throbbed. For the moment she had forgotten about her injuries. She groaned as she carefully sat up, making sure not to offend her wound. She inspected her dressing carefully. Her injuries hadn't bled any more than expected during her sleep, and the recovery was about where she would have expected it for a bit of sleep. She carefully got back to her hooves and took a few steps. She then stretched her wings before wincing slightly and shutting them back closed. She could move, she could walk, she could fly with a bit of pain, but she still wasn't about going to fly. But she still wasn't about to go flying around. How long was I asleep? Fluttershy asked aloud. She hadn't meant to fall asleep. Her body had done it almost on its own, as if on instinct. I got separated from Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie. I should have been looking for them, not sleeping. Fluttershy felt awful for having left her friends alone, even though it was against her will. They were probably worried about her. They must have gone to look for her. Oh, I hope you two are all right. Fluttershy tried not to let her voice hold her back, before moving to the front door of the house she was in. The door was locked. She stared at the door in shock. The door was locked from the inside. Burp. Above the handle to the door, there was a doll-shaped symbol hovering over the lock. What? Why is this door locked? Man! Fluttershy frowned, staring at the door. She had to get back outside and see what was going on. She turned back around to look at the house in closer detail. Would have been more fun if she would just kick it in. That's weird. Where was I? She turned back around to look at the house in closer detail. It was a small, quaint little house, but it didn't look like a house that would normally be built in Ponyville. She hadn't noticed it till just now, but the building material was the kind you would find in a Cloud City. Material that was made specifically for sitting on clouds. Huh? This is a cloud house? Fluttershy looked around baffled. But the only cloud house in Ponyville is Rainbow Dash's house. Fluttershy was confused. She didn't know whose house this was, as it certainly wasn't Rainbow Dash's. I are confused. She looked at the vase that lay broken on the floor, noticing something unusual about one of the broken pieces. Getting closer, she could see that it wasn't really a piece of the vase at all, but something that must have been inside of the vase when it broke. She carefully picked it up, examining the item. It was a white coin with the shape of a cloud on it, with tiny writing engraved on the edges that read, "The Floating Cloud." She had never been one to take things from other ponies, but something told her she was supposed to take this with her. Maybe it was Pinky's words about what was going on in this place. Maybe it was a gut instinct, or maybe it was just something about the coin looking valuable. She carefully placed the coin in her bag before looking back at the house. Her eyes drew to movement she hadn't noticed before. Outside of a door in a hallway in the house, there were several moths flying outside the door. This seemed odd to her. The moths seemed to have no reason to be gathering by the door, unless perhaps there was some kind of food behind the door they couldn't reach. She walked up to the door and carefully pushed it open. Oh, shit. Dead ponies. Dead ponies everywhere. Nah, I'm just kidding. I don't know. The door gave way, opening to what appeared to be someone's study. The moth didn't seem to move still, confusing her, but she slowly entered the study regardless. I still keep thinking I'm seeing something move in the reflections of my laptop. The walls were lined with books on various subjects. She could recognize several different topics. Most of them were about cloud buildings. Some were poetry books, while others looked like business books. They all shared the same markings, though. They were books from Cloudsdale. Fluttershy slowly walked up to the desk that sat at the end of the room. There was a book open on the desk. Curiosity got the best of her, and she read what was on the open page. Patient has shown symptoms of a weakened immune system. The case continues to grow more baffling as it now discredits all prior diagnosis of what was wrong. Every step forward causes 2 step backs. I have to start going through new tests to determine what the cause of her illness is. I don't have much time, though. Her heart is growing weaker. The muscles are growing thinner the more time passes. I fear it'll rupture before too long. I'll have to start her on another set of medication. She won't like being on any more drugs, but we have to prolong this as long as we can. June 23rd, 983. Medical case 1156. Entry 14. Dr. R.K. Mandus. It was a book recording medical cases through the years. The book was open to one of the last entries in the book, recording the case of an unknown disease that had sprouted up before the turn of the millennium. It seems the book went on to explain about it in other entries. Huh? Fluttershy looked at one of the pages. It was intended as if something was lying underneath the page. She lifted the page up to look, seeing a small brown coin with the shape of a house on it. Written in tiny text on the coin were the words, "The Old Home." She carefully picked the coin up, placing it in her bag. Brown coin added to your inventory. Press E to check your inventory. She was curious, though, as to why the book was open on that particular page, or why the coin had been hiding just underneath it. She had always seen a lot of medical books around the house, and she'd read a lot of them. That's how she'd become good at tending to the sick and injured. Next to the book, she noticed something that looked like a long piece of thick string. It was curled up on the desk in a coil, as if waiting for someone to use it. Oh, hey, I think I can use this. Fluttershy thought as a light bulb felt like it had turned on in her head. She carefully reached into her bag and pulled out the lantern. Her jaw still ached a little from biting down on it, but it certainly didn't hurt as badly now. She placed the lantern down on the desk before taking the string and looping it through the handle. She carefully tied the string into a knot. With now looping onto itself, she made a makeshift rope net. She had a makeshift necklace. She carefully placed the necklace around her neck, testing the string. It seemed to be supporting the weight of the lantern just fine. The lantern hung just in front of her chest, comfortably. She carefully turned the switch to test out how hot the lantern would get, the flame coming to life. Nice. She let it sit on her chest for a moment, then walked around slowly, then jumped around as best as she could without making her injuries scream at her. The flame danced to her movement, but never made the lantern too hot. It felt warm against her coat. The lantern hanging before her gave her good lighting in front of her, though she'd have to turn around if she wanted to see something that was behind her. Oh, Fluttershy, you are so smart. She chuckled softly at her own ingenious. She turned the lantern off for the moment, since the house had plenty of light for her to see. But now she could still have light and not hurt her jaw any more than she had to. Nothing else seemed out of the ordinary, though. It was just an average study. She turned around and headed out of the room, leaving the rest of it as it was. She looked up at the moths that still circled outside the study. She was still confused at their flight pattern. Her study of moths showed that they usually prefer to travel following some source of light or near sources of nectar. These particular moths just seemed fascinated with circling around the air before the door. Weird. She pushed the thoughts out of her mind for the moment, seeing that in front of her was now an open doorway into the kitchen. She curiously stepped into it, looking at the small but quaint kitchen. She could smell something sweet. Turning her head to look at the table, seeing a pie simply sitting on it. Who left the pie here? Yeah, what's up with that? What's up with that? Fluttershy asked curiously, walking up and looking at the pie. It smelled like an apple pie, though thought there was a particular extra scent to it, as if a special ingredient had been added to its making. The scent reminded her of her mother. Aww, she got made into a pie. Oh, Pinkie, you bastard. Oh, I kid, Pinkie Pie. That's horrible. I'm sorry. It will be interesting, though, she just makes cupcakes out of ponies. Why not pies, Bet Soren would like one. There was someone she hadn't thought about in a long time. Besides the dream, she hadn't thought about her mother in a long time. She felt guilty about that. Her mother had died of a disease when she was young, leaving her and her father to fend for themselves. Mother, Fluttershy quietly murmured, trying to remember her mother fondly. Images of the pink-haired mare flashed through her mind briefly, though for some reason they all felt hazy, as if she couldn't focus on the very memory she had of her mother. If she tried to concentrate harder on the memories she remembered liking, it seemed to just haze out even more. It's definitely got something to do with her mother. Maybe with her dad as well. Fluttershy rubbed her head in confusion. She'd never have trouble thinking about her mother before. What was different now? Was it because she was in this strange place? Was it the side effect of Twilight spell? It was the only thing that made sense to her. Ooh. She looked at the pie longingly, but though it smelled good, she couldn't bring herself to try it. Something just didn't seem right to her about it being there. She saw something glint next to it, though, drawing her attention. Next to the pile was a gold coin with what looked like a young mare on it. In tiny writing, the words, "The Chat Mare," was written. Huh. That's different. She instinctually added to her bag alongside the others. She still wasn't sure what possessed her to collect them. She turned from the table and walked out of the kitchen. The house seemed small. She was already outside the last door she hadn't checked yet. Uh-oh. She carefully pushed the door open, peering inside. It was a bedroom, though she could only tell that from being a bed pressed up against the wall. The only other furniture in the room was a drawer with a glass case on it, and on the front of it appeared to be indentations. Fluttershy carefully walked up to the desk, getting a better look at it. The indentations were in the shape of coins, with 5 holes. On the glass case she could see a note that had been taped down. Only 3 of 5 exist in this world. In the morning, noon, and night the quiet wind blows through the world, giving the world its shape. When the sun beats down, it brings its heat. Cold and water disappear into the sky. It waits for those to arrive so that a home can be built. The world awaits, sitting quietly and empty. It doesn't take long. They arrive and they build. What was once empty is now filled. But though it is filled, it's not filled with joy or fun. Instead, there is a quiet, unspoken misery. Fluttershy read the note twice, thinking about what the note was saying. The jar had 5 spots to fill with coins, and she had brought down 3 with her. Well, she found 3 of them, and as it says, only 3 of 5 exist in this world. Fluttershy read the note twice, thinking about what the note was saying. Oh, wait. Her instinct had yielded results, but now she just had to figure out what this meant. She reached into her bag and pulled out the 3 coins, looking at each in its shape carefully. Okay, when water is evaporated by the heat of the sun, it becomes vapor, which the vapor then turns into clouds. Fluttershy surmised as she carefully put the floating cloud in the second spot, figuring the first lot must be empty, similar to the effect of wind. Smart. Next, they build a home in the empty, quiet. Fluttershy thought leaving the spot next to the floating cloud empty and placing the old home in the slot. That just leaves this coin in this slot. She placed the Chat Mare in the final slot. Puzzle solving, yes! Nice! The disc let out a loud click, confirming that she had done everything correctly. The glass case on the drawer swung open slowly, revealing a small lever inside of it. Curious, Fluttershy carefully placed her hoof on the switch and flipped it. Secret rooms. Cupcakes. Nah, I'm just kidding. Cupcakes is another story. Her ears perked up as she heard the sound of something moving. She turned her head and saw that a door-shaped hole had opened in the wall that wasn't there before. Inside was a dim staircase that led down into what looked like a basement. Wait a second, this is a cloud house. Oh, okay. That's different. A basement in a cloud house. I've never heard of that before. Fluttershy looked cautiously down the staircase. It was dark. She couldn't see past a few feet down them. Her music box was still silent, so she assumed there was no trouble just yet. She turned the light on her lantern on and began to make her way down. The walls seemed to be damp as she walked further down into the darkness. There was the faint smell of wet mildew that emanated from the darkness. But she continued to walk further down. She wasn't sure what would be waiting for her, but the area had been hidden, so her instincts told her something was waiting at the bottom. The stairs flattened out, opening up a wide open basement. Fluttershy looked around, taking in the sights of the gray, moldy walls. She could hear the sound of dripping water, spotting droplets dripping from the walls and ceilings. The floor had small puddles of water from where the water had collected. Her eyes wandered the rest of the room before noticing something in the corner. Dead ponies. It was a small pony doll, worn and torn from years gone by, covered in stitches and rotted with age. It's Smarty Pants. Smarty Pants. I hate Smarty Pants. Fluttershy felt a pang of nostalgia looking at the doll. It was a very similar doll to one she had as a child. However, the one she owned wasn't so riddled with stitched or aged so badly. It was sitting in a storage box in her house, waiting for the day she'd pass it down to a little filly or colt of her own one day. Next to the doll was an open and messy sewing box. Spools of thread and needles were scattered around it, as if someone had dropped the case in a hurry and left it there. She figured it must have been the case that used to help sew the doll back together. She turned from the doll and Kid looking around further, before noticing something glint on the ground. She carefully walked over to it, noticing a key on the ground. She leaned in closer, noticing that the key had the shape of a doll on the end of it. Oh, this must be the key to that door. Uh-oh. Fluttershy smiled before picking it up and placing it in her bag. Now she could hopefully leave this house and start looking for her friends. Her ears pricked up as she heard a strange noise far off in the distance. It sounded as if a siren was going off, warning the town about something. Oh, shit. Yeah, I see what's happening. The sound sent a chill up her back, but she couldn't explain why. Something was off, putting out the sound of the siren. She felt like she had to get out of the basement right away. She turned herself around and began to quickly walk back up the stairs she had just come down from. But something seemed off. She couldn't tell what it was right away, but something about the stairs seemed different from when she had just walked down them. The smell of mildew was stronger. The steps seemed more slick than they had when she was coming down. The sound of dripping water grew louder. It almost felt like water was coming from everywhere. I see what's happening. Her ears picked up again at what sounded like rushing water. She turned the light up the stairs behind her, hearing the sound from below her. Her eyes widened as she saw that water was rapidly beginning to fill the bottom of the stairs. White froth from the bubbles raged at the surface of the rising water as it filled the stairs. Fluttershy one tip, run! How far are we actually in? Oh, nearly 2 hours already, and we're barely past the second fucking chapter. Goodness grief. Without wasting a second longer, Fluttershy turned on her hooves and began to run, panic coursing through her body, pushing her to run as fast as she could. Each of the steps were coated with water, almost causing her to slip with each rushed step she took. She could hear it quickly filling up behind her, drawing closer as she ran. If she didn't get back to the top of the stairs, she was going to drown. Oh no. Her front hoof slipped, sending her face into the stairs. Ouch! She yelped in pain, but quickly stood back up, trying to shake the pain off. Her back hoof touched the swelling water, and she burst into full panic, her legs stretching out and forcing herself to climb the stairs faster than she ever thought it would be possible for her to do. I should be out of here by now. The stairs weren't this long. I should be back in the room by now. Her mind screamed as she ran. Her chest was yelling at her, screaming that it was being put on her too much strain. Her face ached with a dull thud. She pushed all that aside, trying to make it an afterthought. She couldn't die here. not drowning in some staircase when she needed to find her friends. The water began to splash against her back hooves, drawing closer still. She panted heavily as she was struggling to stay away. The stairwell suddenly made a sharp turn into a large opening, the stone steps being replaced with a metal fire escape, circling around a large shaft that reached into the sky. Fluttershy couldn't see where it opened up at, but she wasn't about to stop. She began to run up the metal stairwell, having to turn every few feet to go up this square spiraled staircase. Oh, those are annoying. They really are. The water was swelling up even faster now. Her hosts were doing their best, but she could tell that she wasn't going to be fast enough. Fluttershy, fly. Oh no. Her heart leapt out of her chest and into her throat as breathing became harder for her forced exertion. The water swelled, the backs of her hosts falling into the water. Fluttershy cried and did her best to run, but the resistance and churning of the water instantly slowed her down. The water level rose up her legs, over her body. Fluttershy took in one last final gasp of air before the water rushed past her head, finally submerging her. She flowed her host in the water, trying to reach the surface. She was panicking. The water current was pushing her body, and she was having difficulty orienting herself to follow the direction of the rising water. She put everything she could into swimming upward, but her body was feeling the strain. Her light had gone out when submerged in the water, and she was quickly getting disorientated, unable to tell which direction was the right one. The water swirled around her. It clawed at her body and mind. She could barely think. The world was quickly being lost to her. Her burning lungs forced her mouth to open, the air escaping from her lungs, wanting to be replaced with fresh oxygen, but only water was awaiting her. She wouldn't be in this world for much longer. Damn, this is so long. It's horrible. Come on in, the water's fine. Fluttershy smiled happily as she gently floated around the quiet lake, looking at Rainbow Dash, who seemed to be hesitant about entering the water. Sure, I'll be right there. Rainbow forced a smile to her face as she slowly began to put a hoof in the water. She slowly began to walk into the water, though she didn't tread too far. She kept herself at about half a leg's length above the water. Do you not feel like swimming? Because we could do something else, if that's what you want to do. Fluttershy said, slowly swimming next to Rainbow Dash, looking a little worried. It's not that. It's just... Rainbow looked away as if embarrassed. I can swim, but I'm not very good at it. Oh, is that all? Well, I can teach you how to swim better. Fluttershy said, smiling comfortably as she swam up next to Rainbow Dash before standing up in the shallows. Well, I've never really been much on practicing my swimming. After all, I've always been a fast flyer by nature. Water just seems slower in comparison. It's too heavy to get a good momentum going. Rainbow furrowed her brow as she kicked the water. Whoa! Fluttershy thought about this moment before smiling. Well, I can teach you how to use your wings underwater so that it's similar to flying. You can actually get going pretty fast if you do the technique right. Really? There's a way to do that? Rainbow said, rather surprised. I am as well. Of course, though it takes a lot of practice to get right. There are a lot of subtle movements, so you've got to position your body correctly so the water will drag less as you swim, but it's possible. Fluttershy smiled proudly, feeling good about knowing something Dash was interested in, in that she didn't know about it yet. You have to show me. If I could incorporate swimming into my tricks, if you say what is true, Rainbow grinned eagerly. Of course I'll show you. Fluttershy giggled softly before moving back into the deeper waters. Now, watch carefully. She spread her wings in the water as she prepared to show off to Dash for the first time. Fluttershy's eyes shot open in the dark waters as she spread her wings out. Her host flailed around for just a moment before catching the rail on the metal staircase. She put her hind legs on the rails as her wings adjusted, battered by the current. Derp, 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 herp, derp, 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 derp. But she could do this. She kicked off with her back legs and she moved her hoofs forward. Flattening her body, she began to move rapidly in the water. Her wings bent and moved as they very carefully moved with the rushing water, moving the water around her wings to give her forward momentum. She could feel the water rushing all around her, trying to drag her back down. She began to flap her wings precisely, scooping the water and pushing against it, thrusting herself forward as she slipped gracefully through the water. Her mind and body reeled and ached and screamed and tried to tear her apart, looking for relief from her pain, from the inferno in her chest, from the wounds telling her she had to stop. Nothing could make her stop, though. Never! She gritted her teeth. She narrowed her eyes. She flapped her wings to every last ounce of strength she could muster as she swam up through the dark abyss, needing an exit. Yes! A dim light filled the edge of her vision as she spread her wings fast, grabbing as much water as she could and powering them down to thrust her to the edge of the light. The loud gasp echoed among the sound of splattering water as her head surfaced from the water. She coughed and gasped, hacking and wheezing as she scrambled for an edge to the water. Grabbing a hold of the floor, she threw both hooves on the ground, holding her up as her lungs accepted the sweet, sweet relief of air. Well, that went great. Her head was throbbing like mad. Her body felt like it had been torn apart, and every muscle in her body was telling her she was lucky to be alive. She coughed up water that had entered her lungs. She grimaced unpleasantly as the pain became more and more apparent to her. Her echoing pants bounced back into her ears, making her realize just how lucky she truly was. For a moment she had accepted death and inevitably that she would have no choice but to die in that cold, watery hell. The water was cold. She hadn't noticed in her panic, but she could feel herself shivering as she floated in the now calm water. She groaned as she pulled herself up, using any strength left to escape the water. Uh-oh. She managed to drag her legs out of the water, before slowly pulling her tail out as well. She lay on the floor panting, drenched in the cold water, breathing heavily as everything ached. She felt her eyelids closing slowly, wanting to drift off into sleep to calm down. No! Her mind snapped at her, forcing her eyes back open. Fluttershy, you just almost drowned, not to mention you're drenched in freezing water. If you go to sleep without anyone around you, you may never wake up again. The oxygen deprivation may put you in a coma, as sleeping in this cold could result in hypothermia. You cannot go to sleep right now. I'm out of breath as well. She panted as she could feel the onset of her panic returning. Her medical training was coming back to her now. It was fine before when it was just some lacerations and bruisings, but this was much more serious. She couldn't go to sleep. She had just saved her life, and she couldn't let it slip away from her so easily. She tried to stand up, get back on her hoofs. Her legs shook tremendously. She could barely put any weights on them before they slipped from under her hoof. How far are we in now? Nearly 2 hours, and I've only done like 2 chapters. Fucking shit. This is probably going to be my longest reading ever. She tried to wait, no. She felt her heart rate accelerating. Good. Stay awake. My panic just might be my friend right now. She grunted as she did her best to stand. She had to get up. She had to start walking. With the last of her strength, she found her legs and was standing. Her legs were shaking like mad, but she was standing. She very carefully began to shake her whole body, harder than her body's natural shaking. The water on her coat scattered as best as she could muster. There was no way she'd get it all with her being so tired, though. She tried to look around for something to support her, but the light was too dim to see anything. She looked back at the lantern that was still pressed smartly against her chest. She needed the warmth of the flame right now. She clicked at the lantern, flipping the switch several times. She prayed that despite the water logging, that it would work for her. By some miracle, the flame appeared once more. Somehow, the oil in the wick were still usable. Her head was groggy, shaky as the world seemed to spin around her, but she did her best to get a look at the world. She was in a small square room with a doorway open to what seemed to be a lobby outside. A large square hole was in the middle of her current room, filled with the water she had just escaped from. She carefully began to walk out of the room with the cold water into the lobby. Every step made her body shudder and cry, putting her on the verge of collapsing with each step. She needed towels to dry off. She needed to wrap up in something warm. She needed to put some food and drink in her. She carefully walked towards the desk she saw in front of her. There were 3 things on top of it that she instantly took notice of. Getting a bit paranoid here. Oh, wait, is this chapter 3? The first was a map of where she was. It read Cloudsdale Hospital in bold letters before showing the layout of the 2-story building. Cloudsdale Hospital? She stammered out loud unintentionally. She could hear the frailty in her voice, but she had spoken anyway. This hospital was where her father had worked, the best doctor in all of Cloudsdale. He had saved more lives than most other doctors had combined. It was thanks to him that she had learned all the medical knowledge she had for taking care of animals and other sick ponies. If she was in the hospital, she was sure to find all the supplies she'd need to take care of herself. Fluttershy quickly took note of where the patient rooms were. She'd have to come to pick up the map. She'd have to come back to pick up the map. Her bag would soak the map and ruin its use for her at the moment. The next thing she saw on the desk was a bottle labeled health drink. She remembered them from her visits to the hospital. They were a special type of medicine that helped relax and cure the body. She needed it right now. She carefully unscrewed the top of the drink before pouring the contents in her mouth. She chugged the whole bottle hungrily. Cat scratching my door. Being annoying. And we're nearly at the 2-hour mark. Holy shit. The whole bottle hungrily, the mixture tasting a bit like bitter strawberries, but felt soothing going down her throat. She finished the drink and gave a moment to sink in. Almost instantly, she felt some of her exhaustion beginning to wane. The pain that had been screaming at her began to fade, growing numb. Her eyesight strained more, and her mind lost some of the foggy haze that had been floating around in it. She could tell the drink had a painkiller-like effect to it. She wasn't truly feeling better just yet, but it was alleviating the pain so that she could feel better. It was now, with her head feeling cleaner, that she was able to get a look at the lobby for the first time. The lobby was made of rustic steel that was growing some kind of mold. The walls were falling apart from age, mold and being soaked with water. The roof was caving in many places. The waiting chairs and tables were falling apart in pieces and torn into shreds. There were overturned wheelchairs and gurneys. Some spots on the floor had bloodstains on them. The whole room seemed to scream that it was nothing but a vile place. Fluttershy turned her attention away. She didn't want to focus on the state of the room. She had to attend her body's needs first. But before she left, the last thing of notice on the lobby's desk, a note that looked like it was written hastily in red pen. Oh shit. I locked it away. It can't hurt us anymore. The staring. Oh, Luna, the staring. They erected it, but it won't go away. It's judging us. It knows. But it can't hurt us without it. I locked it away. But should I need it, I have this code. Hide. The note didn't make any sense to her at the moment, but she felt like it must be important. She'd come back for it as well. She stepped away from the counter, taking in her new vigor to move past it, and through the double doors behind it. She appeared in a hallway, one she was familiar with from her childhood. Though the place had aged into despair, she still recognized it. She quickly made it over to the first room she could find and pushed it open. Inside was an examination room, though the cabinets were falling apart and the table looked like it had fallen to disuse. It still was an examination room. Fluttershy carefully removed her saddlebag from her back and placed it on the table before moving to broken counters. She found various supplies, fresh bandages, a few more health drinks, towels, and gauze pads, everything she'd need to get herself feeling back to her top form. As she began to work delicately on drying herself and applying fresh bandages, she didn't notice the soft hissing that began to emanate from the music box inside her bag. Oh, be careful, Fluttershy. There's something coming out to kill you. Chapter 4. Okay, so I'm gonna stop here for a sec, because I'm just... Jeebus. This story is gonna take like 2 hours. It's gonna take like 2 more hours. We're at the beginning of chapter 4. There's 7 chapters. So this is probably gonna be like an hour or 4. So I will be back. Alright, so my recording, yeah, it's been a second for you guys. And for me, it's been about 5 hours. Because I had dinner after that. I just want to do some stuff for myself. I'm going to talk to some Skype friends. So yeah, that took quite a while. So, but yeah, we're going to continue on with this. Okay, so chapter 4. Yeah. So yeah, I resupplied on stuff to drink. And I still make it too sweet. Oh man. But whatever. Let me see this. Yeah. Okay, Silent Ponyville, Chapter 4. Fluttershy let out a soft sigh as she lay on the floor of the examination room. A towel was draped over her head as she breathed slowly, trying to calm herself down and feel better. She had redressed her wounds. Her cuts had reopened in the water and were slowly healing again. Her muscles still ached, though the health drinks had helped a lot. Her shivering had gone away as well. A sign of her body temperature was returning to normal. She had made a makeshift fire with some of the leftover gauze and bandages, using a small bit of the lantern oil to help it burn. The fire had provided her with a gentle comfort, warming her body and calming her mind as the flames danced before her. It wouldn't last long, but it was serving its purpose. She had hung her bag to help it dry quicker, as well as getting all the water out of the music box. She was surprised she hadn't lost the doll key in the watery mess, though the map of Ponyville hadn't fared as well. It was drying as well, though it wouldn't ever quite be the same. That's interesting, because paper normally, dies in water, you know? Seriously. I wonder what Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie are doing right now. Fluttershy asked herself, staring into the flames. She was feeling lonely without her friends, and she was starting to worry about their safety. This place wasn't welcoming. Already she had brushed with death twice, and both times she had been saved thanks to Rainbow Dash. Rainbow Dash, she muttered quietly, closing her eyes to think about her mare friend. Oh, great. Flashback! This is it! This is my chance! Rainbow Dash squealed happily as she held up a poster to Fluttershy. The Wonderbolts will be having... Wait. Oh, derp. My fault. The Wonderbolts will be having open auditions in 3 months. This is the first time they've ever done this. Apparently they've been so amazed at the talent of upcoming flyers that they want to see and personally invite the best of them to join them. The best of the best to join them. Rainbow Dash let out another squeal as she was practically dancing for joy. That's wonderful, Rainbow Dash, Fluttershy cheered happily for her. You'll finally be able to make your dream come true. I know. Oh, I'm going to have to pick up my practice sessions. This is going to have to call for some new tricks, too. Tricks no pony has ever thought of. The most death-defying and out-of-this-world tricks any pony has ever seen. Rainbow Dash instantly contemplated anything and everything she could do. You shouldn't forget about using the sonic rainboom either. You're the only pony in all of Equestria who can perform it. They'd let you in for sure after they see that, Fluttershy happily said. Rainbow stopped her musing when Fluttershy said that. Lowering her hoof, she'd raced eagerly to the ground. The sonic rainboom, huh? Rainbow scuffed her hoof against the ground, looking a little anxious. What's the matter? Fluttershy asked, noticing the instant change in behavior. Well, to be honest, I haven't been able to perform the Sonic Rainbow since the Best Young Flyer competition. Oh, so this is actually before that episode. Okay, or it's actually gone in that episode. Flight competition. Rainbow Dash seemed to grimace at her mentioning failing to do a move. Really? Do you not remember how you performed it? It's not that I forgot how I did it. Just for some reason, things seem to get too real just as I'm about to perform it. The grounds get too close, or I start to panic about not controlling my speed, or I think that it must be something to perform only on critical occasions, or... Rainbow Dash frantic rant. Oh, sorry, I was supposed to rant that. Sorry! When Fluttershy's lips found their ways to Rainbow's. Ooh. Rainbow's face lit up in a blush at this. I know you can do it, Rainbow Dash. I believe in you. Fluttershy smiled warmly at her mare friend. Aww! Well, I suppose I can always give it another try, Dash said, grinning as she blushed heavily. She spread her wings and shot into the sky at a mighty speed. Fluttershy smiled as she watched her, always loving the way Rainbow flew. I like the way you fly, girl. Rainbow perched herself high up on a cloud, looking over the world. With a quick breath, she sprang up into the air once more, flying around as she began to pick up momentum. Fluttershy watched her fly around, realizing Dash was getting a feel for the air first, before Dash stopped high up in the air, almost invisible against the sun. Then she saw the descent. Rainbow was racing straight for the ground at a tremendous speed. Fluttershy watched in anticipation, as she could see Rainbow Dash beginning to form the cone of air around her body. Fluttershy almost held her breath. Uh-oh. For a moment, it seemed Rainbow hesitated. Fluttershy could see the change in her flight. She put a hoof to her mouth of hesitation that she might go flying backwards as she had so many times before. But at that last moment, it seemed the last-ditch determination fired in her eyes, and her body stretched forward, and suddenly, BOOM! A huge explosion ripped through the sky, a circle of color spreading out as a rainbow shot towards the ground, turning right before it would impact with the ground and rocketing into the sky, spreading a giant rainbow across the sky. Fluttershy cheered, jumping up and down at the amazing sight. Flash forward! Wait a moment. An explosion. Fluttershy's head popped up from where she had been laying on it. Wait a second. Fluttershy's head popped up from where she had been laying it on her hooves. The one that woke me up earlier. That sounded a lot like the Sonic Rainbow. Now she was worried. What reason could Dash have for doing the Sonic Rainbow here? Unless... Oh no! Was Dash being chased by the dragon again? Fluttershy's heart started pounding. She could be hurt or trapped or worse. Her heart lodged in her throat as she stood up quickly, shaking her head, trying to clear her mind as her towel fell to the floor. No, I can't think that way. Rainbow Dash is okay, and I'm sure Pinkie Pie is too. I just have to find them. Fluttershy looked at what remained of the fire before her. It was flickering with its last embers, and it would die out very soon. Okay, I should be dry enough, and my things should be dry enough as well. It's time for me to find a way out of here. I have to find my friends. Fluttershy quickly placed her things back into the slightly damp bag. She made sure to pack some of the extra gauze, bandages, and health drinks as well, making sure she'd have more medical supplies with her should anything happen along the way. It's always good to have extra med kits with you, you know? Yes, quite. This would have to do for now. She closed up and placed it back on her back. Derp. She then returned the lantern to around her neck and turned it on, making sure it still worked before walking out into the hallway. Let me move my laptop screen up a little bit so I can easily read this. Instantly the music box began to hiss and wail with the sound of buzzing bees, as the air seemed to become thick. Fluttershy instantly had to struggle for breath as it felt like the air itself was pressing down hard against her body, trying to strangle the life out of her. Well, okay. That escalated quickly. Holy shit. Her body felt almost frozen as the pressure felt like it was trying to crush her body. Her head slowly turned, looking down the hallway from where it felt like the pressure was emanating. Uh-oh. Her eyes grew wide as her pupils shrunk as she could see the two piercing red eyes staring back at her. It was a tall pony-like creature, one that easily overpowered her. Well, I think every pony can overpower Fluttershy. Let's be honest with ourselves here. His body was covered in darkness that seemed to flow and crawl all around it, almost like dancing flames. As it stared at her, its mouth began to open, revealing a wide mouth, in stark contrast to its black body. Its jagged, sharp teeth bared for her to see. It was grinning at her. Oh, shit. It began to walk towards her, each step echoing with a loud thud through the hallway. As it drew closer, the air grew thicker, and its presence seemed to crush her further, the very air pressing down on her, making her legs shake and her breathing stop as her heart pounded heavily in her chest. As it grew closer, a word began to echo through Fluttershy's mind. Pain. This creature would bring her pain. She had to run from it. She had to get away, but her hooves felt glued in pain. Pain, 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 pain. Why couldn't she run? She had to run. She was going to die if she didn't run, but she was paralyzed by fear. Fear of what? The wrath of this creature? Yes. That's what she had to run away from. I need you to be strong now, alright? Fluttershy's mind snapped back to reality, instantly turning on her hoofs and running as fast as she could. Yes. Run, Fluttershy, run! She was finally able to get air into her lungs as she quickly ran past the doors around her. The hallway was quickly coming to an end, though, and before she could see the staircase to the second floor, she couldn't stop now. She had to run. Her hoofs hit heavily against each step as she ran up the stairs. She seemed to be getting farther away from the creature. The air was breathable, and she wasn't feeling the soul-crushing presence. The music box was slowly growing more quiet. Well, that escalated quickly. She reached the top of the stairs, panting as she took in the stale air. The world still smelled of mildew and rotting materials, but it was better than being in that creature's presence. She quickly began to walk down the hallway out of the second floor, where her music box suddenly began to hiss again. She stopped in her tracks, expecting that black creature to appear before her. Uh-oh. But slowly coming into the view of her lantern wasn't the black creature. It looked like a nurse. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. This is not good. It was wearing the standard Cloudsdale Hospital nurse uniform, a pink hat with a red cross and a pink coat that fit well around the body, but ended just short of the flank so that the cutie mark could be seen, with white stockings on the hind legs and special-made hoof sandals to keep their steps quiet for patients. However, that's where the similarities ended. For the face of the nurse was covered in bandages, hiding its eyes and face. But around its mouth was a metal muzzle with holes for air, but looked like it had been placed to keep the creature quiet. Its uniform was covered in spots of blood, as if it had attacked something, while its white tail seemed spotless. But most striking of all was that around its neck it wore what looked like a black necklace of living flames, as if it had come from the body of the creature from before. Her music began to hiss louder as the creature grew closer. Her head looked back and forth, looking for a way out that didn't involve going back the way she came. Her eyes fell upon double doors just in front of her to the right. She jumped at the doors and pressed on them, praying they were open. The doors swung open and she ran inside, closing the doors behind her. Damn, Fluttershy, you're getting a lot of monsters. Jesus. The hissing of her music box died down as she could tell the creature was nearby. As she could still tell the creature was nearby outside the door. She hoped it wouldn't come breaking the door down. but she now realized that had just set her she had just set herself up in the trapped room. Uh-oh. She had jumped into what looked like a supplies closet. However, most of the supplies had fallen to this world's rotten disrepair. Moths flew around the ceiling of the room, and she could smell blood in the air, but couldn't see any. Uh-oh. No. She looked around, seeing if there was anything that could possibly hide her or keep the creature behind the door away from her. Something glinted against the glare of her lantern on one of the shelves. Huh? She slowly walked over to the glint of light. It was an orange gemstone in the shape of an eye. It was the only thing in the entire room that hadn't fallen into a state of rotting. In fact, it looked pristine, as if it had been taken care of while everything else fell apart. Something about the gem drew Fluttershy to it, as if it was hypnotizing. The jewel itself seemed to be watching her. She gulped down her beating heart and placed the gem carefully in her bag. She'd hold on to it. She felt it was important. She slowly walked back over to the door and placed her ear against it, trying to hear anything. The hissing of her music box had gone silent, and she didn't hear anything past the door. She opened the door carefully, peeking outside and looking around. The nurse had left. It didn't seem like it had tried to chase after her and break the door down. Fluttershy let out a soft sigh in relief, realizing this. She exited the supply room and continued down the hallway from the direction the nurse had come. She felt very strongly about not returning the way she had just come from. Moving forward was her only option now. Yeah, you might not want to go back. There's that black creature and that creepy nurse. Fluttershy looked around carefully at the doors in the hallway. Many had been boarded up with wooden planks nailed to the frames, making sure no one could enter or exit the rooms. Many looked like they had been sealed with some kind of building material, while others just looked like the locks and handles had been broken for ages and wouldn't open. Yeah, that's very well possible as well. And wouldn't open. The hallway ended abruptly with a turn. Fluttershy turning with it to continue down the hall. Something immediately struck her eye as she walked down the hall. She drew closer to it to get a better look at it, when she stopped and stared in surprise. On the wall opposite the doors was a giant mural of Princess Celestia. She was facing the pony, looking at the mural, with a hoof raised and her wings spread out, with an imposing look about her. Above the mural, in large letters, looked like a quote she said once. "Life is the right of every pony. May we all bask in the light together." Fluttershy blinked in awe at the mural. She had never seen it before. Not in all the years that she had been to the hospital, at least. Not to mention, something struck her as being odd about the mural, as if something was missing. It looks the same, but it feels like something is missing. Season 3, anyone? Nah, I'm just kidding. Where was I? Her eyes were missing. In their place were indentations in the wall, looking as if something was supposed to be placed inside of them. Fluttershy carefully pulled out the orange stone she had found in the supply closet and carefully fitted it into the right eye socket. The stone fit in with a click and stayed in place. Now Celestia was only missing one eye. It was likely that the other eye was somewhere in the hospital. Suddenly, the note from the front desk made sense to her. They had locked away the other eye somewhere because Celestia staring was judging them, as if the mirror itself could see something that they did not want it to see. Fluttershy put a hoof to her chin and thought, "So I have to find where they locked the gem away, and the only hint I have is the word hide." Yeah. Interesting. Yes. Fluttershy looked around the dark hallway once more, before quickly setting back down the way she was heading. She looked even closer at the doors now, looking for any door that might have some sort of keypad or to be open for her to check, and see if it would reveal some kind of locked item. That would be too easy, of course, but whatever. Even after another turn in the hallway, none of the doors revealed any answers, before opening up to another staircase heading back down to the first floor. No. She treaded carefully, expecting another creature to start heading for her if she wasn't careful. Yeah, like they did 2 times already. Fluttershy, you are so unlucky. Holy shit. The world remained quiet, though, as she came upon a hallway that she recognized from when she was a filly. It was the testing wing of the hospital, one she remembered frequenting with her mother as she was getting help. In a quiet nostalgia, she began to check some of the doors in the hallway. One door opened for her as she walked inside. "Mother!" came the voice of a little filly. Fluttershy stepped back in shock as she looked at what was happening before her. A ghostly version of her mother was lying on the bed in the room, as a filly version of herself ran up happily next to her bedside. Oh, damn it. "Fluttershy, you came to visit again," her mother chuckled happily, leaning down to pick up the little filly, hugging her as close as she lay in the bed. "Of course, Mother, you know I'll always visit you," Fluttershy chuckled happily as her mother's hair tickled her. "When are you coming home, Mother? I miss you." As soon as the doctors finished their testing today, her mother smiled happily. "Really?" Fluttershy's face lit up happily. "Aw, I'm so seeing that in front of me. That's... Oh. Oh, right to the feels. Oh, that was a blow." Really, her mother chuckled happily at her daughter's enthusiasm. "They say unless it's serious, I can head home today since I'll have your father at home to take care of me. We're so lucky to have him," she smiled. "That's the best doctor in the whole world. He'll make you better and all better in no time." Fluttershy smiled happily. "Oh, that's meh. Indeed he will." Fluttershy's mother smiled happily before turning her head and coughing into a hoof away from her daughter. "You should really be resting," came a deeper voice. The two girls turned to see an older Pegasus with a doctor's coat walk into the room. "Daddies!" Fluttershy smiled happily. "Aww." "Hello, dear," her mother smiled happily. "Hello, you two." He smiled and walked closer. "How are you feeling today?" "Better. My stay here helped, but I'm eager to get home and be with my little one." Mother smiled, rubbing Fluttershy's head happily. You'll be resting there too, you know. You may feel better, but you're not cured yet. But we'll find the cure. Don't you worry." Her father smiled. He looked tired, like he hadn't gotten a good night's sleep in a long while. "I know that feel all too well. Maybe a little bit too well." "I know you will, dear. We'll be a happy family again before too long," her mother said happily before the images faded away. Aww. Meh, that's so sad. Fuck. And then it doesn't go the way they want it to and she still dies. I know the story all too well. Fluttershy didn't know what to make of the images. After they had gone, the room had returned to the state of decay as the rest of the hospital was in. The furniture and cloth was destroyed and old, with the smell of mildew hitting her nose. "Mother," Fluttershy said quietly. She remembered that memory now, though when she had tried to remember it before, it was hazy, but now it was coming in clear as could be. She wondered why, what reason her memories would have for hiding her mother till they showed up like this. Cyclops. Oh, Phoenix Wright. He took a closer look at the room, but nothing else seemed to pop out to her. She frowned a little, hoping she'd find a little more to remember, but it didn't seem she'd be offered any. She slowly turned to back. She slowly turned back to the door and walked out back into the hallway. Walked out back into the hallway. Thank you very much. Oh, so much derp. She let out a soft sigh as she tried to gather her thoughts and try to calm down. She walked further down the hall before her eyes caught the sight of a sign that was lit up above double doors. The sign read ER. Ooh. Wonder what that's all about. I have no idea. Guess we'll find out. She hesitated for a moment. She hadn't been in the ER section of the hospital before, and she was worried about what she would find. However, she gulped down her fears and quickly entered the double doors. Oh shit. She looked around, not seeing any creatures, but the scent of blood caught her nose. She looked down on the ground and saw a trail of blood leading down the ER's hallway, as if something had dragged a pony's body down it. Her gut told her that following the trail was the right way to go, but she dreaded what she would find. She didn't want to see a bleeding corpse. Yeah, about that. You're probably gonna find a lot of dead ponies. Oh, well, this is quite dark. While I choke on my own spit. With another gulp, she began to follow the trail of blood. The trail led under a door at the end of the hallway, a door that looked like it was used for surgery. She carefully pushed the door open, walking into the room. It was indeed a room for surgery. Torn-apart privacy curtains hung from rusted metal rails. A window for observation was broken on one side of the room. A tray filled with rusted medical items lay near a broken table. Various machines and devices lay in various pieces around the room. The disinfected sink was coated with a layer of blood. Uh-oh. The blood trail ended in the middle of the room, leading to a large pool of blood that lay just underneath the surgical table. On top of the table was a wooden blood-stained box with a padlock on it. The padlock had a dial on it for turning numbers to open it. Fluttershy carefully walked up to the box and examined it, before noticing a bit of extra blood on the table that had been formed into words. Why do people like writing stuff in blood? I don't get it. That's a pretty makeshift ink, but still, come on. I guess I'll live with it. It's a pretty good thing, though. You know, makes up for a good story. And there's... fuck. Making a mess out of my desk. Turn. The letters into... NHM blurs. The fuck? The last word was smudged, but it had all been written in blood. She was surprised it wasn't all more smudged. She carefully placed the hoof against the padlock and looked at the 4 dials on it. Each dial went from 1 to 9, creating a 4-digit number code to unlock the box. The note said that the code was the word hide, and the words here say something about turning the letters. Fluttershy thought quietly for a moment, trying to tell her brain what it meant. Suddenly, it seemed to come to her as she placed her hoof against the dial and began turning the numbers. 8, 9, 4, 5. She said out loud as she turned all the numbers to what she thought must be the right combination. The padlock clicked, releasing its iron grip on the wooden box. Fluttershy smiled happily at her own ingenious before carefully moving the padlock aside to open the box. Okay, but one question. How the fuck did she find that out? I don't understand. Turning the letters. I don't get it. I really don't get it. So yeah, let's find out what's inside the damn box. Okay, this is looking forward. Does not seem like it's gonna go well. Inside, she saw what she expected. The other gem that was Celestia's eye, though this one was a dark shade of blue instead of the orange that her other eye was. Fluttershy carefully put the jewel inside of her bag, ready to leave the surgical room. She turned and exited the room, only to be met with the loud hissing of her music box once more. Yeah, here we go again. Her head instantly looked down the hallway, seeing the same kind of nurse heading towards her, blocking off the path of the hallway. Damn it! Son of a bitch. Yeah. Fluttershy looked around, not sure what to do, not wanting to get attacked, but having nowhere to run. She did the only thing she could to do. That's supposed to be think. And pushed herself up against the wall. With that, she very slowly began to walk towards the nurse, hoping the nurse would ignore her and let her slip by. Oh shit. Oh crap. The nurse's head turned to snap and look at Fluttershy as she almost got side by side it. Fluttershy stopped in her tracks as the nurse stopped it well. Uh-oh. The nurse seemed to be staring at Fluttershy through its bandaged face. Fluttershy couldn't see the eyes, but she knew they were staring deeply at her. Fluttershy stared back in return, and she could feel a cold sweat beginning to form on her forehead. The two of them were in a standoff, and Fluttershy didn't want to be the first pony to make a move. The tension was thick, only cut by the hissing of the music box, telling Fluttershy that she was in danger. The nurse finally but slowly turned his head away from Fluttershy before walking past her, heading for the surgical room Fluttershy had just left from. Fluttershy let out a soft sigh from the air she had been holding in from the tension. Oh, there we go. Yep. The nurse turned around instantly, as it suddenly let out a wailing, ear-piercing cry. Fluttershy jumped, running out of the ER hallway as fast as she could. She turned down the testing hallway, running straight for the stairs to the second floor. Uh-oh. Where her music box hissed even louder as she hit a wall of thick air that squeezed down on her as if trying to suffocate her. She skidded to a stop as her whole body felt terror. The dark creature was standing before her once more. It roared at her as its wide mouth opened, the jagged teeth coming down swiftly. Uh-oh. Fluttershy's instinct reacted as she raised a hoof to defend herself. The jagged teeth bore down into her leg, and Fluttershy let out a scream in agony as it felt like her flesh was on fire. Ah! The dark creature twisted its head before quickly snapping it back, picking up and tossing Fluttershy by her leg. Fluttershy slammed into a wall, the air escaping her lungs as pain soared through her. She coughed and gagged on the thick air as the dark creature began to walk closer to her, wanting to strike out once more. Damn it. Why, Fluttershy? Why? No, don't die. Fluttershy scrambled to her legs, her injured leg slipping, causing her to crash face first into the floor, electing another yelp as her bruised face was struck. She managed to turn her head and look at the creature, through blurry, tear-filled eyes. It was drawing too close. She had to escape. She had to get up and run. Instinct struck again as her wings spread out and she flapped them desperately, trying to pick up her body and get away. Get away quickly. Oh no. Is she gonna die? What? Jagged teeth bore down into her wing. Fluttershy screamed even louder than she had before, her sensitive wing being punctured in several places. The dark creature twisted its head again, though this time a loud crack was heard as the bone in her wing snapped. Fluttershy's body flailed once more as her screams echoed through the hallway. The dark creature let go of the maimed wing, seeming to grin happily at its accomplishment. I so hate that creature. You do not touch Fluttershy. I will mess your shit up. As tears streamed down her face, her legs finally found traction. She put all of her strength and focus into running, wanting nothing more than to put distance between her and the dark creature. Her vision was blurred with pain and tears, making it hard to see where she was going. She smacked into the end of the hallway, crying as pain shot through her body from the force of the impact. She shakily looked down the hallway, seeing the blurry outline of the dark creature heading straight for her, continuing its slow pace. Oh, damn it. This is not looking good for Fluttershy, let me tell you that. She reached her good hoof out in front of her and found a door before her. With haste, she opened it, stumbling out. She quickly blinked, whirling her head around. She was on the other side of the lobby. She knew where she was. She could go through the other door, making it up the stairs, and then she could get to the mural. Her music box had yet to cease its hissing, as a figure came into her blurry vision. Fluttershy turned and ran, only looking back to see the blurry outline of her nurse that had been walking towards her. Damn it. Oh, God. I'm not sure she's gonna survive. She probably will, in some way, but... She tripped against the receptionist's chair that lay scattered behind the desk. She didn't have time to let the pain settle in. She had to get up. She scrambled back to her feet and reached the other door. The moment she entered the hallway to the patient's room, another ear-piercing wail cried out. Fluttershy turned just barely in time to see a nurse raised up on her hind legs as the front legs came rushing straight for her. Oh, God damn it. Fluttershy felt the hoofs strike her face as she was sent tumbling back into the wall. She panted as she got back up and tried to look around. She could no longer see out of one eye. Only half the world came to her vision. So now she's half blind. Her leg is injured. Her wing is injured. Fluttershy, you are not doing well. She made out the image of the nurse walking towards her, barely even giving her time to realize she'd been hit. Fluttershy pushed off against the wall and ran past the nurse waiting at her as she ran by. The nurse kind of reminds me of the witch and the spitter. You know, kind of the thing of the spitter, but, you know, kind of like the wailing cries of the witch. If you don't know what that's from Left 4 Dead. I believe Left 4 Dead 2 in specific. She could barely see. Her hoof hit the staircase with a thud, sending her face into the stairs once more. Fluttershy, stay away from stairs, please. Her head was throbbing so much she wasn't even sure what was happening to her body anymore. She only knew she had to get up and keep running. She had to get to the mural. It was her way out. It had to be her way out. She climbed the stairs to the second floor. She wasn't even sure how she did it, but she had managed it. She kept running. She wasn't even sure how she was keeping up pace with her body, but her legs were running. She She made the turn down the second-floor hallway, and the blurry image of the mural was in her sight. She ran straight for it, skidding to a stop right before it. The music box let out a loud hiss as the air began to feel thick. Fluttershy reached into her bag and pulled out the blue eye. The air began to feel like it was pressing down on her, going to crush her body. She fumbled with the eye, fumbling to put it in the right slot. It nearly fell from her hoops. She shifted it hastily into place. She couldn't breathe. The air and pressure was too strong. She swore she could feel breath on the back of her neck as the blue gem clicked into place. The two gems let out a bright light as a loud cry came from her side. The mural began to move, disappearing into the wall. In its place was another dark hallway. Fluttershy ran for it. She ran through the hallway, ran away from the pressure and the thick air. "Run, Fluttershy, run!" It was chasing her. The creature was following her down the long hallway. Her chest was once more on fire, but she could not stop. This is it. She's done. An office opened up at the end of the hallway. A simple office. A desk, a filing cabinet, chairs, office space. Fluttershy crashed into the desk, throwing her hoops over it as she panted in desperation. Her vision was impaired so much now she could only make out the outline of the furniture in the office. The air grew thick once more. She turned her head in fear, watching as the dark creature was drawing closer. Its blood-covered white smile and jagged teeth shone underneath its red glaring eyes. She couldn't see anything but its face. Her breath sounded loud. Her panting was as loud as the beating of her heart in her ears. There was no escaping it this time. The mural had led her to a dead end. There was no escape now. Her vision was filled with the dark creature. It was going to kill her. She would die here, and her friends would never know what happened to her. She muttered an apology under her breath. That should be her breath, as her face continued to be drenched with her tears. The creature was upon her, and her breath stopped. The pressure of the creature's presence was enough to feel like it would stop her heart. It opened its mouth as if it was going to bore its fangs down on her one last time. It stopped. The creature had stopped moving. Something had forced the creature not to kill her. Fluttershy meekly stared at the creature, not understanding what was happening. It had the opportunity to kill her. Why wasn't it taking it? Her ears twitched as she heard the reason. Somewhere in the distance a siren was going off. The dark creature before her began to disappear, as if the siren had called it forth, then summoned it back. The darkness that surrounded the creature's body seemed to burn up. The entire creature went up in a black fire before her, disappearing before it could finish her. The music box ceased its hissing as the creature vanished, leaving her in the office by herself. Oh, that was a close one, Fluttershy. Please, her. A loud click could be heard, before the sound of something crashing to the ground. What? Fluttershy's mind was hazed over. She could barely see. She couldn't understand what was going on, but she dragged herself over where she had heard the sound. Her body moved on its own now, without her guidance. Her body stepped on top of a platform. One she was sure hadn't been there when she entered the room. She felt her body collapse on top of it, laying herself down as she panted. The platform began to move. She wasn't sure how or why, but she didn't care. It was moving up. It was taking her away from the hospital. The platform was moving into the ceiling, through a dark path that she couldn't see what was around her. But she knew she wasn't around danger anymore. The pain was becoming real to her now. Her face came to her attention first. She could feel the swelling around her eye. She was probably also bleeding a lot from her face, but it was hard to tell. Her leg was no longer useful. Using it so heavily in her panic state while it was injured, it had gone completely numb to her. She had probably done irreversible harm to it. It would probably never work the same way again. She could barely make out the blood pouring from it. Her wing. The creature had snapped her wing, broken it. She couldn't help but remark that. Pegasus' wings were strong and sturdy. One could not normally break with a twist of the head. They weren't like birds' wings. And that's an extra comma that shouldn't be there. They were fragile. They were strong enough to lift the entire body of a pony. The entire body a pony. There should be an off there. But hers was now broken. She wasn't sure how, if it could be fixed or not. Okay, that sounds kind of weird. The one thing she knew about broken wings was that they could break two ways. A way that they could be used again, or a way they'd be never usable again. There was very little in leeway. Her thoughts were distracted when the platform came to a stop. It had reached her destination. Her thoughts were distracted when the platform came to a stop. It had reached the destination. She panted heavily. Her body wanted to stay collapsed, absorb the pain that was trying to drive her mad. The only thing that was keeping her sane was the thoughts of what damage had been done to her and what she could do to fix it. But she knew she had to at least get up. If she didn't get up, she couldn't start fixing her wounds. She tried to stand up. She put energy to her legs, but they refused to stand her up. She carefully blinked her one usable eye, trying to open it more than it was, but it refused against her actions. She tried to flap her good wing, but it was pressed hard against the platform by her body. She panted, but she was too tired to panic anymore. She was yelling at herself to get up, but her body was refusing now. Oh man, that was a good one, Pinky giggled happily. Fluttershy's eyes closed tightly, wanting to escape the pain with sleep, but she forced it open. Man, you pull the best pranks, Pinkie Pie, Rainbow Dash laughed alongside the pink pony. Her good front leg lifted weakly off her body as she very carefully placed the hoof against the ground. That was pretty funny, Fluttershy giggled, covering her mouth with her hoofs. Her legs started to lift the front of her body up. Her body jerked in refusal, but she held herself up. Derp. Her back legs began to weakly move now. I told you you'd enjoy yourself, Rainbow said, grinning, putting a hoof over Fluttershy's shoulder. Her back legs slowly moved, placing their hooves against the ground. She lifted herself up. She was standing again. She could feel herself dripping. She was losing blood. Oh, that sex joke. It was dripping. Lol coming. I'm just joking. This is not a clopfic, and we're nearly at 1 hour, and I haven't even gone past the fucking 4th chapter. This is going to take forever. Maybe I should read faster. It's all in good fun after all, Pinkie laughed, bouncing up to Fluttershy. After all, who doesn't love to share a good laugh? She grinned brightly. On 3 legs, she slowly began to walk. She didn't know where she was going yet, but she could feel the need to go forward. You're right. I'm still not sure that I'm good at them, but I love doing them with you two. Fluttershy smiled happily. She loved being around her friends. They gave her such strength. She didn't know what she'd do without her friends. Fluttershy stopped before a mirror. She could see herself now. She could see the bruised half of her face swelling around her eye, the maimed wing, the bleeding leg. She was a mess. With very careful precision, she dropped her saddlebag onto the ground. Using her good hoof, she opened the bag and pulled out a health drink. She very carefully swallowed its bitter contents before placing it down. She then grabbed the bandages in her bag and carefully began to wrap the wound on her leg. I think that's enough for one day, but we should totally do this again. Rainbow grinned at Fluttershy. Oh, yes, I'd love to. Doing this again would make me happy. Fluttershy grinned happily. She could ask for nothing more than spend another day in the loving care of her friends. Damn it, this story's making me depressed. Comments. You hurt my Fluttershy. How dare you? Man, these stories are absolutely the best. I am not even kidding. Chapter 5. Only by putting all of her weight onto it was Fluttershy able to snap off the end of the mop handle. It was just the right size she needed. She gripped it tightly in her mouth, breathing heavily through her nose. Her mind was reeling. Her body was fighting her decision, but it was one she had already made. Uh-oh. This one's gonna hurt. She carefully looked back into the mirror. Her body was starting to shake. She carefully raised the hoof up, her body screaming out as it touched the tender spot. She bit down hard on the stick. Her breathing was stirring into panic breath. The health drink had numbed some of the pain, but it couldn't numb this. She's not gonna... Is she really gonna do that with her wing? Oh! Ugh. She had one shot to do this right, and she had to watch to make sure she did it right. She couldn't close her eye. Yeah, that's actually true. Her heart throbbed in her throat. She could hear every fast and deep breath she took. Her hoof positioning itself just correctly. She readied herself as best as she could, and then, in a swift motion, moved her hoof. Crack! Ugh. If you imagine that like an actual crack of bones, that's actually really disturbing. Fluttershy screamed into the broom handle like she'd never screamed before. The pain was instant and intense, like red-hot knives piercing the back of her mind. Her body collapsed once more as fresh tears poured out of her eye. She panted heavily, laying there as she tried to recover from the pain. She lay there, twitching as her wing throbbed constantly now, in more pain than it had before. She forced herself to stand up, to look in the mirror, to make sure she had snapped it back into place correctly. Okay, that is really giving me the creeps. You know, 'cause I've seen that stuff, and that is messed up, you know. That shit is legitimately messed up, you know, having to snap something back in place. Ugh. Through one eye, she looked at the wing carefully. Despite it being covered in blood, hurting like she'd never felt pain before, she could see that the wing was in the correct shape it should be. She'd managed to snap it back correctly. She prayed that would be enough to keep it usable once it finished healing. She lay down onto her back and held her injured wing straight as best as she could. Only having one hoof to mend her wound was a pain, but she could work around it. She carefully placed the stick on the wing to keep it straight, hoping it would also help in making sure her wing healed. She carefully grabbed the bandages and proceeded to wrap her wing with the stick. It was excruciating, but once her wing was wrapped, she'd finished taking care of her wounds. She panted heavily as she carefully picked herself up, looking back into the mirror to see everything she had done. Her face was half covered now, wrapped in bandages, so only her good eye was visible. Her hoof was bandaged, and now raised in a sling that had been carefully tied around her neck, just below her lantern, so that both could fit around her neck. Her body had been rewrapped for the third time, as well to make sure the first wounds she had received were healing as well. and finally her wing was wrapped in a makeshift cast that she had managed to get to lay flat against her body. How would she even walk with that? You know, 'cause she's lost a hoof, she's lost a wing, she lost an eye. Damn, Fluttershy, you are a fucking badass. Holy shit. She's still going. Like a true fucking commando. She decided the state her body was in. She had a hard time believing that this was real. Yet there would be no doubting the pain she felt. Well, it is actually not real. It's kind of real in a sense, but it's not. If Rainbow Dash or Pinkie Pie are hurt, could they take care of their wounds? Fluttershy frowned, looking at herself. Rainbow Dash is reckless, but she is also strong. She might be alright. She could fight back against the monsters here, but Pinkie Pie? She shook her head. No, Pinkie Pie done this before. As hard as that is to believe, she'll be fine too. Both of my friends are fine. She smiled to herself in the mirror, trying to force herself to be reassured. But it wasn't working well. She frowned again before looking away from herself. I hope they are. She turned and looked at her surroundings. She had wound up in the bathroom after the lift ride, though it seemed the effects of the drenched, rotten world had been left behind for the moment. The bathroom looked like it had fallen to disuse, but nowhere near the levels that the hospital had. She had found a mop in the corner of the room, though it hadn't looked like it had been used in ages. It was time for her to leave, though. She had to go find her friends. She carefully slipped the saddlebag back onto her back, and very carefully coordinating her 3 hoofs, walked out of the bathroom. If now something starts chasing her, I think she's going to have a very bad time. She walked out into a cool breeze, winching a little as the cold air bit against her freshly bandaged wounds. She looked out as best as she could to see where she was, but it seemed that night had fallen, shrouding the world in a veil of darkness. Has it really been half a day? Fluttershy asked herself in shock. She hadn't felt that much time pass, but maybe because of her condition she was having difficulty with being a good judge of time. Well, actually, I would think that would actually have taken multiple days, but I guess not. I'm just wrong. She carefully turned her lantern on, and it illuminated the path before her. Let me just get some drink. There was a dirt road before her, open wide at first, before narrowing down into a forest. She looked around, noticing the building she had walked out of. She knew where it was. It was the boathouse that sat on the edge of Crystal Lake just outside of Ponyville. That meant she was only a short walk away from Ponyville. She could be there in just a minute or two. Hold on, Rainbow Dash, Pinkie Pie. I'm coming to find you. Fluttershy stood determined, before moving as quickly as she could down the path to Ponyville. Uh-oh. Stuff's gonna go down. She was having trouble coordinating 3 hoofs correctly, especially with trying to trot into town. She was wobbly on her legs. Most likely a side effect of not having rested enough, but she kept going forward. Her determination to see her friends was the strongest factor driving her mind right now. Twigs in the forest snapped. Strange noises crept through the leaves. She swore she could hear soft wails in the distant trees, but she forced her mind off the sounds. She had to move past them, move into Ponyville. The path began to open up before her, the dirt path quickly being replaced by the stone streets of Ponyville, the trees spreading apart as she saw the first signs of the homes in Ponyville. She smiled to herself as she returned, happy to be back in a place that seemed more normal than where she had been for the last half a day. Her music box began to hiss, stopping in her tracks. Oh no, they're here too. Uh-oh, zombies! Yep. Fluttershy gulped as she looked into the night, trying to see what was causing her music box to hiss. Sliding into view around the ground before her came a creature. It was in the basic shape of a pony. However, this creature seemed to be no older than a filly reaching marehood. Its body was completely hairless, the skin of the creature looking at it as if it had been deeply bruised all over, many parts of the skin dead or dying with other parts seemed fresh and healthy in comparison. Its ears were folded down, melded with its face in such a way that its eyes were covered. Its long legs pushed its body against the ground. Its front hoofs seemed to be strapped down on its back, as if tied down with its own skin, melding with its body. Ugh. Kinda like a skin straitjacket. Ugh. Nice! As the creature crawled around, it let out a strange screeching cry, not unlike that of rusted metal grinding, unpleasant to the ears, but yet a sad wailing cry. Fluttershy gulped as the creature seemed to push itself all over the place, unable to move in a straight line. Her instinct was to feel sympathy for the creature. Her gut told her it was a creature to be pitied, that it needed her help. Then an image of the dark creature appeared in her mind. That's actually really sad. She carefully stepped around, slowly getting away from the creature, before running deeper into town. She slipped away from the creature, her music box finally going back to silence. She panted softly, looking over her shoulder to the direction she had left the creature. It didn't seem to be able to follow her, which didn't surprise her considering it didn't seem capable of moving in a straight line. She let out a soft sigh, grateful that she could avoid the creature. She really only had enough bandages left to wrap one more wound at best, and she didn't know when she would need it. She carefully began to look around, trying to focus on the buildings around her. She blinked her eyes to gain more focus. If she knew where she was in Ponyville, she could navigate her way around. Uh-oh. Traps. She carefully moved her head around to look, careful not to harm her injuries, as a blur moved across her vision. Huh? She said, quickly turning her head back to the blur. In the distance, as if glowing wide like an angel, was the image of a young filly. Ghosts! If there's something strange in the neighborhood, who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters! Nah, hey kid. Fluttershy stared at the filly, not sure what to say or if to speak up. She wasn't even sure if it was real or not, but it was just a filly standing in the middle of nowhere. The filly let out a giggle before turning around and running away from Fluttershy. Hey, wait, it's dangerous out here, Fluttershy cried out, her instincts acting to quickly chase after the filly. Come back, you shouldn't be alone. If the filly could hear Fluttershy, she didn't seem to be listening. She just continued to run. Turning down the street, Fluttershy followed as quickly as she could, but she was slow and stumbling now. She cursed at herself for having let her get so injured when she needed to help an innocent foal right now. Her music box hissed as from the darkness crawled out another one of those monsters that pushed itself along the ground. Fluttershy ran past it, making sure to avoid even touching the creature. Her whole body was telling her she had to catch up to this filly. The filly turned down another street, and Fluttershy followed as best as she could, nearly toppling over as she slowed herself down with her 3 hooves. She quickly paced down the street, where 2 of the monsters burst forth from the darkness, causing her music box to wail. These 2 seemed to be heading straight for her. With no time for her to move out of the way, she gulped before quickly jumping. The two creatures wriggled their way past her as she landed behind them. She thanked Celestia for having avoided them, before returning her sight to the filly. The filly made one last turn, not down a street, but into a house. Fluttershy felt grateful that the filly had gone inside, but she still had to make sure the little filly would be all right. Fluttershy quickly drew closer to the house, looking it over before gasping. Uh-oh. Dead everything. The house was in terrible condition. It didn't look like it had been used in years. The windows were boarded, the walls were black, holes littered its frame. The gentle breeze caused it to groan very slightly. Oh boy. Fluttershy gulped, getting a bad feeling from the house. However, the filly had gone inside of the house. She couldn't leave the poor thing alone. She very carefully walked up to the door and pushed it open, her lantern illuminating the insides. The door opened up to a decrepit living room. The furniture had long ago been eaten by insects. The table lay in pieces on the ground. Most of the doors were sealed off with wooden planks. The floor was covered in a thick layer of dust. Fluttershy slowly walked into the house. Her footsteps made the house creak and groan, as if struggling to hold her weight. She looked around the living room. Every doorway on the floor she was on was completely sealed. There would be no way for her to get through any of them. On top of that, she couldn't see a single sign that the filly had entered the house. She turned her attention to the stairs. Yeah. The only path hadn't been barred up by wooden planks. If the filly had gone anywhere, she must have gone upstairs. Fluttershy slowly made her way up to the staircase, looking up its length. She very carefully began to climb it, testing each step to make sure it'd hold her, as she then worked on climbing the stairs with just 3 hoops. She found herself doing surprisingly well. Despite the creaking, the moaning, and the constant threat of collapse, she made it to the top of the stairs. She looked around. To her left was a door that was blocked off by more wooden planks. To the right was... Fluttershy blinked in confusion. The imagery before her seemed to clash with the rest of the house. The section of the floor right before a door had turned into a red rusted metal, the door made of the same material. The walls seemed to be stretched out in a circle around the door, making the walls rotting and falling apart, while just behind the holes in the wall was a chain link fence, as if they were holding the wall together. That's not... Oh crap, I think I know what that is. Shit. The area gave her the sense that it was supposed to be like a cage. Fluttershy gulped before walking slowly up to the door. She didn't know what was behind the door, but something told her she had to look inside, that she had to find out what was in this room. She very carefully put her hoof up to the door, took a deep breath for courage, and pushed open the door. Oh shit, it's this. The first sound that came to her ears was panting. Loud, exasperated panting. Her eye focused on the image before her, her sight recognizing 2 different hues of pink in the shape of a pony. It had to be... Pinkie Pie? Fluttershy called out to her friend. The panting stopped as the pink form seemed to freeze right in front of her. It slowly turned as Pinkie's wide blue eyes came into view, looking to stare at Fluttershy. Yeah. Yeah, I see what happened there. Fluttershy let out an audible gasp as she instinctively took a step back. Pinkie Pie was covered in blood, her mane was straight, and her cheeks were wet with tears she'd been crying. Fluttershy's eyes immediately tried to spot or identify a wound, but she didn't see one. The blood on Pinkie hadn't come from her. It had come from... Fluttershy's eyes moved to the ground. Down to the ground. Laying on the ground, in a pool of her own blood, was Pinkie Pie. Though this Pinkie was different. The hair was curly like Pinkie's normally is, but it was wearing a multicolored leather dress with varying wings on the back. Fluttershy? The standing Pinkie seemed to gasp, as if finding difficulty breathing. Pinkie Pie, what happened? Fluttershy asked in shocked disbelief. She could barely make out the scene before her. Why were there two Pinkie Pies, and why was one dead? Fluttershy? Pinkie hiccuped as fresh tears began to spill down her cheeks. Is that really you? Of course it is. Pinkie Pie, why are you... Fluttershy couldn't finish her sentence. The words were refusing to come out. She couldn't think of how to speak what she needed to say properly. Oh, fuck. Fluttershy, why are you... Pinkie choked on her words, as if she desperately rubbed her face off her tears. Why are you so hurt? Pinkie twisted her head, as if saying those words struck pain into her. What? Fluttershy asked, confused, before looking down at her hoof in the sling. She was hurt, but at the moment she didn't care about that. She cared about what was happening with the other friend. I'm fine, Pinkie Pie, but please tell me... You're not fine! Pinkie interrupted her with a yell. Fluttershy took another step back in shock. She'd never heard Pinkie yell like that before. Fluttershy... Pinkie visibly shook as more tears came from the pink pony, as her blue eyes looked at her once more. Your face is swollen and covered in bandages. Your hoof is in a sling. Your body is wrapped up, and your wing is in a cast. Pinkie then snapped her head away from looking at Fluttershy as she sobbed hard. Now I'm depressed. And time is ticking by already at 3 hours and 15 minutes. This is going to take more than 4 hours. Fluttershy was speechless. It was true. She was in a very bad condition at the moment. But seeing her pink, party-loving, fun having friends sob and cry while covered in blood didn't feel right to her. She wanted to help Pinkie Pie more than she wanted to help herself. Fluttershy, you are a true friend. You really are. You're sacrificing yourself. This is all my fault. Pinkie visibly shook as she cried. I shouldn't have let this happen. I should have protected you. I should have been there. Pinkie hiccuped and gasped for breath. I should have known better than to let Twilight do this. Pinkie, you couldn't have possibly known things would happen this way. Fluttershy offered her words to Pinkie. This is really making me depressed, like legitimate depressed. Pinkie seemed to stop shaking for a moment, before she began to shake again. Though this time it was different. Pinkie was laughing. Fluttershy grimaced a little. This wasn't a fun, loving laugh. This was the laugh of a mare whose mind was breaking. Oh, that's the laugh. Pinkie Pie tried to smile, but her mouth wobbled as she rubbed her face. I've been through this before. I've done this before, and I know how horrible this place really is. Pinkie shook her head. But despite that, despite knowing everything I do, I get brought here anyway. Pinkie Pie let out a single laugh. Before the smile she was trying to have vanished from her face as she hung her head. Rainbow Dash was right. Pinkie mumbled quietly. If I had really cared, I wouldn't have said nothing. I would have told you everything that happens when you come here. I wouldn't have tried to hide the truth for the sake of protecting you all from what I experienced. No, I didn't speak up because I was selfish, because I only cared about myself. And so I let this all fall upon you, Fluttershy. I feel bad now. Fuck. Oh, fuck. I need a time to process this. I'm running out of syrup to drink again. Pinkie's head slowly turned to look at the corpse of herself that still lay on the ground. Something about that body seemed to spark something inside of Pinkie Pie. But that doesn't mean I'm going to just let my friends die. She stood up, almost as if she was yelling at the dead Pinkie. I refuse to be the reason they die. So long as I have the strength in my body, I will not let any of my friends fall victim to this world any longer. So long as I have a single breath of air in my body, I will fight this world with everything I have so they can live. Pinkie was angry. She was panting heavily as she yelled at the corpse. In this one moment, she had never seen Pinkie go through so many emotions. Emotions that gave Pinkie's words truth behind everything she said. The words were all personal. Words that she had to speak from her heart. Pinkie slowly turned away from the corpse, looking at Fluttershy with a glare. Fluttershy flinched. Pinkie's stare softened when she saw the fear she was putting into her friend. Pinkie rubbed her face one more time as she tried to put on a soft but sad smile. Come on, Fluttershy, let's get out of here. I wonder, where's Rainbow Dash at? Fluttershy could only just softly nod as she turned around and opened the door back up, walking on back into the abandoned house's hallway, slowly followed by Pinkie Pie. So, what brings you here? Pinkie asked quietly, not looking directly at Fluttershy, but at the hallway before them. Well, Fluttershy tried not to stumble over her own words. I found my way back to Ponyville after getting separated, and then I saw a filly run into this house. I was looking for that filly when I found you, Fluttershy explained quickly. So, you saw a filly run in here? Pinkie asked, making sure she understood. Fluttershy nodded her head. Did you find her yet? Did you find her yet? Fluttershy shook her head. Then we should try and find her. If there's one thing I've come to realize, things don't just happen without a reason here. Pinkie said as she began to walk further down the hallway at the second floor. Fluttershy slowly followed after Pinkie Pie. There was silence between the two mares. Fluttershy wanted to speak up. She wanted to say something, but the words only got caught in her throat. She felt like Pinkie Pie was portraying herself as a monster. But she knew Pinkie Pie wasn't a monster. She was a caring friend who more than anything loved her friends. Pinkie checked the door, only to find it locked. She seemed to scrunch her face at the door before letting it go and continuing on, leading the way. Fluttershy watched Pinkie Pie as she moved. She seemed to scrutinize small details, looking at her surroundings with intensity. She looked like she didn't want to miss a single detail of anything in the house. She seemed determined, focused, like nothing was going to stop her from the mission she had set herself out to accomplish. Fluttershy's ears perked up as her heart suddenly dropped. She could hear it. She could hear the siren blaring in the distance. Pinkie Pie, do you hear that? Fluttershy asked, terrified at the sound. Hear what? Pinkie asked, instantly putting her focus on Fluttershy. You don't hear it? Fluttershy asked, surprised. Then maybe it's my Fluttershy, don't ever assume anything here is your imagination, Pinkie said, emphasizing the word ever. Tell me what you're hearing. I hear a siren, Fluttershy mumbled quietly. Pinkie's pupils shrunk, as if in instinct. Fluttershy, stay very close to me. Don't leave my side, all right? Pinkie said very seriously. Fluttershy nodded her head softly, as Pinkie turned back around before continuing down the hallway. At the end of the hallway, they came to another door. Pinkie put a hoof up to it, and the door swung open. At the end of the... wait. Inside the room was a surprise. The shape of it was well taken care of. There was no beige carpet with white walls all around the room being lit fairly well. On one side of the room, there was a giant mirror that seemed to encompass the whole wall. Pinkie entered the room first, scrutinizing it carefully. She didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the room. There was a small bed in the corner and desk with drawers. On one of the walls next to the window was another door, looking similar to a closet. Pinkie walked over to the desk and examined it, seeming to be looking for something, opening each of the drawers for a clue or answer. Uh-oh. Shit's about to really go down. Fluttershy slowly walked into the room as she turned off her lantern. She had been expecting scenery similar to the kind she had seen at the hospital, everything drenched with water, rotting and falling apart. But the room was remarkably serene. Something about it gave her a sense of calm. Nothing, Pinkie Pie muttered, staring at the desk confused. She then turned her attention to the closet door and walked over to it. She opened the door and saw a small walk-in closet that was lined with some clothes and boxes. She stepped inside to investigate for clues. Fluttershy sat down, looking at herself in the mirror. She really did look like a mess. She'd managed to avoid getting most of her hair in the bandages, so it was helping to hide the bandaged side of her face. But she still couldn't believe just how much damage she had taken from her encounter at the hospital. You'll be okay, Fluttershy said to herself, raising a hoof up to touch the mirror. Oh God, now we get this. Sorry if I get some silences. I don't know why that is. It's just something that happens. The mirror began to become translucent. As Fluttershy let out a shocked gasp, on the other side of the mirror, in a room similar to the one she was in, sat Rainbow Dash, staring at the mirror. Rainbow Dash! Fluttershy cried out, pressing her hoof harder against the mirror. Rainbow Dash! Pinkie cried out from inside the closet. She instantly moved to exit the closet, when the door slammed shut on her face. She stared in shock at the door as she tried to force it open, but it was locked tight. No, you, let me out right now! Pinkie yelled as she banged on the door. She banged so hard she could feel pain beginning to soar through her hooves. Just go crazy like... Rah! I can't do Screamo. Oh shit. Fluttershy couldn't believe that Rainbow Dash was on the other side of the mirror. She tried to bang her hoof against the mirror, but Rainbow Dash didn't seem to hear her. Rainbow Dash was just staring blankly back at her from the other room opposite the mirror. Rainbow Dash! Rainbow Dash! Rainbow Dash! Fluttershy cried out desperately, trying to get her mirror friend's attention. She banged against the mirror as hard as she could, but her hoof was beginning to bruise with each strike. But Rainbow Dash just sat there, looking confused at the mirror before her. Things are about to get depressing. Suddenly, the lights dimmed. Fluttershy gasped as the light grew dimmer, her hoof quickly moving to her lantern to turn on. The bright light blinked her as it reflected off the mirror, as she was no longer able to see through it or Rainbow Dash with the light on. She quickly turned the light back off, looking back into Rainbow's room. The door at the back of Rainbow's room opened, though Rainbow still didn't move. Darkness was creeping into the room from the open door. I'm not even gonna continue on. I'm not gonna read forward before actually reading it. Washing as if it was mist. Fluttershy's heart sank. From the doorway flared a pair of familiar eyes. Fluttershy banged on the mirror again and again, crying out as loud as she could, "Rainbow Dash, behind you!" The dark creature opened its mouth. Revealing its wrenched white mouth as it slowly walked closer to the sitting Rainbow Dash. But Rainbow Dash didn't move. She only seemed to tilt her head in confusion, looking at the mirror still. "No, stop! Please don't hurt Rainbow Dash!" Fluttershy begged as tears began to stream down her face, her hoof starting to hurt from how hard she was banging on the window. The dark creature stood right behind Rainbow Dash, its wide mouth grinning at her as her heart stopped beating. Fluttershy looked right into its face. The dark creature opened its mouth in a bigger grin. Fluttershy's heart sunk further into her gut. The dark creature raised its mouth higher. Then it brought its mouth down hard on top of Rainbow Dash. The mirror turned bright, forcing Fluttershy to shield her eyes from the sudden change. She adjusted her eyes as best as she could as she looked up at the mirror. A soft, sad music box lullaby began to play as images started to dance across from the mirror. Don't worry, Ashley. I'll fix you up. The image was a crying, very young filly Fluttershy. Her pony doll had been torn to pieces, the stuffing all around her. Oh, great. The filly was very carefully pushing the stuffing back inside of the torn-up doll, before taking a threaded needle and starting to very slowly, very shakily sew the torn pieces back together. It's really gonna get depressing. How far are we in anyway? 1.5 hours. Good God. A splatter of blood struck the window, making the image turn red before the image changed. "Mother!" Filly Fluttershy called out softly to her mother, who was lying in her bed. The older mare's head seemed to almost snap, as if looking in anger at the child. Oh. I'm seeing this all in front of me, it's really kind of disturbing. Fluttershy shook at the sight, never having seen her mother so angry at her before. But the look of the older mare soon softened as she looked down at her child. She was tired. What is it, my child? She asked, though exhaustion was apparent in her voice. Dad wanted me to see if you wanted anything to eat, Fluttershy whimpered softly. Food to eat, her mother said with sarcastic bitterness, turning her head to look out the window of her room. Oh, no, no, no. I'm crying. My eye's hurting. Oh, do I? The older mare glared angrily at her daughter. Another splatter of blood struck the window, causing the image to turn red once more, before the images changed once more. A smack rang out loud as Philly Fluttershy tumbled from her sitting position on the table. Tears sprang to the edges of her eyes as she looked up at what just struck her. The nurse pony was glaring at her. No! No! Fuck! Damn it. Now tell me again, how did you break your wing? She snapped at the little filly who was crying. Fluttershy gulped as she was trying to breathe. I fell while trying to fly. That's right, the nurse said, then walking over to Fluttershy and picking her up, sitting her back down. You broke it trying to fly, you silly filly, the nurse said, as if trying to be patronizing her. You need to be much more careful when you try flying. It can be very dangerous to fly. The nurse nodded her head slowly. Now let's freshen that cast. Fluttershy could only cry more. The cast on her wing seemed to be digging into her skin. Damn it. A third splatter of blood struck the window. The images turned dark. The mirror seemed to turn into a fire of darkness. The mirror burned up completely, disappearing without a trace. Fluttershy sat in the dark, tears streaming down from her eye. She was sitting in the pitch-black room now, unable to see anything. She carefully moved her hoof up to her lantern, before hesitantly turning it on. The light lit up the room before her. Blood stained the carpet and the walls, but there was no sign of Rainbow Dash or the dark creature. The smell of blood and mildew struck her next, as she could hear the dripping of water all around her. The room was now rotting, drenched. She had returned to that world. The world separate from Ponyville. She had returned to the other world. Oh, there's actually something coming up. I don't want to look at that yet. She very slowly stood up, lifting her hooves over the wall, where the mirror used to exist. She carefully walked around the bloodstain that was all over the floor. She couldn't see a single remnant that told her Rainbow Dash had been here, only the bloodstains that scoured the room. She hiccuped before gulping, praying that Rainbow Dash hadn't just been killed before her eyes. But without a body there, she prayed that she could still be alive. Fluttershy walked up to the door in Rainbow's room, and saw something written in blood on the floor. Deep within there are secrets laid to rest, but we cannot hide forever from the sins of our past. What was once lost will now be found. Blood-stained hopes will rise once more. It's giving me the goosebumps. Meh. See, we're 1 minute and 30. Fluttershy couldn't help but realize the words were meant for her, that the images she had just seen were only the beginning. Once she stepped through that door, she was going to learn exactly what those images meant. With a deep breath and gulping down the heart beating in her throat, she opened the doors and walked inside. And this is 5 already. We're going for 6, guys. Honestly, I'm getting very depressed by this story. So, I'm just wondering, where is Pinkie Pie at now? Alright, let's just keep going. Silent Ponyville 2, Chapter 6. The hallway was dark and long. It was old. It was covered with mold as it rotted at its core. Water fell down the sides of the wall in small streams. The floor had a small pool of water lying all about. The hair on the back of Fluttershy's neck stood on end, but she walked forward into the darkness. Each step echoed off the walls, her hooves splashing against the water on the floor each time she passed a puddle. She didn't know where she was or where the path was going. She didn't know what happened to Pinkie Pie. She didn't know what happened to Rainbow Dash. She only knew that she had to go forward right now. The hallway turned. Fluttershy followed it. It turned again. She turned as well. The water was growing deeper. Soon each hoof was splashing through water with every step she took. She stumbled for a moment, adjusting herself to walking through water with only 3 hooves, but she managed to catch herself. The hallway turned once more. Fluttershy went along. The long winding corridor seems to be leading her, guiding her to where it wanted to take her. She almost had no choice in the matter. Even if she wanted to, she could feel that there was no going back now that she had come this far. Once she had crossed that doorway, there was no turning back. Just before her, the path opened up and split, a path to her left and a path to her right, and in the middle stood a door right before her. The door was different, though. It wasn't made of the same rotting material as the other doors she'd seen, or of rustic metal or anything that would fit in with the giant's world she found herself in. The door looked exactly like the door to her house back in Ponyville, in great condition despite the environment. She carefully walked up to the door, pushing it open as she walked into the room it led to. Well, this is the best place I can think of, Rainbow Dash said while flying with Fluttershy to the outskirts of Ponyville to a small empty cottage stood close to the edge of the everfree forest. An old for sale sign stood before the property. No one wants to live here since it's so close to the everfree forest, but with your love of animals that might work out for you. Wow, it looks great. Fluttershy smiled quietly, walking up to the house. Fluttershy opened the door and looked inside. The house was dusty from disuse, but everything appeared to be in good condition still. It even came with furniture wrapped in cloth, waiting for someone to unwrap them for use once more. Fluttershy wandered the home as Rainbow Dash entered the house after her. She could see everything she could do with the home. She could make spots for animals to live. She could set up the closet to hold her supplies. She could set up several soft chairs for resting and tables for eating. The kitchen seemed to have everything she needed to cook the perfect meals, and water was still running in the bathroom. Oh, Rainbow Dash, it's perfect! Fluttershy smiled happily, returning to the living room. You like it, huh? All right, then I'll buy it for you. Rainbow grinned. Fluttershy looked at her, speechless. Oh, no, I could never ask you to do that. It's so much money. I can work to pay for it myself. Fluttershy fumbled her words. Don't worry about it. This house is like dirt cheap right now, and I make plenty of money from my job here. Heck, there's even talk of promoting me. Rainbow waved her hoof at Fluttershy, trying to dismiss her worries. But still, I couldn't ask for you to do that for me, Fluttershy frowned, not wanting to take so much of Rainbow's charity. It was a huge investment just for her. She didn't feel worthy of it. Hey, just think of it as my apology for running out on you at school, Rainbow weakly smiled. So in return, you make this house your perfect home, all right? I know you had one in mind. You used to speak about it all the time when I last saw you, Rainbow chuckled. The perfect home, Wait. Fluttershy stared at the mirror before her, still stupefied. Stupefied. I don't know what that means. Like, She slowly looked around at the house once more. The perfect home, she thought to herself. Something I never had as a filly. But I have the ability to make come true now. I suppose that's to make that come true. She smiled softly as she felt tears begin to form gently at the edge of her eyes. I will. Fluttershy wiped her eyes gently, turning to face Rainbow Dash. I'll make this my perfect home. Aw, that's so nice, you Rainbow Dash. The room dimmed from the bright light that had filled her vision. The memories had flooded her vision before she had a chance to prepare for them. But now that the memories had faded, she could see the room for what it was. The room was laid out similarly to her living room, though it looked like it had when she moved in, covered in dust with cloths covering all the furniture. Fluttershy was silent. She wasn't sure what to make of the images she had just seen. It was her memory of moving into Ponyville after she had come to find Rainbow Dash. They had an amazing reunion, and when she told Dash she was going to move to Ponyville, Dash helped her so much in finding a place to live. That memory, I don't remember thinking that. I didn't have a perfect home before. Fluttershy speaks softly, surprised by her own thoughts. She didn't doubt that she felt that way, but she couldn't remember why she would feel that way about her home. A glint of light caught her eye as she turned to look back at the back wall of the room. Something was hanging from the wall. She quickly walked up to the item. Seeing that it was a key with the mark of a butterfly on it. Not sure what to make of it, she carefully picked it up and placed it in her bag. Key added to your inventory. Okay. She exited the room, stepping her hose back into the few inches deep water of the hallway. She now had a choice. Going down the hallway to her left or the one to her right. Taking a guess, she began to walk slowly down the left path, listening to the sloshing over her hooves as she walked. She didn't walk too far before she stopped. That's actually misspelled. It's T-O, and it's supposed to be T-O-O. I'm such a grammar Nazi sometimes. Staring at what was standing perfectly still in the path, blocking her movement. A mannequin, oh shit, seemed to be frozen in place on the path. It was just sitting there. Her music box wasn't making a sound, and it didn't seem to have a desire to attack her. But it just seemed to be waiting for her, blocking her path forward. Okay. She carefully stepped backwards away from the creature. A creature! It's soon disappearing from her sight once more. She turned herself around and began to head down the right path, wanting to stay away from any path that led to monsters if she could avoid it. The right path wasn't that long, though, as it came to a rather abrupt end not too far away from the fork. However, at the end was another door, though this one was different. It wasn't like the door to her cottage. This time, the door reminded her of the ones she would see back at flight school. She took in a deep breath and slowly pushed the door open, heading inside. Now you listen to me, her father said gruffly as the two of them stood outside of the flight school in Cloudsdale. It's required for you to go to school, so you'll go every day they have it. You'll do everything your teachers tell you, and you'll come straight home unless you ask permission to do otherwise. And if you're good, I'll likely allow your request. You sounded very stern. But every other rule from home still applies. You don't talk unless spoken to. You don't tell anyone anything unnecessary. You obey everything the adults say unless I overrule them. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Fluttershy squeaked her response, never looking her father in the eye, keeping her head low. The bastard's abusing her. If you understand, then I'll see you at home later tonight, he said, turning away from her, spreading his wings out and flying off. For the first time, Fluttershy lifted her head to look at her father flying away. Even from there, she could see the scalpel that adorned his flank as he flew off. She let out a soft sigh, thankful he had left. She looked up at the school before her. There were lots of young and old Pegasi flying into the building. Many were hugging and saying goodbye to her parents. Many were meeting up with their friends, and many looking reluctant to head into the school. It was the first day of school. Fluttershy was happy she'd finally have a reason to be somewhere else other than home or the hospital. But the faces of having so many Pegasi she hadn't met before intimidated her. She was scared of them. She gulped down the lump in her throat and slowly began to walk into the school. It seemed almost every other Pegasi was flying inside. She felt like she stood out like a sore hoof walking into the building. But there was a spark of hope in her heart that hadn't been there before. I know that feel. I was very nervous at my first day of school as well. Was my father always that stern? Fluttershy wondered to herself, not having realized her father had talked down to her like that. And I was afraid of him, but why was I afraid of my father? She asked herself, unable to find the right answer within her memories. Then she realized what was going on. Deep within, there were secrets laid to rest. Fluttershy murmured, remembering the puzzle on the door. This place is showing me memories I forgot, or more accurately, memories I suppressed. Fluttershy felt a lump form in her throat. If I forgot about these memories, I must have forgotten about them for a reason. Fluttershy did her best to gulp the lump that she had formed in her throat. She walked carefully to the back of the room, noticing that the key was sitting there. She carefully picked it up, examining it. The key had the shape of a cloud on it. She carefully placed the key in her bag before exiting the room. Her hooves returned to the water-filled hallway once more. She hesitated for a moment, but she headed down the hallway to where the mannequin had been standing before. It was the next place she had to check. She couldn't go back now. She rounded the bend in the hallway, swallowing to keep her nerves as she drew closer to where the mannequin had been standing. But it was gone now, as if it had been standing guard, waiting for her to see the second memory. It had vanished from its position. Fluttershy counted her blessing at this. She couldn't handle any more injuries to her body. She imagined that with the state of her body was in, any more damage would possibly cause more serious internal injuries, once she couldn't fix herself. If she got an internal injury now, she'd just die a slow, painful death. Every step she was taking was draining her stamina, both physically and mentally. She never imagined walking everywhere on 3 hooves would be so taxing, but it was. Yeah, walking on 2 legs isn't exactly easy. I know that myself. As she continued to follow the curving path of the hallway, the water began to become shallower as the pathways drew slowly upward. She was now... Oh boy. She was now walking on dry ground as the hallway began to open up. She reached the end of the hallway, the path opening up in a large lobby. Her music box began to hiss softly, Fluttershy turning her light to look at the room better. Just at the edge of her light, she saw a nurse pacing. It walked on the other side of a table in the middle of the room, before turning and walking back into the darkness. Fluttershy watched the darkness carefully, where the nurse then reappeared in the edge of her light. It walked the same path it had when she first saw it, before turning and walked back into the darkness. The nurse seemed to be walking into a pattern, as if waiting for something to disturb it or ruin its routine. Fluttershy very carefully drew closer to the table, but the nurse didn't seem to notice her. Fluttershy's eye turned to the table the nurse kept walking by, seeing something shine on it. It was another key. She paused carefully, waiting for the nurse to walk by and head away from the table, a music box hissing as it stepped closer to Fluttershy before growing quiet when the nurse stepped away from her. Once the coast was clear, she quickly walked up to the table and grabbed the key, before backing up before the nurse got close once more. She examined the key carefully, seeing there was a symbol of a red cross on it. She placed the key in her bag and looked around the room. Other than the circling nurse, there was the usual scenery of broken chairs and rotted walls. To one side she could see an extended wall with a door on it and a bookshelf along the wall past it. Then, just past the circling nurse, looked to be a small hallway, though what was beyond was too dark to see at the moment. She carefully walked around the table, making her way to the door so she could see. She pushed the door open, heading inside. Her music box became quiet as the familiar light flashed before her eye. "Oh!" Fluttershy whimpered as the nurse applied the alcohol to her cuts. "Oh, don't be such a crybaby." The nurse rolled her eyes a little before pulling away the cotton ball and placing a band-aid on the wound. "You really should be used to this by now. You're always coming here with some problem. Honestly, I don't know why your father doesn't just take care of you at home," the nurse said begrudgingly. As she walked away from the table, Fluttershy sat on the counter. That's because... Fluttershy whimpered softly. The nurse snapped her head to glare at Fluttershy. Fluttershy instantly shut her mouth. She shrunk back into the table, trying to avoid the glare of the nurse. The nurse, once satisfied that the filly wouldn't say anything, turned back to the counter, organizing her items. The door to the room clicked open as Fluttershy sat up straight, her whole body turning stiff as her father strolled into the room, before closing the door. Burp. I hate it when, I read about child abuse. This seems like one of them. I don't like it. And how far are we in? 1:52, we're nearly done. "Is everything fine with my daughter?" was the first thing he asked. The nurse pony instantly turned to him, her whole face lighting up, as if his mere presence brought her joy. Of course, sir. You know I always do the finest work I can when you're asking me to," the nurse said, batting her eyelashes flirtatious at the doctor, smiling almost as if her life depended on it. Fluttershy's father didn't look impressed by the flirtation and turned to look at his daughter. His daughter sat up straight, shivering as she sat on the table, afraid what her father might do or say. "Have you recovered from your accident?" her father asked with a stern, overbearing tone, as if he didn't actually care that she had recovered. Yes, sir." Fluttershy stuttered and squeaked, her whole body shaking as she stared straight ahead, not making eye contact with him. "If you are, then leave. You can do as you wish. Just be in the lobby by 9 and I'll take you home," her father almost growled. "Yes, sir." Fluttershy instantly jumped off the table and practically bolted out of the room. Closing it behind her, she panted a little outside the door as her heart beat inside her chest. Derp. No. Oh my god. Are you fucking serious? Why? Why does this have to be brought up? But okay, I'll do it. I can't believe I'm actually gonna do this. Ooh, doctor. There, I did it. Thank you. Thanks, I feel offended. I feel harassed now. I feel dirty. I'm sorry, I'm just not one for making sex noises. I'm sorry, I guess I'm overreacting. Fluttershy heard the nurse almost moan from inside the room. She didn't stick around to hear any more. She ran away from the room. She'd be in the lobby where her father told her to be there, but she'd be as far away from him as she could be till then. So the bastard's cheating on his wife. That bastard! The light faded away, revealing a room similar to the one she had just seen in the vision. Only, much like the rest of the world, falling apart, broken into pieces, covered in dust. Yeah, I was kind of expecting that. A chill ran down Fluttershy's back as she recovered from the returning memories. She was scared of her father. She was scared of him. But she didn't remember what he did to make her scared of him. But she had an idea. Did my father abuse me? She muttered the words to herself. She didn't want to believe that he did, but everything was falling into place that he did. Maybe she was jumping to conclusions. Maybe she was blowing it out of proportion. Or maybe he just punished her too severely once by accident and hadn't made amends yet. Or maybe I'm trying to make excuses for my father. She sighed out loud as she lowered her head a little. I have to know the full story, Fluttershy said, lifting her head up. If I don't find out now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Fluttershy gulped once more. She walked carefully to the end of the room, where on the table she spotted a similar key to the others she had gathered. This one seemed to have the symbol of a needle. Ugh. Drugs. She carefully placed it alongside her other keys. She exited the room. The hissing of her music box returned as the pacing nurse returned to her sight. Fluttershy carefully moved her lantern to get a better view of the room, seeing if she was forgetting anything. A similar glint caught her eye in the corner of the room. The glint coming from the worn-down bookcase that lay against the wall, just outside of the nurse's pacing range. She waited for the nurse to cycle through the path once more, then quickly rushed over to the bookcase. Making sure the nurse didn't turn its attention to her, she looked at the bookcase. It seemed to be filled with rotting medical books. Once she saw a lot, she saw a lot as a whole, but they were all illegible now. Hanging loosely in one of the rotted rows was another key, this one with the symbol of a book on it. That's Twilight's key. She carefully placed it in her bag before turning to watch the nurse once more. The only place she had left to go now was the hallway the nurse seemed to be pacing just in front of. Fluttershy watched the nurse carefully. It seemed she'd just have a few seconds at best to run past the nurse and get to the hallway with her being the farthest away from it as she could. She remembered the last time she got too close to a nurse. It screamed, and it had summoned. A cold shiver ran down her back again. She couldn't face that creature again. If she faced it, it would, no doubt, be able to cure her this time. She took a deep breath and waited. She counted the number of times the nurse walked in a circle before her. She didn't want to screw up the timing even by a second. 10 times, 15 times, 20 times. She didn't want to move, but she knew she had to. She steeled her nerves, stretched her 3 hooves, and crouched down as she aimed for the door. She ran as fast as her hooves would take her past the nurse, as far away from it as possible. The hallway came up on her blind side, but she knew where it was. She turned as soon as she needed to and moved down the hallway away from the nurse. She skidded to a halt as the hallway came to an end abruptly. She had almost run straight into a heavily chained metal door. It took her eye a moment to focus on the door, but once it did, she could see everything. There were 5 padlocks holding the chains to the metal door behind it. That seemed to have something written on it, but was blocked by the chains. She recognized each of the symbols on the lock instantly. They matched the keys that she just gathered from around the area. It's all coming together now. And something on my desktop just flashed, but whatever. Being careful but swift, she pulled out each key one by one and placed them in their corresponding lock. Each lock and key fell to the ground, seeming to shatter against the ground. When the final lock fell, the chains fell with it. The chains seemed to shatter into pieces across the ground. The door was now free, and she could see what was written on the door. Another riddle. Strains of the heart, chain of memories. Will things be the same? You know what is true. You are not what you think you are, but feelings are strong. They can change everything, or they can change nothing. Experience the sins of another, then perhaps the threads of destiny will make their feelings known. Fluttershy looked up at the poem and read it carefully. She read it at least 3 times, not fully understanding what it meant. A shiver ran down her spine as she read it, though. She got this feeling in the gut of her stomach. I don't get it, too. It was the feeling that it was trying to warn her about her future, telling her that she had something important to do once she crossed the door. I can't be scared off now, she said out loud to herself quickly before reaching a hoof up and pushing the door open. Oh boy. Fluttershy almost felt blown back. A wave of heat struck her as the door opened. She shielded her eye from the heat. It felt like an inferno was burning on the other side of the door. She slowly moved her eye from where the fire was coming. The room just before her was undoubtedly covered in flames. Fluttershy's jaw dropped a little, staring into the flames. Fluttershy slowly walked into the room, looking around. She could feel the heat all around her, and she was having difficulty discerning the appearance of the room. Why would you go in there? The door shut behind her as her vision began to clear. She was inside what looked like the abandoned house she had entered in Ponyville, only covered in fire. She looked around. The fire was everywhere. It seemed that the house should have burned down to the ground already. Yet it somehow was managing to stay upright despite the flames. Oh no. This is going to be really depressing. But something stood out in the flames. Her eye turned to focus on the figure that stood in the flames, looking at a picture that hung from the wall. It was a blue Pegasus with a rainbow mane. Rainbow Dash. Yes! Rainbow Dash! Fluttershy called out, surprised but happy to see her mare friend alive and okay. She tried to draw closer, but a wave of fire seemed to stand between her and Rainbow Dash. Now my cat scratched the door and being annoying. Cat, quit it. Damn it, you're scaring me. Rainbow Dash continued to stand in the same place, staring at the picture as if she hadn't even heard Fluttershy call out. Rainbow Dash? Fluttershy called out once more. Oh no. It's all the same, you know, Rainbow Dash muttered quietly, not looking away from the picture. Huh? Fluttershy responded, confused by her words. I can't believe I didn't see it before. But it really has always been like this. Rainbow Dash closed her eyes a moment before opening them again. Always running away. Always getting away when I don't care anymore. Rainbow Dash, what are you talking about? Did I read that already? Rainbow Dash didn't pause for a moment before a small laugh came to her. Only element of loyalty. What a load of crud that is. Rainbow closed her eyes as a small smile faded from her face. All I ever do is abandon. I've never cared about my friends or loved ones. I've only ever cared about myself. There's a better life for me out there. I don't want to be held down by your rules. I don't care about clearing the sky for you. I don't care for you as a friend anymore. I'm going to abandon you for my own desires. Rainbow Dash seemed to be intimidating her, imitating herself. Wow, derp. But, Rainbow Dash, you don't abandon your friends. Fluttershy offered a meek protest. Ha! Are you blind? Rainbow Dash half laughed, half cried. After you got separated from us, I abandoned Pinkie Pie to go find you. I yelled at her. I blamed her for getting us into this mess. I said that if you died, this would all be her fault. Rainbow Dash shook her head softly. And I've heard you the worst in my abandonment. And you still want to say I don't? I abandoned you at flight school when you needed me. All because I didn't care to be held down. Rainbow lowered her head, a sad grin on her face, and she seemed to be accepting the truth just as much as she was telling it. But that was a long time ago. Things have changed. Fluttershy started up, but she was interrupted by Dash. You know, Fluttershy, when you join the Wonderbolts, there's a minimum 1-year mandatory private training you have to go through to learn all their techniques and flight patterns. To fly with the Wonderbolts successfully, they perform shows year-round all over Equestria. It almost seemed like Dash didn't want to say this. When I make my dream come true, I'm leaving Ponyville. I'm leaving behind my friends. I'm leaving you behind. I'll be abandoning you once again. Fluttershy's mouth was agape, unable to comprehend Dash's words. No, more accurately, she didn't want to comprehend her words. They felt like needles trying to jab into her heart. But, hey, why should that change now? Dash lifted her head up and looked at the picture before her. I ran away from home. I quit flight school. I give up friends just because we don't see eye to eye anymore. And I'll get rid of all my friends just for some silly dream. The sad grin returned to Dash's face. I'll burn all the bridges I've made in my life, so I can never look back at what I've done. Dash, Fluttershy muttered weakly. I'm sorry you fell in love with somebody like me, Fluttershy. Rainbow's voice cracked, as if she was holding back tears. I'm not one who deserves it. Rainbow Dash turned away from the picture, putting her back to Fluttershy. You should forget about me. Dash began to slowly walk away. Walking towards the doorway Fluttershy couldn't reach through the burning flames. Rainbow Dash, wait! Fluttershy cried out. Rainbow Dash stopped in her tracks for a moment, as if she didn't want to, but she had to hear what Fluttershy needed to say. Rainbow Dash, Fluttershy whimpered a little, feeling tears burning at the edge of her eye. She gulped the lump in her throat and lifted her head, summoning all the courage she could muster from her heart. I need you to be strong right now. All right? Dash didn't react or move right away. She stood there, as if the words seemed to sink in slowly. But after time, she finally spoke up. All right, was the only word that escaped from Rainbow, before she disappeared into the doorway before her, being shrouded by the fire that filled the house. For a moment, Fluttershy thought she had seen tears fall from Dash's face. Fluttershy lowered her head as tears began to fall from her eye, rolling down her cheek and down her chin. She didn't care how hot she felt, or that the fires were still burning so close to her. She had to cry right now. This is really depressing for me. Why, Dashy? Come on. Why? Just why? Okay, I'll continue. I'm keeping you guys, so. 2 hours and 10 minutes, and we still have about, well, what would it be? About 7,000 words left. Silent Ponyville 2, Chapter 7. The heat finally got to her. Once she cried what she felt like all she could cry. She moved slowly out of the burning room. Her only path was to exit out the door she had come through. She pushed open the surprisingly cool door and walked through, the door closing shut behind her. The cool air struck her coat, causing her whole body to feel a bit of relaxation as her temperature cooled. She wiped her face, sniffing as she continued to try and regain her composure. Dash's words still had a strong grip on her heart. I can't stop now. Fluttershy gulped back, more tears from spilling. I have to move forward. She looked into the room at the end of the hallway, expecting to see the pacing nurse. However, the room wasn't the same one she had just come from. The room before her was a small, square room, with a staircase going up before her. Fluttershy blinked at the sight, but the twisting, warping rooms had become something she was accustomed to by now. She stepped across the room, quickly reaching the staircase. She slowly began her climb upwards, feeling a sense of déjà vu upon the climb. Oh, crap. I refreshed the page, didn't I? Yes, I did. Oh, there we go. Her hoofs nearly stepped on the slick steps as the stench of mildew hit her nose once more. Water dripped down the walls as she felt a sense of dread. Suddenly, she reached the top of the stairwell. She knew where she was. She was back in the cloud home she had entered when she was first separated from her friends. Only it wasn't a random cloud house anymore. It was her home from when she was a filly. The room she had just entered was her mother's room when she was young. The same bed sat next to the window she could look out at, the bookshelf that contained the books she'd read in her bed, the bedside table that held her personal belongings, a desk and a chair, the bathroom just a short walk away, everything she need for living in a room while sick. Her mind felt like a haze flew past it. As she stepped back. She saw blood flash before her eyes on the bed and on the carpet, as if her mind was trying to reject the images. But there would be no stopping them. Her head began to ache with pain, but she couldn't stop the memories. Her attention was drawn to the bed, as the memories that she had lost came back in full force, making her remember what happened in the room so long before. Oh, great. More going crazy scenes. Yes! Mother, Philly Fluttershy called out. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Walking into her mother's room. Her mother sat on the bed, a knife in her hoof as if she was playing with it. Her hair was messy, unkempt, and uncared for. Bags were under her bloodshot eyes, and she seemed to be glaring at the knife, as if unhappy with it. Mother? Fluttershy whimpered, walking further into the room. What would you like to eat to... Her mother suddenly burst out laughing. Fluttershy halted her movement forwards, looking up at her mother in shock. The older mare just seemed to have found something funny. Oh, yes, that'll do nicely. The older mare smiled when she'd finished laughing, turning her head to grin at her daughter. Fluttershy couldn't move, afraid of what her mother was about to do. Come closer, my daughter, her mother said, twisting her body closer to the edge of the bed. Uh-oh. Where was I? Fluttershy began to hesitantly move close to the bed. I said, Fluttershy's mom began to yell, but suddenly fell from the bed, hitting the ground with a thud. Mother! Fluttershy cried out as she ran to her mother's side, trying to ensure she was okay. Her mother groaned, but slowly rolled over onto her other side so that she was facing her daughter. Once she could see her face, a wicked smile crawled onto her face. Oh no. My dearest daughter, you came just at the right time. You see, I finally figured it out. I figured out how to cure myself. Her mother gave another short laugh. Really? Oh, Mother, that's good news. I have to tell Father. No, you can't tell your father yet, her mother hissed. Why not? Oh no, she's not gonna do with that knife what I think she's gonna do. What? No, she won't. Well, why not? Fluttershy asked, confused. Because only you can administer the treatment right now. Her mother laughed, carefully holding the knife up to Fluttershy. And you'll need this to cure me. Fluttershy gingerly took the knife in her hoof, staring at it confused. I'd do it myself, but I'm far too weak to administer the treatment properly. But you, you can do it just fine, her mother laughed. You want me to be cured, right? Cured and happy? Okay, she's really starting to creep me out right now. No. No, she fucking won't. That's just wrong. I'm sorry for reading ahead all the time. It's kind of rude. Of course I do, but what do I... Fluttershy began to ask in confusion, but her mother seemed ready to answer. That's simple, my dear child. You take the knife, and you strike me with it. Fluttershy froze. That didn't sound right at all. She knew that something as sharp as a knife hurt when you grazed its edge. Why would striking her mother cure her illness? But Mother, that... Are you questioning me? Her mother glared at her. Fluttershy's skin jumped at the glare. There's a cat running around here. No, but that sounds like you're questioning me. Her mother growled. If she could move with any decent strength, she'd have smacked her daughter. I need you to do this for me. Only you can do it right now. You do love me, right? No. She's not gonna do it. That pulled on Fluttershy's heart. Well, no shit. No, just... No, Fluttershy, don't do that. Of course I do, Mother. Then strike me, her mother demanded. Fluttershy took a gulp as she shakily raised the knife up over her head. She didn't want to bring it down. Her mind was telling her that doing this was wrong. The knife hovered in the air, unable to strike it down. Fluttershy, her mother spoke quietly, coldly. Yes? Fluttershy whimpered, still holding the knife up. This is wrong in every single way. You said you loved me, but you haven't struck me with the knife yet. I'm sorry, but this is wrong in every single motherfucking way. I don't feel like reading this, because this is just insanity. Honestly, I don't want to read this. I still... I guess I'll read it. We're nearly done. We're at 2 hours and 20... Oh, God. I should stop procrastinating. Yeah. Then strike me, her mother yelled at her, making Fluttershy almost jump. Strike me, love me. You're going to love me. Her mother's head snapped up off the ground, her mouth open as... What the fuck? That just ticked. I don't know why. Honestly, this feels wrong to read. The knife sailed through the air, embedding itself into her mother's side. Her mother's eyes went wide for a moment, before the wicked grin returned. If I would... I don't want to realistically read this. Because it's just insanity. Well, let's get this over with, I guess. Yes, 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 do it again, she demanded with a yell. Fluttershy pulled the knife out and slammed it back down into her mother. Don't stop, were the last words Fluttershy heard from her mother. The knife rose and sank down into the body before her, again and again. Each strike sent blood flying, her fur was being coated and her mane was drenched. Each strike sounded deafening, yet it was one of the quietest sounds in the world. It was as if the very knife was screaming at her, but only she could hear the screams of the blade. She plunged the knife in one last time. She panted. She cried. She shook. Her mother wasn't moving anymore. She wasn't speaking. She wasn't breathing. And she wasn't warm anymore. Fluttershy didn't know what this meant. Had she cured her mother like she asked? Hadn't she put her through a lot of pain? Was she going to be alright? Oh shit. Fluttershy, haven't you gotten an answer from your mother yet? Her father walked into the room. Fluttershy slowly turned, tears streaming down her face, still holding on to the knife, covered in her mother's blood, sitting before the corpse of her mother. The air was silent. Then her father drew closer. Father, Fluttershy hiccuped, trying to say something, anything to explain the sight before her father. However, she was silenced. Her father struck her hard. Her small body was sent sailing across the room and smashed into the wall. She let out a yelp of pain before hitting the ground. Her father picked up her mother's head in his hoof as he began to cry. That was extremely depressing to read. Like, honestly. I killed my mother, Fluttershy whimpered. I killed... She cried. She couldn't believe she had done it, but she had done it. All because her mother had yelled at her, because she had been too weak to disobey her mother. Fluttershy felt her stomach twist. She felt like she was going to be sick. She turned and ran into the bathroom, wanting to escape the room for even a moment. However, her brain assaulted her once more, a vision of memories forgotten appearing before her once more. There was silence as her... There was silence as her father scrubbed away at her coat, washing away the blood that had begun to cake onto her fur. The hot water was managing to get most of it away, but some of it was being stubborn. He was being hard with the brush, harder than he had ever been before. Fluttershy didn't speak up, though. She couldn't speak up against it. Her heart felt like it was in a million pieces. "Do you know what you've done?" her father finally asked. Fluttershy whimpered her response. She couldn't say any words. "I don't blame her. You took your mother from us," her father said, as if his breathing was becoming more ragged. The brush stopped its cleaning. "You took the most wonderful mare I'd ever known out of this world." Her gripped the brush harder. That should be he. He started to speak through gritted teeth. "You did it so quickly, too. I sent you in to help her, and you killed her." Fluttershy's eyes burned with tears. Her father's words were making her heart sting worse. "You're a monster," he growled. Without warning, he pushed her head down under the water. "Oh no, come on. I am so wanting to kill that guy right now." Fluttershy scrambled at the unexpected movement, her mouth and nose filling with water as air escaped her lungs. Her host flailed as she tried to push herself up out of the water, but the hoof holding her down was too strong. No. I'm sorry if I sound irritated, but, this is just so depressing. The air escaped her quickly, and her lungs began to burn. She reached for air, but it wouldn't come. Suddenly, she was lifted into the air. Instinctively, she took in a big gasp of air, only for her head to be shoved back under the water. She lost her air almost instantly again, her whole body beginning to feel like it was burning from the movements. This repeated several times, getting a short breath of air, only to have it painfully taken away by the water once more. Her struggling had lessened now, and she was too weak to push against the water, too tired to try and get air. The hoof was holding her underwater for good now. Her eyes began to roll into the back of her head as her limbs stopped moving. She couldn't stay awake any longer. She was pulled out of the water. Her body gasped and took in the fresh air, before coughing up water that had filled her lungs. She puked slightly as her body tried to reject the water that had attacked her body. No, just killing you would be too easy," her father growled, watching her sputter and gasp for breath. "You need to understand the misery you caused with your love." Her father let go of her mane, Fluttershy instinctively catching herself on the edge of the bathtub, still recovering as her father walked out. Fluttershy shook as she stared at the bathroom. Her father had tried to kill her. He could have killed her, but he didn't. Though she felt like she deserved it at the moment. She had killed her mother in cold blood. Death sounded exactly what she deserved. She backed out of the bathroom slowly. She didn't want to be in that room anymore. She turned to the door to the hallway and quickly exited. She panted heavily outside her mother's bedroom as her tears refused to stop. She slowly hobbled forward, having difficulty even seeing where she was going. She reached the hoof up, touching what felt like a door. Without thinking, she pushed it open, stepping inside. Just a little thing I wonder about. How can she raise a hoof because she's walking on 3 hooves? Wait, wasn't it her hind leg that was injured? Or I can't remember. "So you've sewed it back together, huh?" her father said, looking at the sloppy sewing job her daughter had done with her favorite doll. Yes, sir," Fluttershy replied meekly, lowering her head as her father held it. "Oh no, come on, fucking faggot." He wasn't impressed at all. All the stitches were visible. The stuffing was still hanging out of spots not soon close enough, and the fibers easily become loose if tugged on. Unacceptable, he said before grabbing the doll and tearing it apart. Fluttershy snapped her head up in shock as she watched. He tore apart all the seams and stitches. She had worked so hard making the doll one piece after he'd torn it up the first time. Soon the doll lay in pieces of cloth and stuffing before her again. "If you love it, I shall destroy it," he said sternly. "Then it will be your job to put it back together. And if you can't do it perfectly, then you don't deserve it at all," he said as he walked over to his bookshelf. Fluttershy whimpered as she began to pick up the pieces of her favorite, most beloved doll, her doll Ashley. A book slammed itself before her, making His stories are depressing. I hate it. A book slammed itself before her, making Fluttershy almost jump. But she read the title carefully. The Mastery of Sewing. "If you don't want to see your doll destroyed, you will make it look perfect," her father said before returning to his desk, going back to his work. Once she had all the pieces of her doll, Fluttershy carefully picked up the book with her mouth, carefully not to stain it with her tears, as she quickly left her father's study. Fluttershy whimpered. She was in her father's study. She had wandered in there by accident, but now she had seen more of what she had forgotten. She swallowed back more tears as she began to calm herself down. Her mind began to put things together. I wanted to see this. She breathed heavily, reminding herself that she had chosen to come here, that she had told herself there was no turning back now. I had to see every memory. For my sake. She took a deep breath as she wiped her face of tears before pushing back on the door to her father's study, exiting it. She stumbled out of the study, a little, finding the kitchen that lay just on the opposite side of it. She steadied herself before walking into the kitchen. Uh-oh. The haze returned as another memory surfaced. "What do you think you're doing?" her father yelled loudly. Fluttershy dropped the box of cereals she had picked up from the top shelf of the counter, her wings snapping shut to her sides as she fell a few feet before landing on the ground with a thud. Her father was furious as he stormed up to her. Fluttershy, trying to back away out in fear, her grabbed her hoof and forced her to eye level with it. That should be he. "What if I told you about flying without permission? You're not allowed to do this, even in the house," he yelled at her, gripping her hoof hard. I'm sorry, she cried out as tears streamed from her eyes. Her hoofs hurt like crazy as he gripped hard. "I've told you before, bad fillies who don't listen to what they get told get eaten by dragons. Do you want to get eaten by a dragon?" No, Fluttershy cried out, struggling against his grip. "Well, you're attracting a dragon by flying as a bad filly. You must want to be eaten by a dragon. Why else would you be flying without permission?" I'm sorry, I can't scream. I just don't. His screams made her ears feel like they wanted to burst. "No, I don't want to be eaten by a dragon. I'm sorry," she cried harder. "Well, do you know what? I think I can hear a dragon. He's already pretty close because you've flown. Maybe I should just throw you outside so I can eat you right now," he hissed and growled. No, Daddy, please. I don't want to be eaten," Fluttershy wailed, afraid for her life. "Oh, no, he won't. No. That's just fucking wrong." "Well, if you don't want to be eaten, then there's only one thing I can do," he said, tossing his daughter through the ground. The wind escaped her body as she tried to scramble to her feet, only to have her father's hoof step on her, holding her down. His mouth reached down, gripping down hard on her wing, forcibly extending it despite all of her efforts to shut it. No, Daddy, please stop," she cried out as pain shot through her back. But it was too late. He wasn't going to stop. He's gonna do what I think he's gonna do, is he? Crack. Yes, he did. Fluttershy cried louder than she ever had before as her father snapped her wing. Wait a sec. I'm sorry about that. That was my mom. I am sorry, but let's continue on, shall we? Is it on the right mic? Yes, it is. There, now you won't be flying for a while, and you won't attract any dragons, he simply said, stepping off of his wailing daughter. I snapped it carefully, so you'll be able to fly it once it's healed, but we'll have to get you to the hospital to put a cast on it, he said, though a grin formed on his face. Though only once the dragon has left. That bastard. Fluttershy barely heard her father's words past her own screams of agony from the burning pain that echoed from her wing. That fucking cocksucker. Fluttershy gulped down more tears, trying to hold herself back from crying. She slowly backed out of the kitchen. My father... he was cruel, she whimpered softly to herself. I can't believe I made myself forget all this. It's all painful to remember. She shut her eyes, another tear escaping, despite trying to force herself not to cry. She struggled with her hoofs to make herself continue forward. Past the kitchen was the living room. She could see the front door from there. She knew that was where she needed to head. Her instincts told her so. However, the living room held one more memory that she had to see. The haze returned as the memory came to her once more. I fucking hate this guy. Where did you get that? Her father asked as Billy Fluttershy walked through the door, carrying a candy bar in her mouth. Oh, a Cole at school gave it to me, she said quietly. He said he liked me and wanted me to have it, she said, gently chewing on the end of the bar, savoring the sweet taste. Oh, he did he? Her father said, walking up to Fluttershy. Fluttershy looked up at her father, taking a step back from him getting so close. Oh, there you go. Fluttershy fell to the ground as her father's hoof hit her hard across the face. The candy bar slid across the room. Let me tell you something about boys loving you, he growled, grabbing Fluttershy by the mane and picking her up, electing yelps of pain from the filly. Colts will only hurt you. They only think of themselves and they want nothing more than to see you suffer, he grinned wickedly. After all, look at me. I love you, and here I am, hurting you, he said before tossing his daughter across the room, her heart landing against the floor. Fluttershy cried as she tried to curl up into a ball, not wanting to be hurt anymore. But I suppose you must really like being hurt if you're going to let a colt like you, her father grinned, walking up to his daughter, kicking her in the back, causing her to cry out in pain. Any colt that gets close to you will do nothing but hurt you, so I hope you enjoy this for the rest of your life. I'm sure you'll find a colt who loves you even more than I do. Her father laughed before walking off to his study. No. Fluttershy whimpered and cried where she curled up, remembering the colt from school who had given her the candy bar. Suddenly her mind filled with anger, hate for the colt who had given her the candy bar. All he wanted to do was hurt her. He wanted to get close to her so that he could make her cry and suffer just like her father did. I hate colts, Fluttershy whimpered out loud. I know that was not Fluttershy's voice. I did that on purpose. She vowed to herself that she would never like a colt, or let a colt like her, for as long as she lived. And how far are we? Yeah, this is gonna go into the 5-hour mark relatively soon. Another lump came to Fluttershy's throat. My father, he made me hate colds, she thought to herself. But I don't hate them. She knew better now. Not all colds were like her father. Not all of them would hurt her just because she got close to them. But she still had never had interest in being with a cold. The only pony she had fallen in love with was Rainbow Dash. Do I love Rainbow Dash for her, or because she was the only pony who got close to me that didn't hurt me? Fluttershy found herself confused by her own feelings now. Everything she had believed had turned upside down in a single moment. It felt like she had just been lying to herself all this time, and that everything she had done might have been a mistake. No, she suddenly said firmly to herself. Because of Rainbow Dash, I came to Ponyville. I escaped from my father. I met the best friends I ever had. Friends who care about me more than anything else. I fell in love and had a wonderful relationship, she said, looking up at the ceiling as thoughts of her friends came to mind. She remembered so many wonderful moments together with her friends. Picking flowers, going to parties, playing games, sleepovers, tea parties, hanging out, adventuring. She'd done so much with her life now, even though she had forgotten about her foalhood because it was painful. It hadn't stopped her from moving on in her life, from experiencing all the wonders life had to offer. If anything, because her father pushed her away, she found her way into the embrace of the ponies that truly loved her. She took a deep breath as she calmed down. A small smile formed on her face. Oh yeah, here it comes. Yes, even though all this happened, I still have my friends, she said, a warmth sparking inside of her heart. It gave her legs strength. She walked through the living room, up to the front door of the house. She could see the lock on the door, the lock with the symbol of a doll on it. She carefully reached into her bag and pulled out the key with the doll symbol on it. The key she had picked up a while ago and still had. She carefully placed the key into the lock, the door letting out a click to let her know it had worked. When did she pick that up anyway? It must have been a long, long time ago. She carefully pushed the door open and walked through the door. On the other side, that's supposed to be 2 words, was a large open room, almost like a small gymnasium. She walked forward to the middle of the room, where she stopped. A black fire was burning on the opposite side of the court. The fire slowly grew, rising up into the shape of a pony, before red eyes appeared on its face, a wide mouth opening. It was the dark creature. No. I gotta keep reading. Fluttershy stared at the creature. She didn't feel a heavy, overbearing presence this time. The creature was still drawing fear from her heart, but it wasn't overwhelming her now. She could stand before this creature now. The creature slowly turned itself around, showing its back to Fluttershy. Fluttershy looked at the creature curiously, not sure as to what it was doing. Then, as it turned around, she could see that hanging from its mouth was the body of Rainbow Dash. No. 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 What? No. I am depressed now. God damn it. Fluttershy let out a gasp as the creature flicked its head, tossing the body towards Fluttershy. It landed right before her, hitting the ground with a thud. Fluttershy reached the hoof out and gently nudged the body. It was cold. Rainbow Dash was dead, killed by the creature before her. Fluttershy stared at the body for a long while, the creature watching her, grinning as it waited. Fluttershy moved her hoof away from the body, a sad look appearing on her face. She turned her head upwards to look at the dark creature. "Father," she spoke softly. "I understand now." She made sure that she spoke clearly. "I've done a horrible thing, and it's likely that I can never be forgiven for what I've done. I can't bring the dead back to life, and the blood of my mother is on my hooves." Fluttershy closed her eye for a moment, taking a deep breath before she continued. "I probably deserved all the punishments I received. No fool should ever do what I did. Though it may have been tough living with what I did and receiving the punishments for my deed, I lived with everything." She smiled softly. "And I've grown up to have a wonderful life now. I've lived all the things that made me sad, that hurt me, that made me miserable living at home. I have wonderful friends, animals that depend on me, a home I take care of myself. I found love that didn't hurt me." She smiled softly. Fluttershy carefully stepped over the body before her. He walking up closer to the dark creature. The smile of the creature faded as it looked down her, as if not amused. Fluttershy came to stand still just inches before him, looking up at him, smiling. "You brought a lot of pain to me, but I forgive you." She leaned in and nuzzled the chest of the dark creature. The creature let out a roar. "I forgive you for everything, and I thank you. Thank you for letting me find such a wonderful life." An orb of bright white light appeared in the air above the two, floating down towards Fluttershy. The dark creature roared out in pain as the light gently floated past him, reaching Fluttershy's chest. The light engulfed her body, filling her with a pleasant warmth. The bandages that covered her body began to unfurl. Each bandage was pulled away from her body, pulling around her as her body recovered. Her wings extended out. She stood on all her legs. She opened both her eyes to look up at the roaring dark creature, which seems to be fading away as the light shined. The very existence of the creature seemed to be fading away, burning up in the light that surrounded her. The last bits of the darkness that made up the creature disappeared as the light began to slowly fade. Fluttershy smiled softly as she looked down, seeing on her chest, in place of the lantern, was now a golden necklace with a pink butterfly-shaped jewel. For a moment her necklace glowed once more. A beam of light shot out, creating a doorway of light before her. Fluttershy looked at the doorway of light, knowing what it was. "So this is my way home now," she said, looking at the door. Once she passed through that archway of light, she would leave this world. She'd go back to Ponyville. She'd be able to take everything she had learned and live with a better life than she had before. "I can't leave yet. I can't leave just yet." She smiled at the doorway before turning around and running away from the light. "I have 2 friends who are lost and need my help. Oh, shit. Pinkie Pie lay on the ground, panting in pain and exhaustion. "You've been running away, oh so well. You're very good at it." The other Pinkie smiled, walking towards Pinkie. "You've killed me 3 times now, and yet here I am again. You must really want to be part of my parties." The other Pinkie laughed. Pinkie Pie could only sob. This other Pinkie wanted to kill, and she couldn't stop her. What was the point of trying to stop her? She let Fluttershy go get separated twice now. She was probably dead with how injured she had been, and Rainbow Dash hated her. What was the point of trying to stop her other self from killing her, when she was just as guilty of it herself? I'm sorry, Ballerina. Pinkie sobbed, closing her eyes. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to take my time playing with you. The other Pinkie smiled, picking up her butcher's knife as she drew closer. Now just hold it right there for 1 minute, came a motherly demand. Pinkie and the other Pinkie snapped their heads to the doorway to the room they were in. There stood a yellow Pegasus pony with long pink hair, wearing a golden necklace. Oh shit. Oh yes, now it's gonna get good. Hasn't your mother ever told you it's not nice to hurt other ponies? Fluttershy stomped across the room towards the other Pinkie Pie. The normal Pinkie Pie was just staring with her mouth agape. Well, yeah, but I'm not really hurting them. I'm playing with them. The other Pinkie laughed, putting down her butcher's knife to talk to Fluttershy. That's not how you play nice with other ponies. Fluttershy stood right up to the other Pinkie, looking her straight in the eye. You were going to seriously hurt my friend. You don't use knives or sharp objects when you play. You play nice games, like pin the tail on the pony or bobbing for apples. You should know better than this. But the other Pinkie began to protest. No buts. You should be ashamed of yourself. I have half a mind to tell your mother the kind of games you've been playing with other ponies. The other Pinkie seemed to be shrinking back under the scolding of Fluttershy. Now, you're going to take your little things and get rid of them, and I never want to catch you doing this again. You got that? Oh, shit. The other Pinkie could only nervously nod her head rapidly before picking up her butcher's knife and turning and running away from Fluttershy. That's a good second, Pinkie Pie. Fluttershy smiled happily, seeing the other Pinkie run off, before turning to the Pinkie who was staring in shock at Fluttershy. How was that? I was so assertive. Fluttershy softly chuckled as she felt a happy shiver down her spine, going down her back. Pinkie Pie stared. It took a long time for her to even register what was going on, but once it dawned on her that Fluttershy had just scared her other self away, a smile formed on her face. It quickly began to grow before a sound escaped her lips. Pinkie Pie began to laugh. She laughed hard, rolling over onto her back as her hoof flailed in the air. Fluttershy had scared away the very thing that scared her to her core, and she'd done it just by being Fluttershy. Pinkie couldn't help but laugh as her hair poofed out into its usual curls. It was one of the funniest things she'd ever seen. Thank you, Fluttershy said, smiling, giving a small bow to Pinkie Pie, accepting the laughing as a compliment. Oh, Fluttershy. Pinkie laughed, finally rolling back onto her hooves and rushing up, hugging her friend dearly. You're all better, and you saved me. Pinkie laughed joyously. Hey, what are friends for? Fluttershy grinned, returning the hug. Oh, speaking of friends, have you seen Rainbow Dash? Pinkie said, looking at Fluttershy with concern again. Don't worry, I found you first, but we're not leaving until we find her. Right, Operation Locate Dashy is a go. Pinkie Pie smiled happily, saluting Fluttershy. Extremely long. It really is for the best, a cold voice said. Yeah, it's what I've always wanted after all. Rainbow Dash tilted her head, closing her eyes as she agreed. I'm glad to see you've been able to follow your true heart then. The voice laughed. Rainbow Dash opened her eyes to look at the pony that stood before her. She looked just like one of the Shadow Bolts, the flying team she had seen in the Everfree Forest the day she had taken down Nightmare Moon. It's what I've always done. No point in changing that now. Rainbow said, slowly looking around. The two of them were sitting in the middle of a burning building, the fire staying just far enough away to not burn them. Good, then just take my hoof and everything will be made clear, the Shadow Bolt said, holding out her hoof to Rainbow Dash. Rainbow Dash looked at the hoof hesitantly. It didn't feel good. It didn't feel the right thing to do. But she felt it was the only thing she could do anymore. She slowly raised her hoof, reaching out to carefully take the Shadow Bolt's hoof. "There she!" came an insanely cheerful voice as suddenly Rainbow Dash was suddenly tackled from behind, flattening against her ground. The Shadow Bolt gasped loudly. "What the heck? Pinkie Pie!" Rainbow shouted annoyingly, still being embraced by the pink mare. "Oh my gosh, I thought I'd lost you. After you ran off, I was so worried that I tried to find you in Fluttershy, only I started running into the monster I ran into before. Man, I was so depressed at what you said that I couldn't help but start to relive the nightmare here. But that's all okay now, 'cause I forgive you, and now I find you again." Pinkie cried out happily all at once. Holy shit, I did that fast. "Yeah, that's great, Pinkie Pie, but you're crushing me," Rainbow groaned as she tried to sit up, Pinkie finally sliding off her. "Oopsie, sorry about that," Pinkie laughed. "What are you doing here anyway? I thought we were supposed to find Fluttershy." Rainbow Dash stopped herself as her eyes went wide. "Fluttershy, oh my gosh, I totally forgot," Rainbow Dash said, looking around rapidly. "What am I doing here? I have to find Fluttershy." "It's okay, Dashy, I'm already here." Fluttershy smiled happily, walking into the burning building from the hallway. Pinkie had just ran through at blinding speed. "Fluttershy, you're okay," Rainbow said, galloping over and hugging Fluttershy. "What was I thinking? You were right in front of me not too long ago, and I completely forgot I had to protect you." "Derp!" Fluttershy laughed, hugging Rainbow Dash back. "It's okay, Dash. This place does weird things to a pony." "Hey!" the Shadow Bolt yelled, standing up, glaring at the three mares before her. All three turned their heads to look at the Shadow Bolt. "What about your dreams? You won't accomplish them if you don't come with me," she growled. Rainbow Dash looked at Fluttershy. Fluttershy smiled back at her, before Rainbow Dash grinned and turned to look at the Shadow Bolt. "Tell you what, keep it for now. I'll find a way to achieve my dreams on my own," the Shadow Bolt yelled, before turning into a puff of black smoke and disappearing into the burning building. "And now get the hell out of there, because that place is probably going to come down any second now." "And don't come back," Pinkie yelled happily, waving at the puff of black smoke. "Fluttershy, I'm so sorry," Rainbow said again. "I shouldn't have let this place get to my head and forget about protecting you." Dash then turned to Pinkie Pie, who was smiling at Dash. "And Pinkie, I'm sorry I yelled at you. That wasn't right of me when you were only trying to help me." "That's okay, Dashy. I forgive you," Pinkie said, giving Rainbow another hug. "Let's just focus on getting out of here." I can handle that." Fluttershy smiled happily. She turned herself towards the hallway and stood proudly. Her golden necklace began to softly glow, before releasing a beam of light that shot out before them. A doorway of light formed, their exit home. The necklace around Fluttershy's neck, having served its purpose, turned back into an orb of light, floating up into the air before disappearing. "All right, let's go home," Pinkie smiled happily. "Yeah, I'm kind of tired of this place." "All of us are," Fluttershy smiled. The three mares walked through the doorway of light together. "And how far are we?" "Oh, we're nearly at the 3-hour mark. That's 5 hours. To be concluded in the endings." Okay, so now we gotta pick an ending. Let's scroll all the way up. I'm going to pick one myself, because I want to get this done. So, there is about 5 endings. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm not sure which one to take. Damn it. You know what? I'll just read every single one I want. I'm gonna start with Something's Not Right here. No, wait. Let's start with Game Over. That sounds cool. This is probably going to take a lot longer than it has to. Ending. Game over. Unlock conditions. Die at any point. Wait, what? I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand this right now. Okay, Fluttershy screamed in agony as the monster tore into her flesh. She screamed and cried, but it was to no avail. Her heart stopped, and her body began to drain of life. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head as she closed them. "I'm sorry, Dash," were the last words she thought as she left this world. Twilight was sitting, staring at the 3 different pictures that were morphing before her in the infinite, swirling darkness around her. She didn't understand what the pictures meant, but she could only assume that each represented the psyche of one of her friends going through the mind delve. Suddenly, the one in the middle began to grow dull, the picture slowly growing black. "Huh?" Twilight said, not sure what to make of the scene. The picture was growing dark within its frame. Then, from the center of the picture, a black fire erupted. The black fire spread across the foundation of the picture, burning it away. It engulfed the entire middle picture before the fire jumped and started to burn the other 2 pictures. What's going on?" Twilight said in a panic, not sure what was happening. The fire quickly began to engulf the other 2 moving pictures, wrapping each in the burning inferno of the black fire. Soon, all 3 pictures had disappeared, devoured by the black fire that had appeared. Oh no. Twilight felt herself being pulled, dragged out forcibly from the swirling darkness back to reality. Twilight groaned as she rubbed her forehead. "What just happened?" she asked, opening her eyes to look before her. Laying on the ground were her 3 friends. "Hey, what's the matter?" she said, getting closer to her friends, putting Hope against Fluttershy. "Fluttershy?" she asked, shaking her a little. "Pinkie Pie? Rainbow Dash?" Twilight shook each other with them repeatedly. "Hey, this isn't funny. Wake up!" she called out, shaking them harder. But no matter how hard she shook, they didn't move. "Come on, you guys are fine, right? You're playing a bad trick on me. Come on, wake up!" Twilight stopped shaking them, her mouth quivering. She carefully lowered a hoof against Fluttershy's neck. Her heart sank as she felt no pulse. She quickly checked Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie. They were the same. "Oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no," Twilight said back and away, feeling the panic swelling inside her. "What have I done?" she cried out as tears began to fall from her face. Somehow, some way, she had just managed to kill 3 of her best friends. What the fuck? That was a bad ending. I don't like it. Something's not right here. That's a long one. I'm gonna keep going. Unlock condition. Avoid viewing memories and don't encounter Pinkie Pie in the other world. Avoiding the Pinkie Pie scene also causes the Rainbow Dash scene to not occur as well. Wait, actually no. Nah, actually not gonna read that one. Maybe that's just how it is. Let me see, how does that one end? No, that one's too sad. Maybe was it inevitable? Because these are all just so depressing. There's a fucking cat running around again. No, not in that one. She seems to kill herself. I don't want to read that. It's not funny. I'm gonna have to check out the last one, which seems rather crazy. What the fuck? Nah, this seems like the best one. Just cause it's a good ending. Ending. Face your fears. Unlock condition. View all the memories and encounter Pinkie Pie and Rainbow Dash in the overworld. Twilight was doing her best to understand what the 3 pictures before her meant. Each picture was a disordered mess of color and shapes. At times she thought she had been able to make out a vague shape of a pony or some other shape that she could identify as an object. But it quickly moved back into being a distorted blob. I can't make heads or tails out of this. Twilight is groaning as she looked back and forth. How exactly does this spell work? This is my second time doing it, and I'm still confused. The book still didn't explain any further than how to perform the spell and its purpose. Was it supposed to be easy to figure out? Should something have been obvious to her? There were no instructions on how to interpret the pictures or what she could do to help. It really seemed like she was purposely being kept out, as if she wasn't allowed to see what each of her friends were experiencing. If I had something to write with, I could maybe take better notes, but I have nothing to compare this to. I only have the 2 other pictures. I can't learn like this. Twilight groaned, sitting down as she stared a little frustrated at the pictures. She wanted nothing more than to figure this out and learn so that she could help her friends better, but without a frame of reference, it seemed pointless. Just as she was getting frustrated, each of the pictures began to radiate with a bright white light. Twilight tried to look at this development, but the light became too much for her to bear. She covered her eyes just as she felt the familiar tug of the spell ending. She was dragged back to reality. She was dragged backwards out of the spiraling darkness that carried the 3 paintings, before finding herself thrust back into reality. Twilight groaned as she rubbed her forehead. It was an unsettling feeling to be pulled about like that. Every pony okay? She asked, opening her eyes to look at her 3 friends. Yay, it worked, we're back, Pinkie said excitedly, jumping up, smiling happily as she looked around. Ha, take that, you creepy world, you. That was really eye-opening. Fluttershy smiled softly, putting a hoof to her chin in thought. So the spell worked? You were able to figure out why you're having nightmares, Fluttershy? Twilight asked, looking at her friend curiously. Sorry if I talk a bit fast. I'm just trying to get this done. I'm sorry. Fluttershy felt herself become the center of attention as every mirror looked at her in anticipation. She blushed softly. Yes, I found out the reason, Fluttershy admitted slowly. Well, don't leave us in suspense. What was it? Rainbow asked, eager to find out. Whoa, hold on, Dashy, Pinkie said, stepping closer. If it's anything like me finding out I lost my sister, we shouldn't force her to say it if she isn't ready. Though I admit I am really curious as to what it was. It's probably something hug-worthy. Oh, Fluttershy rubbed her leg awkwardly with her hoof. Well, Fluttershy stumbled in thought. Tell you what, there's something I need to do. Something I need to take care of. Then I can tell you all. I hope. She said the last part quietly. And that's completely understandable, Pinkie said, embracing Fluttershy into a big hug. Just that whatever it is, we're always here for you. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to sound pushy. Tell us when you're ready. Rainbow smiled supportively. Thank you, all of you, Fluttershy said, smiling, with tears at the edge of her eyes. I don't know what I'd do without you girls. She embraced Pinkie Pie back. Well, I'm glad I could help. Yeah, Twilight smiled. Yeah, about that, Pinkie said, letting go of Fluttershy and looking at the other two. I think we're in agreement. Here, Pinkie Pie, Rainbow said, nodding at Pinkie. Yes, I do think we are. Fluttershy nodded as well. Twilight? Pinkie started. Huh? Twilight asked, confused. The 3 minutes before her each took a deep breath before in one big cry they unanonymously shouted, Don't ever use that spell again! Yeah, I wouldn't want to go through that again. So, why are we going to Cloudsdale? Rainbow Dash asked curiously, looking at Fluttershy as the two of them were flying towards the city in the clouds. Well, I guess I can tell you, Fluttershy said before letting out a soft sigh and smiling. I'm going to see my father. Your father? Rainbow asked curiously. I don't think I've ever met him. Heck, you haven't told me much about him, about your family. You always avoided the subject when I asked. That makes sense, Fluttershy said softly. Does this have to do something with the freaking nightmare version of Ponyville? Rainbow Dash asked hesitantly, the gears turning in her head as she thought. It does, Fluttershy said softly, trying not to alarm Dash. She wasn't ready to say much about what she saw until she'd at least confronted her father. Rainbow looked at Fluttershy as they flew quietly, waiting for her to say more, though she realized it wasn't coming. Rainbow let out a soft sigh. You are going to explain things, right? Pinkie didn't explain anything more than she lost her sister to some serial killer. She didn't mention the monsters in that town. I really want to know what happened to you, Fluttershy. After you got separated from us, I was so worried, Rainbow said, still feeling guilty about having yelled at Pinkie Pie. I promise, Dash. I'll tell you everything. Fluttershy looked down sadly. Just promise me you won't think I'm a monster. Rainbow Dash looked shocked, as if she was almost offended at this idea. How could I ever think that? You're the nicest, kindest, most gentle pony in all of Ponyville. Heck, maybe in all of Equestria. How could I think you're a monster? Rainbow shook her head, confused. I are confused. Hello, how far are we? 3:15, not bad. Thank you, Dash. Fluttershy held back a tear from spilling. We're almost there, Fluttershy said as they were now flying close to the Cloud City. Cloudsdale was busy with its normal buzz of Pegasi ponies all around. Some were working on new construction, some were delivering packages, others were simply out enjoying the weather, while others seemed to be in a hurry. It was a pretty normal day for Cloudsdale. Fluttershy looked at the schoolhouse in the distance. As they flew past it, she could hear the family bell ringing from there as the schoolhouse suddenly poured out with excited young folks that were eager to be out of school for the day and to go off to play. It brought a smile to Fluttershy, seeing all the happy faces of youth seemed to lift her spirits. Her spirits? Shouldn't that be just her spirit? There it is, the place my father works. Cloudsdale General, Fluttershy said after a few more minutes of flying, pointing to the large white building with the large red cross on it. It had several Pegasi flying in and out of the building, some healthy, some sick, some with bandages on their limbs. There was an emergency vehicle that sat parked next to it that would be pulled by a team of Pegasi should an emergency call be made. Is your father a doctor? Rainbow Dash asked as they sat down just outside the front doors before walking inside. You could say that, Fluttershy said, smiling softly. The lobby was large, very large. There was a huge open space above their heads for Pegasi to fly around. A large fountain in the middle that seemed to have a few bits floating at its depths. A receptionist desk that had lots of ponies checking in. A waiting area. Derp. For ponies to fill out paperwork and wait for them to head where they were needed. And the most noticeable part of the room was a very large picture over the receptionist's desk of a light amber Pegasus with a dark red mane and a white lab coat with imposing blue eyes. Underneath it was a plaque, though it was different to read from afar. Well, that's a large photo, Rainbow said, chuckling at the size of it. They must really like that doctor. Uh-oh. Well, he saved hundreds of pony lives. He's the best doctor in the whole hospital. Fluttershy stopped where she was walking, making Dash stop and look at her curiously. His name is Lance Strongshy, and he's my father. Rainbow's mouth hung agape before looking quickly at the large picture, then back at Fluttershy, doing this several times in disbelief. You mean your father is the Lance Strongshy? Oh my gosh, he's the most famous doctor in all of Cloudsdale. Even I've heard of him. It was said that when a terrible lightning storm broke loose from the weather center and injured at least 30 ponies, that Lance was able to save all of them, when all the other doctors couldn't have saved them. Yes, I'm familiar with that day, Fluttershy said, nodding slowly. All of her memories from her foalhood had returned now. She could remember almost everything about it. He's always been one of the best doctors. I've heard he only got even better when he poured his passion into studying medicine after his wife died of a disease. Rainbow stopped in her tracks as a realization hit her like a ton of bricks. She was speaking about Fluttershy's mom. Oh, Fluttershy, I had no idea. Rainbow started to apologize. It's okay, Dash, Fluttershy said with a sad smile as she walked past Dash, heading for the counter. There's a lot I have to tell you. You'll understand soon. Hello, welcome to Cloudsdale General. How can I help? The nurse behind the desk began to say, having been nose-deep in paperwork before looking up to shock, seeing Fluttershy stand there. She mad. Hello, sir. Nurse Softcure, covering for the receptionist today. Fluttershy offered as genuine as a smile as she could, looking at the white-coated Pegasus with a blonde mane. After all, it was the first time she'd seen her personal foalhood nurse since she'd last visited the hospital so many years ago. Nurse Softcure narrowed her eyes immediately, giving Fluttershy a rather nasty glare. What are you doing here? The nurse almost hissed. Rainbow Dash raised an eyebrow at the nurse's behavior. This seemed very rude, considering she was talking to the daughter of the best doctor in the hospital. I've come to see my father today. If he's not busy, that is. The nurse's host banged hard against the desk. Almost every pony turned their heads to look at this, not having expected a loud bang in the middle of the hospital. Nurse Softcure looked around quickly before offering a weak smile and a soft laugh, as if it had been an accident. The other Pegasi just seemed to shrug before continuing with their own duties. Once she was sure no pony was paying full attention to them, she went back to glaring at Fluttershy. So what? After all these years, you've just come waltzing in here, not expecting an audience, but expecting me to believe that's all you're here for? Softcure was trying to yell, but her voice came out in a harsh whisper. Hey, who do you think you're talking to? Rainbow Dash said, feeling her fur start to stand on end, but was stopped by a hoof put out by Fluttershy. I swear to you, Miss Cure, I'm only here to talk with my father. Fluttershy smiled in the face of the hate that was coming from the nurse. Oh yeah, like I believe that. Cure growled. You're just here to smear Lance's good name, aren't you? Trying to interfere with his life-saving work because of some bitter vengeance you want. Again, Rainbow Dash wanted to speak up, but was stopped by Fluttershy. You can accompany me if you want. I really want nothing more than a chance to talk to my father. I won't say a word to any pony else, I promise. Fluttershy explained calmly. Nurse Softcure just glared at Fluttershy, but seemed to be thinking the situation over in her head. Her eyes wandered over the Rainbow Dash, who seemed to be giving her glaring daggers back. But the nurse finally responded. Fine, I'll escort you to his office. The nurse got up from her sitting position behind the desk before spreading her wings. She began to fly down one of the hallways toward the air paths to fly to upper levels. Geez, what's her problem? Dash growled as the two of them followed after the nurse. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Fluttershy smiled softly. Rainbow Dash didn't seem pleased, but listened to Fluttershy as they flew. The nurse directed them up several stories before stopping at the 9th. She flew down a long hallway that barely had a soul in it. They only passed a single other Pegasi as they drew closer. Here, his office. Softcure stopped outside one of the doors, turning to face the two mayors. I'll let him know you're here to see him, she explained before turning to knock on the door. Come in, came a gruff voice. Nurse Softcure opened the door and walked in before closing the door behind her. I don't like the feel of this, Fluttershy. Rainbow whispered his? What? That's her. She's not a girl. She's not a boy. Derp. Something doesn't feel right. I understand, Ash. I promise this will be over soon. Just let me talk to my father in private for now, please. If I need you, you'll know. Fluttershy said, nuzzling against Rainbow Dash for support. I'd rather go in there with you, but if you say so, Rainbow said, softly nuzzling her back. He'll see you now, she said, standing next to the door, glaring at the two of them. Thank you. Fluttershy smiled softly before walking up to the door. She took a deep breath to draw strength before carefully opening the door and walking inside. The office wasn't too different from the last time she'd seen it. There was still the desk, with books lining the walls, many of the books stacked on top of each other around the office as if recently read. One book lay open on the desk as it was currently in the middle of being read. There, behind the desk, looking up at her with tired eyes, was the familiar amber coat and dark red mane of her father. He looked up at her, almost as in disbelief she was actually there, standing before him after all these years. Hello, Father. It's me, Fluttershy. Fluttershy said as nicely as she could. So you're here. Lancelot let out a soft sigh, moving up from behind his desk and walking around to get a better look at her. You've certainly grown a lot since I last saw you. He looked at her up and down, scanning her. You resemble your mother so much now. Her father turned his head away from her, closing his eyes. Why are you here? I came to talk, Fluttershy spoke softly, about what happened between us. What's there to say? You killed your mother, and I killed you, and I killed you. I hurt you because of it. He said the words coldly, as if he didn't care to say them, let alone think them. You remember all that, don't you? So what's there to say? I guess I can't apologize. Fluttershy smiled a soft, sad smile. Apologize? Her father said, looking almost confused as he turned to his daughter. I'm sorry I killed Mom. Fluttershy lowered her head softly. I can never take back what I've done, and no amount of apologies will bring her back, but I did kill her, and so I'm sorry. There was silence in the room. Fluttershy could feel the cold stare of her father as he looked at her, as if trying to figure out what was going on. Are you trying to seek redemption now? He finally spoke up in his cold voice. Trying to make up for what you did so long ago? After all these years, you came back for this. Anger was starting to rise in the back of his voice. I guess that's not all, Fluttershy admitted, lifting her head up and smiling. I also came to let you know that I forgive you as well. This seemed to stop the stallion where he stood. You punished me for what I did to Mother. Wait, Derp. You punished me for what I did to Mother, and I still feel that it was a worthy punishment. I did a terrible, terrible thing. It was only befitting that I had a fitting punishment. And I don't hold any anger to what you did to me. In fact, I was able to find a wonderful life thanks to what you did. I have so many friends who love me so much right now. I take care of the animals in Ponyville, you know. I put the knowledge I learned from your medical books to use. Fluttershy smiled happily as she thought back to her life in Ponyville. I was even able to find love in Ponyville. I don't know where it's going to head, but it's a journey. I'm going to enjoy it all the way, and I wouldn't have met my love if you hadn't done what you did. I owe everything in my life to you, Father, and I want to thank you. Fluttershy gave a small bow. Thank you for everything. Lance just stared at his daughter. He could still remember the night his wife was taken from him, the monster that had ended his wife's life. He still remembered how much pain and suffering he had inflicted on that monster, how after that he had put so much work into studying medicine and practicing his craft so that he could save any pony regardless of their condition and disease. But now that monster was bowing before him, thanking him for everything that happened in her life, apologizing for taking the mare that had brought him the greatest amount of happiness he'd ever known. He grit his teeth as he felt anger swelling inside of him. He stared at her with maddening intent. He saw her slowly lift her head to look at him with a smile. That smile, it felt like it was digging into his very soul. He took a step forward, as he took a deep breath out of his nose, raising his hoof into the air. He wanted to strike her. He wanted to make her hurt more, and he wanted her to know that what happened still tore at his soul, as he looked into the face of every patient he had ever saved. Fluttershy smiled softly, looking at her father. She closed her eyes, ready to be struck. She would take any punishment he seemed befitting for her, as she always had. It was the only thing she could do to make amends for their past, for have taken her mother out of this world. She waited for the blow, expecting for it to come. But the strike never came. Instead, what Fluttershy felt next surprised her. Her father gently placed his hoof down on her back, drawing her in close to embrace her, wrapping his hooves around her. She blinked in surprise when she felt him start to shake. She wasn't sure how to react when she suddenly felt something cool and wet hit her back. He was crying. Her father was crying as he embraced her. Fluttershy couldn't help herself, but she moved her hooves around her father and hugged him back, closing her eyes as she let him cry into her as he needed. The two of them stood there in that embrace for what seemed like an eternity. When her father finally broke away from it, rubbing his face as he turned away from his daughter. Fluttershy, he finally said after clearing his throat. Yes? She asked curiously. I think it's best if we never see each other again, he muttered quietly. Please, don't ever come visit me again. All right, I understand. Fluttershy slowly nodded her head. Just know that I love you, Dad. I love you too. He choked out. Now, get out of my office. Fluttershy didn't need to be told twice. She gave one last bow before moving to his door and opening it, heading out. Well, that was a quick visit. Softcure said, looking at Fluttershy curiously. Fluttershy's emergence was the only thing that had stopped the constant glare battle between Softcure and Rainbow Dash. Yes, but don't worry, Mrs. Cure. You won't be seeing me ever again. Thank you very much. That's wrong. Fluttershy smiled to the nurse. To her nurse. What? Really? You're not going to smear his name? The nurse said, surprised. Mrs. Cure, I understand. Oh, wait, Derp. Mrs. Cure, I understand now. You did what you did because you didn't want anything bad to happen to my father. If something had happened, he couldn't save all the lives he saved over the last few years. Fluttershy smiled, but Softcure just turned her head, almost as if she was being stabbed by Fluttershy's words. I don't blame you. He's saved so many lives. The one he hurt seems so insignificant in comparison. Fluttershy chuckled softly. Get on with it, Softcure growled. I'm sorry, I just needed to say it. Fluttershy smiled. Please, have a wonderful life, and look after my father. Fluttershy gave a bow before walking off. Fluttershy, Rainbow Dash spoke up after a while. What the hey was that all about? I guess I can explain to you now, Dash. Fluttershy smiled happily. But let's go somewhere more private first. I'm actually getting tired of doing these voices, so if... I'm sorry if I stop doing voices, because I'm just so tired right now. It's like 12:20 a.m. So late. Ugh. Rainbow and Fluttershy landed at the top of a hill in the middle of a large field that expanded far out and into the horizon. One could see the mountains in the distance and the flowers blooming in the fields below. It was a beautiful sight, and that was tranquil, without any other pony around to be seen. This seems like a good place. Fluttershy smiled as she laid herself down, turning to look over at the nearby forest. You know, over there is where I fell from Cloudsdale and learned my special talent of taking care of animals. She gave a soft chuckle. Huh, it is, isn't it? Rainbow Dash sat down next to Fluttershy, looking at the forest. The sight did bring back fond memories, but that's not what she was concerned about at the moment. Okay, Fluttershy, will you tell me now that we're alone? That nurse was glaring daggers at you, and I didn't like it one bit. Also, what did you see in that other Ponyville that warranted a trip to Cloudsdale? Rainbow Dash quickly asked, wanting answers. Fluttershy could only offer a sad smile as she felt the wind blow through her mane. She closed her eyes as she began to speak. I suppose you know that my mother died of a disease, right? Fluttershy asked, just wanting to double-check what Rainbow knew. Yeah, I was too young to remember it, but it was big news one day. And of course, every time I heard ponies talking about him, they always mentioned how he tragically lost his wife. And it made him want to become an even better doctor. Rainbow explained slowly. Well, then here's the truth, Rainbow Dash. My mother didn't die of a disease. Rainbow looked at her curiously. It's true that she was sick of a disease, to which we had no cure, and it likely would have killed her eventually, but that's not what killed her. For, you see, I killed her. I killed my own mother, Rainbow Dash. Rainbow's mouth fell open once more as she stared at Fluttershy. Fluttershy wasn't even looking at her. She was just staring out into the field with that soft, sad smile. Any question of doubt that ran through her head was hit by that sad look. She wasn't lying. Fluttershy had actually done what she said. But why? Why would you... Rainbow started trying to process it. What would drive you, the kindest pony ever, to kill your mother? She asked me to, Fluttershy replied slowly. What? Rainbow said in shock once more. You mean your mother asked her young daughter to kill her? Fluttershy just slowly nodded her head. Fluttershy, that doesn't make you the killer here, Rainbow stomped her hoof. You were too young to know the difference. If she made you kill her, then you had no ability to stop yourself. You didn't kill your mother, she killed... But I did kill her, Rainbow Dash. Fluttershy closed her eyes slowly. Even if she told me to, and as a child I had to listen to her, I still had enough sense in me to know that what I was doing was wrong, that it didn't feel right. But I chose to not want to disappoint my mother. I took the knife she gave me, and I stabbed her repeatedly. Must have stabbed her 50 fucking times, I can't believe it. Ripped her heart out right before her eyes over easy. If you want to know what that song is, that is, I can't remember it. Fuck. Damn it, I forgot. It's a song by Avenged Sevenfold. It's not up on YouTube. I don't know. Look up the lyrics. No matter how you look at it, the motives or the reason... Oh, wait. No matter how you look at it, the motives or the reasons, my mother died because I stabbed her multiple times. If I hadn't had the knife, if I hadn't moved my legs in the stabbing motion, if I hadn't listened to her, then she'd be still alive today. Fluttershy's smile stayed on her face. That sad smile that said she was forcing herself to be okay with everything she said. I'm simply a monster, Rainbow Dash. No! Rainbow shouted, stomping the ground before grabbing Fluttershy by the shoulders, much to her surprise, and turned to the sad-looking Pegasus to face her. You're not a monster. Your mother forced you to do that, Fluttershy. As the most gentle pony in all of Equestria, you're not capable of murder unless you did not know what you were doing. You are not a monster! Rainbow breathed heavily as she ranted. Fluttershy looked in shock for a moment before smiling gently. She was so happy that Rainbow cared for her so deeply. Despite having admitted her monstrous truth to her, she could feel tears burning at the edge of her eyes, but she held them back as she closed her eyes. Well, my father told me I was. This seemed to shut Rainbow Dash up again as she stared at Fluttershy in shock. He didn't just tell me I was a monster. He punished me as the monster I was. After all, you don't argue with the best doctor in all of Cloudsdale. He knows what's best for you. If I don't have any scars because he knew what he was doing, but I visited the hospital so often because of his punishments. Fluttershy let out a small laugh. She apparently found that statement to be funny. That's where Nurse Softcure comes in. She was my father's head nurse. When I came in for one of my accidents, she was the one who helped me. However, she was loyal to my father. If I tried to tell her that my father was the one who'd been doing all of this to me, she'd only hurt me in return, forcing me to never speak the words that said my father was a horrible person. And I understand why now. She was protecting the people my father was caring for. I remember passing by the rooms of his patients one day. At the time, he was attending to a cancer patient who all the other doctors said they had no chance of healing her. But my father said he wasn't going to give up until the very end. Another patient needed a complicated organ replacement that other surgeons were too afraid to perform because one wrong move would kill her. But my father took it upon himself and saved her life. Tears were beginning to flow down Fluttershy's cheeks as she spoke of the deeds her father had accomplished. There was a little filly with a weakened immune system. She had given up on life and was dying when my father gave her hope that she hadn't before. She made a full recovery. There was even a time where he was able to help a mother who was going to kill her baby in labor. But because he was there and knew what to do, the baby came out healthy as could be. Rainbow could say nothing. She was staring at the crying mare before her as she poured her heart out about her father. These were all patients I saw in my own eyes, Rainbow Dash. I saw him smile and laugh and help them all. Even after I had killed my mother, he never once showed that sign of sorrow to them. So what else can I be but a monster, Rainbow Dash? I deserve everything that happened to me. I did the unforgivable and killed my mother. Fluttershy closed her eyes, giving a small laugh as tears continued to stream down her face. No, 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 no! Rainbow Dash began to scream as she lowered her head. Fluttershy looked at her in surprise. Rainbow Dash began to shake as she felt the tears burning at the edges of her eyes. Fluttershy, you're not a monster! Rainbow Dash looked straight into Fluttershy's water-filled cyan eyes. Even if it's true, even if you did kill your mother, that doesn't make you a monster. You could never hurt a fly unless you were given no other choice, no other option. Unless your back was to the wall, you'd never do anything to harm another living being. So stop saying you are. The tears ran Rainbow Dash's cheeks unhindered now. Stop speaking like you're some horrible pony to be punished when you're not. When you're the nicest, gentlest, kindest pony who's ever lived. Rainbow's shoulders shook as she spoke. Rainbow Dash, Fluttershy muttered quickly, looking at her through sorrowful eyes. The two sat on the grassy hills, looking into each other's eyes as they sat there crying. There were no words to be had at that moment, just the bond that was between the two mares set up. How far are we? We're nearly at the 4-hour mark already, Jesus Christ. As the sun began to set in the horizon between two breathless mares, they shared a deep kiss on that hill. Each mare could feel the passion that radiated from the other through the kiss. It wasn't a kiss out of longing or lust, or of a simple understanding or care. It was a kiss out of deep love, a love that was rooted in their hearts. The night sky began to become visible when the two finally broke apart their kiss, Fluttershy nestling herself into Rainbow's coat. Thank you, Rainbow Dash, Fluttershy said quietly. Rainbow Dash just smiled at her mare friend, petting her coat softly. The two stayed that way for a short while. It was Fluttershy that broke the silence between them. We're not done yet, she said softly. Huh? Rainbow asked curiously as Fluttershy sat up. This time, we need to talk about you. Fluttershy wiped her face as she smiled. About your dreams to be a Wonderbolt. Oh, Rainbow Dash grimaced, not wanting to have brought the topic up just yet. She looked at Fluttershy, who was smiling at her, then up to the sky, then down to the ground, and gritted her teeth as she closed her eyes before letting out a soft sky. I guess that's supposed to be sigh. Not going to. I want you to try out for the Wonderbolts. Fluttershy smiled happily. Let's see, how long is this still going on? Goodness. Huh? Rainbow Dash blinked in confusion. But I told you before, if I join the Wonderbolts, I'll be abandoning my friends, the ponies I care about. Rainbow Dash felt like she was shrinking as she spoke. That I'd be abandoning you. I've been thinking over it, despite my own thoughts. Fluttershy smiled. And there's a 1-year training program, right? Well, as far as I know, they're not allowed to keep you away forever. By law, they must give you opportunities to rest, breaks from working. You get sick days, vacation days, rest days, holidays. And even once you're part of the main flight team, they don't do shows during the winter, and not every team member flies during every show. All that downtime you'll have, you can use to spend with us. Rainbow blinked. How do you know all this? Rainbow said, flabbergasted at Fluttershy's level of knowledge about the Wonderbolts. Fluttershy could only laugh. I've been listening to you rant about them since we were fillies, Rainbow Dash. I've remembered most of what you said about them. I just took important details from each rant and brought them together. Fluttershy nodded slowly. Just because you'll be gone for a while doesn't mean you'll be abandoning your home or your friends, and you especially won't be abandoning me. I hadn't thought about it like that, Rainbow said, thinking it all over in her head now. In that other Ponyville, it had been presented to her in such a black and white way that she couldn't help but feel what she was shown was true. But here was Fluttershy mixing that black and white line, causing it to be all an obnoxious gray blur. You're right, Fluttershy, you're absolutely right, Rainbow Dash said as her enthusiastic grin came back to her face. Yes, she cried out, jumping into the air, doing a flip and pumping her hopes into the air. The dream is alive! I'm going to be a Wonderbolt! Rainbow cheered. That's wonderful, Dash. Well, wait. That's wonderful, Dash. Fluttershy laughed happily, watching Dash. I've come up with my own dream, too. Want to make come true very soon. Oh, what's your dream, Fluttershy? Rainbow Dash flew down to Fluttershy, smiling happily. I've decided that I'm going to be a mother, Fluttershy explained. Rainbow Dash's wings stopped moving as she fell to the ground before Fluttershy. But what? I can't give you a child? Rainbow Dash cried out in a panic. Fluttershy couldn't help but laugh. I meant I'd like to adopt a little filly or colt of my own. Fluttershy explained more clearly. Oh, Rainbow Dash sat up, understanding now. I don't know, Fluttershy. A foal is a lot of work. A lot more than trying to be a Wonderbolt is. Plus, with me being your mare friend, you know I'd have to help take care of it. Rainbow rubbed the back of her head and thought. I don't know if I'm ready for that kind of responsibility. It's okay, Dash. I wouldn't ask you to do anything you're not comfortable with. Fluttershy smiled happily. You have a way of twisting my heart. Rainbow put a hoof to her face before smiling. But if a foal is what you want, then I can't do anything but to say go for it. Just, let's consider our options first. Options? Fluttershy blinked, tilting her head a little. You know, we could. Rainbow Dash thought about what she was going to say. Well, I would say we could ask Twilight about, pregnancy spells between two mares. But I think I want to avoid Twilight's spells for a while. Rainbow Dash grimaced. Fluttershy couldn't help but laugh at this as well. It's all right. Whether it's from you or from someone else, all I know is I want to give some little filly or colt a wonderful foalhood, one I didn't have growing up. Fluttershy nuzzled against Rainbow Dash. I know. Fluttershy. Rainbow let out a soft chuckle as she embraced her mare friend. Hey, it's getting late. We should probably head back to Ponyville, Rainbow said, as a cold breeze blew through her mane, reminding her of the time. All right, let's go. Fluttershy smiled up at Rainbow. The two of them soon took off the hill, flying back to Ponyville together. The end. Put it at my heart. That's what happened right now. My feelings are just... This story is written so damn well. I can't believe it. It's so grimdark, but yet so romantic. I love it. That really was the best ending. Sorry. Bless me. It's all on my glove now. Fuck. Yeah. So this is an official new record for longest story I've ever read, coming in at about 5 hours and 50 minutes. Goodness gracious. I can't believe I've been reading for that long. I'm definitely going to take a break, and I should go to bed now because I have to go up early tomorrow. So yeah, I hope you guys have a good night. If it's not night, then have a good morning, good afternoon, or whatever time zone you're in. And I'll see you in the next video. And if you want to suggest a story, put it down in the comments below. Even though I have so many stories that I can read, I have a list of about 52 stories that are on my FIM fiction read later list. So I'm most definitely not short on stories. But still, if you guys want to suggest anything, just leave them down in the comments below, if you want to appreciate, if you want to show your appreciation of my readings, make sure to give that like button some love, maybe add it to your favorites. You can also share it on Facebook or Twitter or wherever you want. And if you really like my stuff, then you could smack that like button, that subscribe button. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'm gonna go sleep now, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Later!